This funny and interesting story takes place in the Kingdom of the Swordsman, in the Eastern Wasteland, where an attack on the city took place. One of the attackers threw the students back and said that their clan could do nothing against this phantom transformation. Times had changed. Now these lands would belong to their blood clan. The wounded student shouted for the villain to stop talking nonsense because he had already told his brother Allan, and when he came, none of them would leave. The five terrifying masters stood above the disciples, and one of them said that he didn't know of anyone among the top disciples of the Sword Clan with such a name. Apparently, he is not even in the top 10, and if he dares to fight the Great Five of the Blood Clan, he will be finished. The man with the terrifying scarlet aura said that he should come here and collect the corpses of the students. After these words, the huge red projection that the villain summoned struck the student with its fist. Suddenly, an unknown guy rushed towards the threat with the speed of a cheetah. The scarlet fist was immediately blocked by his skills. The unknown villain in the hat was surprised that someone was able to block his attack. The two disciples who were preparing for death rejoiced that they were saved, and the third of them shouted that it was Brother Allan. Brother Allan, a long-haired man with blue eyes and a powerful chi aura that instilled calm, was glad that he had made it in time. The villain laughed when he saw that same unknown sword fighter. He asked if the boy was looking for death, and his projection began to create a powerful scarlet sphere to attack. But Allan, with one light blow of his sword, immediately struck the monster and stopped all his attempts to hit the enemy. In an instant, the entire Great Five of the Blood Clan received colossal injuries and were routed. A few moments later, they were all lying at Allan's feet, unconscious. Apparently, it was all over for them. Unnoticed by the others, a strange scarlet sphere began to roll from one of the five masters. Allan asked the students if everything was okay with them, and they thanked him for his help. Allan asked Brother Steve if he had told him not to do anything because, if he hadn't made it in time, they would have died. To which Steve replied that it would be a lesson for him. But these masters had sacrificed 1,000 monks just to perfect the Blood Soul Pearl, and so he couldn't sit back. Allan advised the boy not to listen to the clan's tales. Let him do what he can and live a normal life. This is the best path to improvement for his generation. Suddenly, the student noticed how the Scarlet Pearl began to emit purple ominous smoke and headed towards Allan. An elder of the Blood Clan appeared from it, who asked who dared to speak out against his students. He then tried to attack our hero with a fist of phantom comprehension. Steve recognized him and shouted that he was the 7th level master of the Purple Palace. But Allan was already preparing for a new battle, drawing his invincible sword from its sheath. The blade of the sword began to glow with blue light, and immediately multiple cuts of the sword rushed towards the master. Allan's power was able to stop the elder's ghostly hand. The master was surprised that someone was actually able to stop his attack. He thought about it and said that Allan was a good fighter, and it would be a shame to even kill someone like him. The villain offered Allan to join them because their clan always respected the strong. He would make him his #1 student and support the guy. Besides, their clan is full of treasures and beauties. Allan replied to the elder that he had heard that they worked from early morning until late at night, eating and sleeping in the open air, while being constantly hunted. On their path to perfection, they kill each other because they only care about their own benefit. To which the master replied that they don't have many rules, and their discipline is lame. But their main principle is that the more you work, the more you get. Allan laughed at the phrase, "the more you work, the more you get." They have regulated working hours at the swordsman's school. And besides, he has been here for a long time and sincerely enjoys the time he spends here. That's why he will never join them. After these words, the guy used his sword technique that cuts everything in its path. The master tried to hold back such a powerful attack, but he had difficulty doing so. Ultimately, Allan's sword technique won, and a huge explosion was heard, signifying the swordsman's victory. Steve was happy about the guy's victory and asked if he did the right thing by calling him here for help. The other students couldn't believe their eyes. It was impossible for their clan's entry-level swordsmanship to be so powerful. The cut-up demon who lay without strength asked Allan why he did not want to join them. The guy replied that he had worked hard for many years, and so he knew in advance what he would tell him. The master dared to pull the wool over his eyes and thereby doomed himself to this humiliation. Suddenly, a strange sphere, emitting a purple, ominous aura, rose from the master's body. The sphere flew up to Allan's hands and whispered in a quiet voice for the guy to finish off the elder. Then the strange artifact flew away at the speed of sound. Allan did not understand what had happened, but assumed that the spirit of the master had left the body and was trying to hide. He readied his energy-charged sword and was ready to set out on a soul hunt. However, suddenly the guy heard the annoying sound of an alarm clock. The hero stopped, took his watch out of his cloak and began to look at it. After this, to the surprise of the other students, he turned around and said that the main mission was completed and he was leaving. One of the disciples couldn't believe that Brother Allan would just let the soul of an elder of such a powerful clan escape. Suddenly, Steve started telling other students about Allan that there was something they didn't understand. The thing is, Brother Allan practices the 9 to 5 method. He pointed to the sun setting behind the mountain, which meant that time was up. This means that Allan is now at the end of his working day. What irritated Allan most was that at the end of the workday, he still had a lot of work left, and he was practically forced to work overtime. The next day, we are transported to the residence of the Swordsman clan. Here, warriors train to control their blades, which they can use to fly if they focus enough chakra. In order to be strong, they train hard day after day. But not all of them are such hard workers. One of the students turned around and looked at the one who was again being lazy and doing nothing. He didn't understand how the elders even accepted a disciple like this guy. It was Allan, who was sleeping peacefully under a tree while the others were training tirelessly. The noise of the warriors woke the boy, and he reluctantly began to stretch and wake up. He took off his blindfold to look at his comrades. Allan returned after midnight, so he didn't get much sleep. If he had known about everything in advance, he would not have become the one who takes on such troublesome tasks. Up until that point, he had been working overtime 996 continuously for 5 years. The 996 work schedule is an unofficial work schedule from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week. His boss yelled at the guy from morning until night that he was lazy and that he should continue working until he finished and not even think about leaving. The guy ended up losing consciousness, and his colleagues told his boss to call an ambulance, but he said that first the guy should finish the project. Suddenly, Allan died and accidentally ended up in this fantasy world. Here he is a simple disciple of a clan of swordsmen, and finally he has a second chance to change everything. But the other students, just like in his past life, tell him to work hard and not stop for sleep, because a student of his age should devote himself to practice, not sleep. Everyone around the guy tells him that he is lazy, and they have never seen such a lazy person. But he decided that in order not to repeat the mistakes of the past, he would never work overtime in this world. But the guy didn't expect that even here he would stand out so much. Suddenly, someone distracted him from his memories by calling his name. It was Steve who told Allan that the elder was looking for him and wanted to ask him about the details of yesterday's mission. Allan asked if Steve had said anything about him. The enthusiastic student replied that the master had already called them for a conversation. But no one had said a word about Allan's power. The eternal lazybones replied that this was very good, and next time the guy would teach Steve a couple of tricks. The student immediately blushed and thanked his brother in arms. Allan used his magic sword and headed towards the elder's palace. After some time, he arrived at the main hall. In this world, improvement is divided into 6 stages, from the lowest to the highest in order. Improvement of the chakra, the kingdom of the spirit. Then the formation of the soul is the limit of the palace of immortals, sealing its power. And the last stages are called the purple palace, and then the ascent to the truth. Each of these stages is divided into 9 levels. But there is someone more serious than all these stages. This is the head of the swordsman clan, Reynold, the 6th level of ascension to truth. The strongest of this world are called his god of the sword of the elements. Allan waved to Reynold and wished the elder good morning. The mighty warrior looked at the boy with a merciless gaze and told him not to forget where he was. At that moment, Allan took a box out of his pocket and said that this was tea that he had planted and it had ripened a couple of days ago. This information boggled Reynold's mind. He immediately approached Allan like a child and began to beg him to let him try his new tea. Who would have thought that the god of the sword of the elements, Reynold, is madly in love with tea? Allan used his old knowledge of growing succulents and other plants to develop the best tea, which helped him build a good relationship with the elder. But this is a must for any self-respecting employee. His thoughts were interrupted by an elder who was hiding tea in his sleeve. He asked how yesterday's mission went. Some students said that it was Allan who saved them. The guy looked away and replied that it was completely accidental. He then took out a strange sphere and said that he took it from one of the disciples of another clan. Reynold immediately realized what this sphere was. It was a bloody pearl. He took it from his student and asked if Allan knew what kind of artifact it was and what power it possessed. Reynold looked at the boy with a serious look and began his story. But Allan immediately waved it off and started shouting that he didn't know anything and didn't want to hear anything, and that he wasn't interested in any of this. He tried to run away, saying that if he had nothing more to say to his master, then he would go about his business. Allan wanted to spend this life carefree, so let the elder leave these worries to someone else, but the master ordered him to stop. Reynold shouted that Allan should listen when the elder spoke. And even though the boy had succeeded in growing tea, as a true disciple he could not be so passive. The master wanted to know why the boy had not taken part in the sword training last week. Allan replied that he would then have to wait an hour until it was his turn, and the master should know that Allan has his own principles and training, so he needs to be understood. Reynolds objected, shouting that because he missed class, all the masters came to him to complain. And they all unanimously asked to demote Allan from the students. The guy calmly turned around and asked if they really said that. Reynolds thought he had been too harsh with him and should have said it more carefully. However, Allan was only glad to hear these words because if he was demoted to an inner disciple, no one would bother him anymore. Allan asked the elder when he would demote him, and Reynolds' patience was already reaching its limit. And then he exploded and shouted that in the entire history of the clan, there had not been a single such precedent. If Allan was demoted, it would be tantamount to a slap in the face to his elder. The guy replied that he had no idea that something so wonderful would happen. Suddenly, someone behind the guy called his name, and Reynolds was glad that she had finally arrived. The girl went to Allan and said that tens of thousands of students work day and night to become true students. But for some reason, only Brother Allan is willing to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This beauty's name was Hannah, and she was the true #1 disciple of the Swordsman clan. She achieved great success in cultivation in her early years and has since ranked first among the disciples. She was called the future of the Swordsman clan, and she was also very beautiful. Meanwhile, Allan is ranked 55th, which is the clan's last place. The guy said that his sister doesn't know, but he's been stuck in the Purple Palace for a long time. So Allan decided to start over as an inner disciple. Reinforce your spirit. Break through the limit of the Palace of Immortality and become stronger. Because the one who repeats everything 10,000 times becomes the strongest. Hannah replied that she had no idea he would be so progressive and think so deeply about ways to improve himself. It was different from what she had heard about him. The girl leaned over and said that she was wrong. And meanwhile, the master watched this performance that Allan had put on. Reynolds interrupted their conversation and said that the reason the guy was here was because several masters wanted to ask him a favor. Allan turned warily and asked what the masters wanted from him. They want him to go with Hannah on a mission and learn hard work from their best student. It was the worst thing Allan could imagine. It felt like the elder was making fun of him. It was Hannah who, due to her hyperactivity, doomed the entire clan to live up to her standards. He and Allan were completely different people, and the guy thought that there was no way they could work together. Reynolds said that the girl is the best student and that people line up to ask her for advice every day. And the guy is also unhappy that he was given such a wonderful opportunity to study. Allan replied that he was simply worried that he was not good enough for this mission and would hinder his sister's improvement. He turned to the girl and with an unperturbed look asked her to confirm her words that she did not want the guy to interfere. And Hannah, on the contrary, shouted at the guy not to worry about it. Her eyes lit up with enthusiasm, and she said that their entire clan was a family, and they should support each other and make progress together. Besides, Brother Allan can use this opportunity to prove himself and destroy the rumors that other people are spreading about him. Alana was overcome with fear. The guy thought that they were trying to scare him because he didn't want to suffer like her. Then he used another trick. The guy folded his hands in a sign of humility. He stood before the elder and said that if he took part in this mission, his tea leaves would be left without careful supervision. The elder even invited Hannah to join Allan in this mission. But he had no intention of backing down from his principles. He had no reason to go with her when he could just as well fool around here. Suddenly, the enraged master raised his hand and made a strange gesture. Reynolds said that if Allan successfully completed this task, he would give him 3 days off. 3 days off, these words echoed in the guy's head. A whole 3 days off, that was all one could dream of. Allan immediately grabbed the master's hand in gratitude. His eyes were shining with enthusiasm, and he asked the elder to immediately inform him of the content and location of the mission. He would go through fire, water, and copper pipes to complete it, and the master, meanwhile, would only sigh in disappointment. A quarter of a day later, Hannah was training hard to master the techniques. Allan, meanwhile, was yawning after a deep sleep. He approached the training girl and said that she was training very hard. Hannah, meanwhile, was angry at the guy because he was late. Allan told her that if he didn't sleep at lunch, he wouldn't have any strength for the battle. The girl began to scold him, saying that he should devote more time to practice, but she, for example, came here on time and managed to make 3,000 swings of the sword. But it turns out that Allan needs sleep like a normal person. He is too weak. The guy said she was right, and he would think about it in his spare time and then give it his all at the next training session. But in reality, all he was thinking about was Hannah grumbling like an old woman. The girl sighed in disappointment and said that they didn't have time for this and it was time to move on. At that very second, our new team rushed to the mission site. As they flew to the location, Hannah asked Allan what he thought about the mission, to which he replied that the elder had sent them to investigate the disappearance of people in the mountains, and that this mountain range was located right next to the sacrificed village. Allan suspected that the disappearance was not accidental at all. Hannah agreed with him. The inspired girl encouraged the guy, telling him not to worry. Considering his level, she would protect him. Allan looked at her and thanked her happily. He didn't think that Hannah would be a person he could rely on. The guy thought that he had hit the jackpot and would get a 3-day weekend and become friends with a beauty. Allan mentally thanked the elder, and they set off on their mission. Later in the evening, the team reached the mountains where people disappear. The girl told her brother Allan that they needed to ask the locals first, while Allan was looking for something in his robe. Suddenly, he took out his watch, opened it, and started looking at it, which surprised Hannah very much. The girl looked at him with a surprised look and did not understand why Allan was counting. When he counted to 0, he joyfully shouted that time was up. He went to rest and shouted to Hannah that he was leaving everything to her, and tomorrow let her tell him everything. After some time, our hero reached the inn of the local village. The establishment was a bit empty. Allan went in and asked the owner to give him 1 room. The seemingly gloomy and tired man replied that it would cost 1 silver coin. Allan provided the currency, and the owner handed him the key to the room on the 2nd floor. When Allan took the key, he noticed a strange tattoo on the man's hand that looked like the tentacles of a black squid. Although this could be a clue, Allan decided that it didn't matter because now was his time to rest. Once he got to his room, he lay down on his soft bed and thought about how Hannah was progressing with her investigation. After some time, the guy woke up because of a loud noise from below. The owner was telling someone that there were no vacancies, and some girl was shouting that there was clearly no one here, and the owner was acting rudely. The guy jumped out of bed and was unhappy that someone woke him up. But Allan had heard that screaming voice somewhere before. It was Hannah who offered 2 silver for the room, but the owner kept saying that there were no more rooms. Suddenly, someone called the enraged girl by name. Hannah was delighted to see her brother Allan, who told her not to torment the owner, because he had already said that there were no vacancies. The boy approached the man and asked if his younger sister could spend the night in his room. The gloomy owner nodded, and Hannah was surprised by such a proposal. The girl could not believe that she would spend the night with him in the same room. She was overcome with panic. Allan walked up the stairs and told a stunned Hannah that if she didn't want to spend the night on the street, she should follow him. Hannah was embarrassed and had no choice but to follow the guy. Allan walked slowly, and the girl, like a very quiet mouse, followed him. She was worried and thought that they would not do anything that she would be ashamed of later. Besides, the girl is much stronger than him and can stand up for herself. A few minutes later, they came to the room where Allan was eating cookies and Hannah was sitting quietly nearby. The guy asked the girl if she had had dinner. He handed her a plate of cookies and asked if the girl would like to eat something, to which Hannah replied that they must learn to abstain from food in order to harden the heart. Only when your heart is strong can you… The girl didn't have time to finish speaking before Allan put a cookie in her mouth. The guy wiped his hands from crumbs, and Hannah turned red all over. Having swallowed the food, she ascended, tasting the sweet but not fatty pastry, which melts in the mouth and slightly gives off flowers. It penetrated the girl's heart, which made her want to drown in it. At that very moment, her sanity returned. She started yelling at Allan, scolding him for sneaking up on her with that cake. The guy turned to the girl with an unperturbed look and asked if she liked the food, to which she replied that she really liked the pastries. But there is no benefit from such food, so it is better not to eat much. But Allan did not agree with this statement. He asked his sister if she had ever wondered whether it was possible to walk with 7 league strides while avoiding the 5 vegetables, 3 flowers, and worldly vanity. The 5 vegetables are the vegetables that Buddhist monks do not eat, and the 3 colors are the 3 colors of clouds, and Allan said that they should not be avoided. After all, they walk through this world, and even with all the desire, they can't fence themselves off from everything in the world. Blind avoidance will only tire you out physically and psychologically. You will be afraid of everything that will make practice difficult. The girl asked how they could practice without giving up human desires. It was impossible. Allan replied that he thought that true monks were not afraid to face temptation and experience it for themselves. As with these cakes, if you're afraid that their taste will disturb your mind, you should try to get used to them. When you learn to treat this as something completely ordinary and remain indifferent to it, this will be your first step to real practice, and only with a pure heart will a girl be able to see the truth. Only in this case will she feel like a fish in water, free and natural. Lost in his thoughts, Allan opened his eyes to look at the girl. She was in shock, and the guy realized that he had said too much and that her brain was apparently overheated. Suddenly, the girl jumped up from her seat, shouting that she understood everything. Only by confronting desire head-on and then renouncing it can she return to her true nature and know the essence of the world. After these words, Hannah began to eat all the sweets that were on the table with great enthusiasm. Allan was shocked. Now all his sweets would go to the girl and not to him. A little later, offended by Hannah, he said that today she would have to sleep on the floor, to which the girl grinned and replied that she would not sleep, but would simply sit and meditate. And so it happened. Allan fell asleep in a cozy bed, and Hannah sat and meditated in the room. Suddenly, a strange man approached the door to their room. The man took out something and said that he was ready to let this girl go. But now, unfortunately, he would have to finish her off, after which he placed a strange incense in front of their door. Hannah continued to meditate, and the smoke from the incense gradually began to fill the entire room. The girl opened her eyes and found it strange that she smelled some kind of aroma. At that very moment, she realized that she was surrounded by a mysterious fog, which was penetrating more and more into their room. Hannah realized that this was a poison from which there was no escape. Suddenly, her body began to feel heavier and her face became covered in sweat. A few moments later, the girl fell to the floor without strength. All she could do in her current state was whisper for brother Allan to run away as quickly as possible. However, the guy was lying on the bed and there was a strange aura around him. It seemed that the guy was completely unaffected by the poison and was simply watching the girl. Hannah's vision gradually became cloudy, and eventually she closed her eyes and lost consciousness. Meanwhile, a secret meeting took place in the forest outside the village. The man told the master that the disciples of the Sword Clan were knocked down by him using the scent of broken spirit. One of the students is Hannah, the best student of the clan, and the identity of the second is unknown to him. But the girl called him Brother Allan. The unknown figure with red eyes said that he didn't expect such a weakling to defeat Hannah. As for this Allan, the gentleman has never heard of him. He must be someone insignificant. A dark figure appeared. It was a hooded man with a scar on his cheek who had bright, expressive red eyes. He said that his servant had done a great job this time. The innkeeper began to cry and ask about his wife and children. The gloomy stranger calmed the old man and told him not to worry, because they were alive and well, and right now he would take him to them. The innkeeper was delighted by the gentleman's kindness and began to thank him. But at that very moment, lightning struck the old man's chest, killing him on the spot. The dark man in the hood laughed and shouted that this was the last victim and everything was about to end. After finishing laughing, he called the third and fourth, who immediately landed behind the man. He ordered them to go to the inn and capture the two disciples of the swordsman clan. Meanwhile, sweet Hannah began to gradually come to her senses and open her eyes. She was lying on the bed, and Allan was sitting next to her, waiting for the girl to wake up. Suddenly, Hannah stood up abruptly and started shouting that they needed to run away from here because it was dangerous here. Allan still sat there with an imperturbable expression and looked at the frightened girl. Her sanity gradually began to return, and she began to realize how ridiculous she now looked. She asked Allan why he was okay, because he should have lost consciousness before her. The guy replied that when he sleeps, unlike Hannah during meditation, he does not use spiritual power, so the scent of a broken spirit did not affect him in any way. But Allan had to remain still for a long time for the scent to dissipate and for Hannah to come to her senses. In fact, it is difficult for monks below the 5th level of the Purple Palace to resist this poison. Allan told the girl that her social experience was too limited and that she should be more careful. If she had gone on the mission herself, the consequences would have been catastrophic. The girl bowed before Allan and thanked him for saving her. In the future, she vowed to be more careful. Meanwhile, the guy brewed some aromatic tea. He handed her the tea and told her to throw aside politeness and drink the tea instead, and warm up. Hannah was very embarrassed, feeling guilty about the incident, but thanked her brother Allan for the drink. Rumor has it that brother Allan is just an ordinary lazy person who doesn't know how to do anything and doesn't strive for anything. But Hannah never expected that he would not only say a few words to her, but also reveal the secrets of cultivation. All this time he was so attentive to everything, even saved her life, excellent character, pleasant appearance. It's a pity that his level is low. The girl immediately shuddered and caught herself thinking that she shouldn't think about such things. Allan, meanwhile, turned to her and asked how she felt. The girl laughed and thanked the guy for his concern, saying that she was completely fine. Meanwhile, a strange purple flash appeared in the night sky. Two unknown fighters filled with power were heading straight towards the room where Allan and Hannah were. The best student immediately sensed the enemy approaching. She pushed the guy aside and pulled out her sword, shouting that the killer was coming straight here. Hannah turned to her brother Allan and told him to hide. Allan didn't have to be forced. He was already heading towards his bed and said that since Hannah was already better, she should handle it herself, since his working hours were over. Hannah headed towards the killers because these two were much stronger than Allan's brother anyway, and if he got involved, there would only be more problems. The girl was left alone with her opponents and was already waiting for them to approach on the street. She gripped her blade tightly and shouted that it was no coincidence that they had come here. A huge blue whirlwind created by Hannah's sword rushed towards the opponents and knocked down their flight path. Two unknown people landed with a crash in the nearby forest. The refined girl instantly landed where a dark aura emanated from the ground. In front of her stood two of the fourth clan of the Eastern Wasteland, the Purple Spirit Clan. Hannah was confused as to why the Purple Spirit Clan disciples were attacking them, so she asked what they were doing here, but they didn't answer, and their eyes looked especially strange. They were black. The two were bloody puppets, their souls consumed by magic, turning them into mindless dolls. This is the magic of the demon sect. Apparently, the disappearance of an entire village is also their doing. The strength of these two is equivalent to the third or fourth level of the Purple Palace, and one must be careful. Hannah, covered in blue chakra, landed slowly and said that they upset her. The girl took out her slashing blade and summoned her sword technique. Then she used her most powerful ability, the clouds breaking the moon, and everything around began to fly into pieces. A powerful wave created by the sword was directed towards the opponents, but the girl and the boy were able to deftly jump away and dodge her attack. However, this was not the end, and Hannah commanded her blade to dissipate. After that, the blue blade immediately split into two parts and flew at the enemies. The targets were immediately hit, and small flashes from the explosions ran across their bodies. The cut and beaten fighters lost their strength and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Allan watched the fight. He was surprised at how Hannah was able to easily separate the light from the sword. But apparently the force of the blow has also decreased, by the way. It's much more convenient to watch the fight this way. You don't even have to open your eyes. However, these two certainly did not plan to give up so easily. With difficulty, the girl raised herself up on her hands and tried to stand up. She called Hannah sick and said that she didn't dare do this to them. The best student realized that these guys had not completely become bloody puppets. Apparently, there was still a trace of self-awareness in their heads. The subordinate girl got angry and shouted that she would kill Hannah for what she did to them. She jumped towards the girl and swung her staff, concentrating her purple chakra. The two girls clashed in battle. Hannah was able to block the staff's attack with her sword in time. However, the block was not easy for her. Hannah was surprised that her opponent could wield such a formidable weapon so easily. The enraged girls continued to attack each other, but no one wanted to give in. The air around them became electrified. The blows became faster and faster, so much so that at one point their outlines were difficult to discern. Hannah couldn't understand what kind of strength her opponent had. Even the girl's hands went numb from such blows. And the purple girl continued to attack and twirled her staff above her head to try to defeat her opponent again. She gathered a huge amount of chakra and fired a magical stream towards Hannah. Meanwhile, Hannah realized that everything was about to end. Her sword also charged for the next attack. Allan was happy for the girl, because in such a short time she had managed to study her opponent, which was to be expected from the best student. Even though they are on the fourth level of the Purple Palace, they are now just puppets. Their consciousness is sealed, so they can only fight using instincts. Hannah closed her eyes and tried to concentrate to gather all her chakra for one powerful blow. A powerful stream of mana formed around the girl, which was so huge that it went up into the sky like a column. Seeing such power, the purple girl became afraid. But Allan was worried about Hannah, because it seemed his sister was unaware of the danger. The guy took a leaf from a tree that had flown into his window and decided that this would be enough. Having gathered enough chakra, Hannah summoned her powerful sword technique. She drew her sword and a powerful wave of energy shot out at the speed of sound towards the purple girl. She tried to protect herself by forming a shield out of her chakra. However, the shield was too weak compared to the enormous chakra power that the top swordswoman apprentice had summoned. After the battle, the purple girl lay in a pile of collapsed rocks, and Hannah thought about how to quickly free these fighters from the spell. But the beauty did not notice how behind her, the second fighter raised his fan. He waved his weapon and immediately a purple lightning bolt, sharp as a needle, shot towards the girl's back. Hannah turned around and realized what had happened, but it was too late. She only managed to create a small shield and try to protect herself. However, the shield was too weak and thin, and the purple blade easily broke through the protection and headed straight for the girl's eyes. But suddenly, a leaf flew in like lightning, reflecting the attack and changing the trajectory of the blow, protecting Hannah. The purple blade flew past the girl's head and crashed into the mountain, creating a huge explosion. The wind blew, fluttering her beautiful hair, and for a moment she realized that someone had just saved her. One of the purple warriors sat in front of the girl, and she knew that if she missed such a blow, the injury would be very serious. But what was this green light that saved her life, she did not know, and she still has to find out. Hannah moved lightning fast towards the enemy and went behind him. She struck the guy's neck with the hilt of her sword and knocked him out with ease. After some time, the girl returned to Allan's room and sat the two unconscious captives on chairs. Allan praised the student, saying that she had successfully managed to cope with everything. But one question was bothering the girl. She tried to ask about it, but the guy immediately said that he had been lying in the room all this time. Then he smiled carefreely and asked what had happened and what was bothering her so much. The girl waved it off and replied that nothing had happened, but she thought that with his level he would hardly be able to do something like that, so there was no point in asking Allan about it. She also said that while the spirit of these guys was still alive, they should hurry and return them to the clan. They should ask the elders to cleanse their hearts and drive out the evil formation from them so that they would stop being puppets. But if they leave, the demon clan members will run away and do their dirty deeds elsewhere. Allan stood up and said that for the sake of the people and the 3 days off, he would try to do something. Hannah was surprised that the guy began to concentrate his chakra and asked what exactly he was going to do. Allan replied that he would use his divine sense to penetrate their consciousness and expel the formation. Hannah panicked and screamed that the guy had gone crazy. Because this is a very difficult practice, the slightest carelessness can lead to the complete destruction of the soul. The guy calmed her down, asking her not to worry, and extended his hands to the heads of the prisoners. But seeing this, Hannah panicked even more because he wants to turn them from puppets at the same time, and this is even more difficult. Allan answered her that saving a person is like putting out a fire, the faster the better. A little time passed and the purple girl opened her violet eyes, which were once black. Her brother was glad that Sarah had finally woken up. The girl began to rub her tired eyes, trying to fully wake up. But then her consciousness finally returned to her, and she turned towards our heroes. Seeing Allan and Hannah, she asked if they were students of the Swordsman clan. Hannah formally greeted Sarah and introduced herself and her friend Allan. The brother began to calm the girl down, saying that she was the best student of their clan and they saved them. The boys were able to rescue them from the trap set by the elder of the demon clan. Allan asked Sarah to tell him more about how it happened. The girl lowered her eyes and began to tell this sad story. A week ago, he and Brian were ordered to go to the village to investigate the disappearance of residents. They questioned everyone and followed them to a strange place in the forest. In it, the elder of the demon clan used the blood of the villagers for sacrifice. In the end, they fell into a trap that he had prepared in advance. All these demons and images created by the elder suppressed the consciousness of the fighters. They eventually became the elder's puppets and could do nothing more about it. So the first thing Sarah did was thank her new friend for saving her. Hannah began to wave her off and tell the girl not to thank her. After all, she didn't do anything. But the one who saved the boys was that lazy brother Allan. Sarah turned towards Allan and thanked him, saying that they would definitely repay their debt. Hannah stood shyly behind the carefree boy and thought about what happened. He had just managed to free 2 people at once from the curse of the blood puppet. It happened so quickly that it seemed as if he didn't even try, which surprised his best student. Usually this spell affects the deepest corners of the mind. Getting rid of it without harming a person is like finding a needle in a haystack. Not even all elders manage to get rid of it. After using the technique, Hannah immediately asked Allan when he was able to master such a complex technique. The guy replied that he had previously been passing the time in the Elder's Pavilion and had accidentally stumbled upon a fragment of a scroll of practices for manipulating spiritual thoughts, and he had found it very interesting, so he had studied it. The information amazed Hannah more and more. He even found not a whole scroll, but only a fragment, and was able to learn such a technique. Suddenly, Allan interrupted her memories, saying that in order to save the boys, he needed to use resources and artifacts worth almost 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. The girl puffed out her cheeks angrily, thinking that the guy probably did it by accident and would never have had such a lot of courage. Sarah looked at Allan and realized that he was far from stupid, so she happily agreed to make it up to them once they returned to their clan. Hannah was amazed that they actually agreed, and Allan smiled triumphantly. It is now recognized that the formation of cleansing the heart and destroying evil that can dispel the curse of the blood puppet requires at least 50,000 stones, so 30,000 is a good price for friendship. Allan made a sweet face and asked them not to rush because their clans were friends with each other, so it was their duty to help them. He also asked the two to remember the details of their abduction. Sarah said that the man's name was Lloyd. His fighting power was not very great, and she would be able to deal with him on her own. But he uses formations and poisons very well, which is why the pair were able to get caught so easily. Allan made them happy by saying that if that was all, he had a special elixir that could make them immune to poisons for 3 hours. He would give it to the 3 fighters, and they would defeat the elder. Sarah's fighting spirit rose, and she shouted that if she had immunity to the poisonous incense, she would kill this enemy in a matter of minutes. But then she again remembered all the words that Allan had said. She asked why only the three of them would go. Would Allan really stay here and not go with them? The boy bowed his head and replied that it actually took him too much spiritual power to save them, so he would have to sleep to recover, while Hannah could barely restrain herself from hitting this lazy guy. The purple couple apologized, saying that they were too blind to see the hard work of brother Allan. They decided that the three of them would manage while Allan was resting, and Hannah, meanwhile, realized that the lazy guy had deceived everyone again in order to do nothing. After some time, a new team set out to search for the demon elder. Sarah looked at the small blue sphere and asked if it was really the magic elixir that brother Allan had spoken of. Hannah answered her that they should believe him because he had already saved them several times. After these words, all three fighters took the magic pill. Sarah noticed that the elixir melted pleasantly in the mouth and was no different from ordinary pills. Brian added that it was not that he did not trust Allan, but his level of cultivation was very low. The team continued walking through the forest. The moon had already appeared in the sky and it became somehow too quiet around. Hannah took up her sword, noticing that something was wrong. Brian confirmed her words, saying that there was not a single living soul here. Sarah began to panic. She guessed what had happened. An unknown gloomy voice confirmed their suspicions, saying that they had found themselves on his territory. Hannah reacted to the enemy with lightning speed and sent a whirlwind of sword towards him. The whirlwind blades immediately hit several eyes, but there was nothing in that direction. The treetops dispersed, and she saw a strange swamp that was not there. Brian assumed that these were parts of dead creatures that had been dealt with here. Hannah asked if the boys had seen who had just spoken to them. But suddenly, a gloomy figure in a cloak standing behind the girl answered her that he was here. Demon Clan Elder Lloyd has driven his prey into his trap. The heroes turned around, and Sarah shouted that it was the one who caught them then. Lloyd wondered how they managed to get rid of his curse so quickly. Apparently, the best disciple of the Sword Clan has secret treasures that can remove his curse. Lloyd was also curious why there were only 3 fighters. He assumed that one of them got scared when he found out that he was behind all this. Sarah got angry and shouted at the villain that Allan was not here because she could handle such a dud herself. After these words, the girl directed her first attack at Lloyd, and the battle began. The stones on the ground where the impact fell began to crumble, mixed with purple energy. In the dust raised from the ground, Sarah tried to make out where her enemy was. In the middle of the dark fog, Lloyd appeared and told the girl that she had already lost, having fallen for his trick. Brian immediately appeared behind the demon and shouted at the man that he was no longer a survivor. Waving his fan, he aimed his needle-sharp spell at Lloyd's head. But he easily rebuffed it by saying that even though they were the best students of their clans, they were still fools. Then he smiled and asked if they liked the smell. Brian and Sarah immediately realized that they were inhaling poison right now. Hannah also did not stand aside and attacked the dark bubble in which Lloyd was located. The master also easily repelled her attack, continuing to mock them. But suddenly he noticed that the blue lightning did not dissipate. She continues to pierce his dark bubble like a swift wind. Eventually, the blade's whirlwind broke through Lloyd's defenses and an explosion occurred. 3 fighters were already in the air and waiting for their opponent. The dust from the explosion cleared and Hannah saw a small hole where Lloyd had stood. She became angry when she realized that they had missed the villain. But at that very second, the air turned scarlet and a dark fog formed around the heroes. It was poisonous incense. Lloyd emerged from the poisonous fog and he really did have his own tricks. The master hung in the air right above our heroes and sprayed his crimson mist. He laughed and shouted that it was useless for the soldiers to run away anywhere because they had already inhaled his poison. It only takes 10 breaths and they will immediately turn into bloody puppets and become his loyal servants. However, nothing happened and the guys stood and smiled. At that moment, Lloyd realized that something was wrong. And then he realized that the 3rd fighter was missing, who was already swinging his huge staff behind the master's back. Sarah took advantage of the moment and hit Lloyd on the back. The force of the blow was colossal, and the master immediately spat out a lot of blood. Then he rushed towards the ground at the speed of sound until he crashed into it. Brian also wanted revenge. He prepared his fan to finish off the enemy. Swinging his weapon, several sharp chakra needles shot out towards the prone Lloyd. The purple needles mercilessly struck their opponent in every part of his body. The demon elder drew blood, his most fearsome weapon no longer working. He stood on his hands with difficulty and bled, trying to understand how this happened. The master raised his bloodied gaze to the team. He didn't find an answer to his question, so he asked them why his poison didn't work on them. And the squad of fighters only laughed at the once powerful villain. Sarah was glad that Allan's elixir was really that strong. The resistance to poisons would help them deal with all the members of the demon sect. Lloyd knew that this poison was even stronger than the previous one, And even if he held his breath, it would be absorbed into the skin, and nothing but his special antidote can dispel it. Then why doesn't he take these warriors? Apparently they have some kind of secret. Hannah said it was time to finish him and prepared to use her sword technique. But Lloyd wasn't going to give up so easily. He wiped away his blood and said that it was far from over. The demon elder immediately jumped and lifted off the ground. Having covered a great distance with lightning speed, he said that the game had just begun. Flying into the sky, he summoned a bloody flame of heavenly formation and covered the entire area below him. The girls who entered the area panicked and tried to understand what was happening. Lloyd scoffed and reminded them that they were trespassing on his territory. He ordered the first one to get rid of them, and at that very second, something began to form from the mud behind their backs. Brian turned in horror to see a man beginning to form from the mud, a powerful, enraged demon who was ready to tear everyone apart. The team realized that this was a 6th-level blood puppet of the Purple Palace. Lloyd continued to taunt the boys, telling them that they definitely wouldn't be going home today. Speaking of the house, Lloyd sent a second one there. He has the 5th level of the Purple Palace, and he will deal with the coward hiding there. Hannah immediately began to worry about Allan, because he was too weak to cope with such an opponent. Meanwhile, Allan was sleeping peacefully and was not at all interested in the outcome of the battle. And a terrible demon with 6 eyes had already entered his house through the window. But to his surprise, he found no one on the bed, and there was not a soul in the house. The cunning Allan was lying in the next room and had no intention of working overtime. He turned to sleep, but then an explosion thundered behind him. It was a trap that Allan had left for the demon. But, to his surprise, the enemy was not torn apart, and there was some silhouette standing behind him. It was a demon who was struggling in agony and screaming because he had received many wounds. Actually, no, the trap was too weak for him. Allan had to get out of bed. He realized that the demon would not be able to return until it caught him. The guy didn't understand whether it was really necessary to involve him in all this. Meanwhile, a fierce battle unfolded in the forest. Hannah concentrated her power and used her sword technique to create a water hurricane. The blood puppet, meanwhile, began to form a clot of energy to repel the attack. He then put up an impenetrable shield, and the blades of water crashed into it without causing damage. But suddenly Sarah appears behind the monster, taking advantage of the situation and the fact that the enemy was distracted. The girl tried to attack him with her staff, but the bloody puppet successfully blocked the blow. Then the monster took hold of Sarah's staff, and with a powerful movement of his hand, he threw the girl away from himself. Brian was angry and summoned one of his techniques, the sealing purple chains. Having come up from behind, the sealing chains seemed to have successfully begun to bind their enemy. But the monster was not so weak. He gathered his energy and began to scream with all his might. The chains that bound him were torn, but Hannah managed to take advantage of the moment and strike the body of the immobilized enemy. The girl was focused and confident that she had succeeded this time. And indeed, the monster's body was cut into 2 parts. No one can survive such wounds. But the bloody puppet didn't care. After the separation, he immediately landed on his torn-off part and grew together. Hannah couldn't believe her eyes when she saw this. Meanwhile, the monster decided to attack his opponents and jumped towards them. Brian was the first to be hit, and he immediately flew back, covered in blood. Then Hannah was also attacked and was also unable to dodge. Sarah, noticing her comrade's loss, immediately shouted their names. Blood was pouring out from under Brian's head. Seeing this, Sarah became angry. No one could touch her brother. The girl jumped from her place with lightning speed and landed behind the bloody monster. Her rage gave her strength, and she was able to hit the monster's back with her staff. However, the monster that received the blow jumped away from her to a safe distance. This time was enough for Hannah to come to her senses. The girl landed next to Sarah and said that this guy was so strong that with his endless regeneration they would simply run out of steam over time. Sarah said with a serious look that she had a secret way to destroy him. Hannah was glad because there was hope, but Sarah needed time to build up her strength. So the purple girl asked Hannah to buy her some time. The best student prepared for battle, saying that she could rely on her. Lloyd mocked them, saying that if they had any tricks up their sleeves, then they should use them now. These puppets were the masterpiece of his collection of bloody techniques, so they would all soon be finished. Suddenly, the master felt something strange. Number 2 didn't move, and the master thought that he must have finished with the coward too quickly. However, it was not that simple. The bloody puppet was bound by Allan's blue bonds. The boy looked at the bloody puppet and said that the elders must not know about this under any circumstances. But he just wanted to sleep peacefully without any unnecessary noise. And if the puppet doesn't do this, then he will give her something in return. After these words, Allan immediately grabbed the puppet by the hair. He walked slowly towards the window, holding the monster by the hair. The guy looked into the distance, where a fierce battle was raging. and saw only a strange red dome. Brother Allan raised the shackled blood puppet like a spear and began to aim. Then he threw the monster with all his might towards the dome and shouted at him to go back and let him sleep. Due to the force of the throw, the monster flew so far into the sky that it could no longer be seen. Allan, meanwhile, turned around and thought that he still had a little time to rest. He wanted to go see if there were any more free rooms here because he needed to sleep a little more. Meanwhile, Hannah continued to buy time and was hit with many blows from the puppet. The girl tried to block the fists with her sword, but their power was great, and Hannah's power was decreasing, so the girl flew away a short distance. She was all wounded, but she didn't really have a choice. The girl did not understand why this bloody puppet was becoming stronger and stronger. Lloyd told the girl that since she was still holding on, it was not for nothing that she was called the best student of the Sword Clan, but all this would soon end. He ordered his first blood puppet to attack the girl. The monster immediately obeyed and pounced on Hannah with great speed. He gathered furious energy around himself and jumped into the air above the girl. Hannah closed her eyes and mentally asked everyone for forgiveness, because for the first time in her life she was afraid. But suddenly, behind Lloyd, a strange red flash appeared in the sky. Lloyd sensed something was wrong and turned around to see a red object rushing towards him at the speed of sound. The bloody monster thrown by Allan crashed into the bloody barrier like a bullet and pierced it right through. Hannah and the demon elder were stunned by this turn of events. When the dust from the fall cleared, they saw the second and first bloody puppets, which were broken and lying in a pile of dirt. Only now did Lloyd realize what had happened, and he became furious. He couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible. And Hannah was glad that if the second puppet was here, then everything was okay with her brother Allan. Apparently, one of the elders came and was able to protect the guy. Lloyd thought the same thing, and he knew that if the elders had come here, it could be a problem for him. Therefore, he must hurry and finish the fight as quickly as possible. The master used the blood puppet's strengthening ability, and the monsters came to life again. One of the puppets recovered and jumped on the defenseless Hannah. The girl tried to get into a defensive stance, but her feet sank into the mud created by the monster. But Sarah came to the girl's aid in time and apologized for the fact that the student had to wait for her for so long. Sarah's eyes were filled with rage. They shimmered with a purple light similar to sparks of true thunder. Lloyd was shocked to see the fourth level of the Purple Palace. This girl can't resist him. However, Sarah used the purple shadow technique and easily blocked the blood puppet's attack. Her power was so great that the explosion from the staff could be seen from a great distance. So far, that the purple glow reached even the sleeping Allan. But the guy was ready for this, and his night mask did not let the light through. Morning came and our main lazybones calmly got out of bed. He went to the window to enjoy the fresh air and the rays of the just-risen sun. It seemed like this is how every good morning should start. But not everything was so wonderful. A huge explosion in the distance was disturbing the landscape, and Allan thought that today was some kind of explosive day. Apparently, Sister Hannah and the others had been fighting all night long. This elder was not such an easy opponent. Allan slowly put his hand in his pocket. He took out his watch to see what time it was. It was time to work. Meanwhile, the girl stood near a large patch of mud. Everything in the area was destroyed. Stones were crushed, and trees were torn out by the roots, charged. Sarah looked at the smoldering body of the bloody puppet. Suddenly, the girl fell to her knees, exhausted. They had been fighting all night and were pretty tired. Hannah, looking at Sarah shaking in pain, told her that her technique was indeed very powerful. Suddenly, Brian appeared behind her, explaining that this was their secret technique. The accumulated power was released in one breath. But the disadvantage of the technology is also obvious. This technology is too energy-intensive. Sarah, who was barely able to stand on her feet, said that this time they had succeeded, and it was all thanks to Hannah. The bloodied girl brushed it off, saying she was just doing her job. Their sweet exchange of pleasantries was interrupted by Lloyd, who shouted that they were three freaks. Exhausted, Sarah realized that the battle was not over yet. The main enemy remained. The enraged master said that the team practically destroyed the number one, which he spent several decades creating. Sarah raised her staff with difficulty, preparing for battle. But her brother said that there was no need to try to fight because the girl's spiritual strength was almost exhausted. Suddenly, Hannah said that she would take on this enemy herself because she had rested a little while Sarah was fighting the monster. The powerful warrior began to accumulate her energy for an attack. Lloyd also began to form bloody hands, shouting that the three of them would be buried here today. Powerful hands of dark matter moved towards the small, fragile girl. Hannah used her sword technique, and a stream of water like a whip erupted from his blade. The powerful, needle-like blade pierced the demon elder's black magic. Moving further, it reached the place where a gap had formed in the dome. Meanwhile, the claws created by Lloyd had almost achieved their goal. But the girl was not the best student for nothing. She instantly cut the bloody magic into small pieces. Lloyd glared at Hannah, noting that she was quite strong. He was curious whether the girl could handle his other technique. However, the dome on which Lloyd stood suddenly began to crack. Then it simply burst, shattering into thousands of tiny pieces. Only now did Lloyd realize that the girl was aiming at the previously made hole. The master didn't expect that Hannah would have enough strength for something like this. But he was not going to give up. After which the master unexpectedly shot himself right in the head. He absorbed the power of the dome and his blood magic completely into his body. Squeezing the blood to the limit, the master summoned a pentagram, which he filled with the remains of his power. Hannah realized that things were bad. It was obvious that the master wanted to use a secret technique, but suddenly her impulse was stopped by drops of blood that hit the girl in the back. The demon elder sealed her acupuncture points to release spiritual energy. But that wasn't all. The purple allies' faces were also subjected to a strange bloody attack. Then the allies opened their eyes and Hannah saw that they had turned black. The master's blood puppet technique was not as easy to dispel as it turned out. The demon elder ordered number 3 and number 4 to capture the student. Lloyd told her that although she was talented, she was like a little child in front of him. But such power should not be wasted, so Hannah will become his new number 1. The master summoned his bloody hand to perform the seal and said that her blood would make a fine offering. The claws rushed towards Hannah, and the girl mentally apologized to the elders for the fact that their best student was defeated by the devil's spawn. The sweet beauty burst into tears, remembering her brother Allan, because she promised him to be careful. The claws almost reached their target, but suddenly someone shouted at him to stop. A man hung behind Lloyd and ordered the master to let the girl go. The demon elder turned around, and the tearful Hannah immediately recognized the hero. Lloyd didn't understand where the guy came from. He began to look around, assuming that this was the same elder who killed number 2. Brother Allan told the master not to look back because the boy came alone. Hannah began to panic and scream for her brother Allan to run as fast as he could because he couldn't defeat him. Lloyd smiled. He knew Allan was no match for him. Since the guy came himself, the master decided to start with him first. A carefree Allan snapped his fingers and said one word: destruction. At that very moment, Lloyd was attacked by purple energy that came out of nowhere. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Behind him, number 3 appeared, using her magical power. It was impossible. The blood puppet formation Lloyd reactivated was several times stronger than usual, no matter how powerful Allan was. He couldn't just dispel it. However, everything was like that. And Brian, having regained his sanity, had already directed his sealing chain technique at the enemy. The guy's sister also did not stand aside and was already waving her staff behind the chained Lloyd. The girl shouted at the old man to come down to the ground, and after these words she slammed him into the dirt with a strong blow. Bloody smoke was coming from the resulting crater where Lloyd landed. Hannah turned to face her lazy brother and looked at him blankly. The girl was shocked by what he just did. How was it possible that the weakest swordmaster could defeat the demon clan elder with just a snap of his fingers? Sarah asked her brother Allan what exactly he had done. The guy replied that it was just a little trick that he had thought out in advance. It all started when he extracted the bloody seed from the bodies of these two. He found that his rhizome had struck the depths of the children's souls. Allan was afraid of damaging them and so only extracted the seed. The sharp blades of the sword cut through the seed around the rhizome like thin branches. This meant that they could still be manipulated at any time, since the root was still sealed in their souls. So Allan left a few threads of the sword in their minds. Once the demon clan elder tries to activate the seed again, the threads will stop his attempt, and at a critical moment, this could turn the tide of battle. The purple warriors immediately bowed their heads and thanked Allan, saying that they admired him. Hannah asked why Allan didn't tell her about it, in case the plan failed. The guy replied that in the end everything worked out for the girl, but she had already started to get upset, feeling useless. Then he encouraged her by saying that if it weren't for her, nothing would have worked out for him. After all, Hannah is the very person who has the power to defeat the elder of the demon clan. The delighted girl asked if the guy was lying. Allan, meanwhile, was thinking that if he had told her everything, then perhaps the girl would not have had enough acting skills to fool this elder. Sarah also supported Hannah, saying that if it weren't for her, they wouldn't have been able to deal with the master so easily. The best student was delighted and agreed with everyone, and Allan nodded his head affirmatively. The girl looked at the guy and thought that despite his low level, his wisdom, strategic thinking, and insight were superbly developed. Allan, meanwhile, recalled that he had decided to quickly get through this work in order to go on vacation early. But suddenly they heard a loud roar and felt powerful chakra. The blood formation was activated again, meaning that the battle was not over yet. The Elder was still alive, and right now bloody energy was gathering around him. Allan was disappointed. He knew the early leaves sounded too good to be true. The battered, scarred Elder was on his knees trying to get up. His bloody offspring began to rise, and something began to emerge from the man's body. Allan watched all this from above and did not understand what he was doing. A spear covered in black runes slowly emerged from the demon Elder's belly. Hannah realized that things were bad, and that she needed to stop the item from appearing, so she used her secret technique. The laughing villain, meanwhile, rose to his feet and grabbed his spear. The girl used the sword-breaking technique, and many lightning bolts rushed towards the master. But he only laughed and said that it was too late. He raised his dark spear, and Hannah's attack was immediately blocked with ease. The Elder smiled ominously and said that his formation was complete. The girl didn't know what to do. This was her last chance to destroy the enemy because she had no more strength left. At that very moment, Brian said that it was time to retreat, because their strength was not enough to fight the master. Hannah agreed to this, and the three tried to escape. However, Allan told the guys to leave first, and he would catch up with them later. Hannah turned around and asked what the guy was waiting for. They needed to leave quickly. But Lloyd didn't want to let them go just like that. He summoned a huge projection that stretched its hands towards the heroes. In a split second, the summoned monster grabbed all 4 heroes in a tight grip. Lloyd shouted that now he would show these pathetic insects the power of real poison. Sarah said that the Magister was able to catch her because her powers were exhausted, and Brian lost all hope after realizing that the Elder was invincible. Hannah looked at the monster and couldn't understand how he instantly jumped from the 5th level of the Purple Palace to the 8th level. Sarah didn't want to die like that, and her brother suggested that he became so strong because he absorbed his puppets. Lloyd told them that number 1 and number 2 were the best in his collection, and he didn't even think that the 3 would be able to defeat them. Sarah said that even though number 1 was stronger than them, they would have definitely dealt with number 2. But now these 3 were won. Lloyd laughed and told the team that he was a victim too. He said that he was forcibly raised to be a bloodthirsty soldier. Then he raised his staff, and it began to summon something. The boys did not understand what the master's words meant. Meanwhile, only one hero was not interested in the fight. He looked at his watch, and Hannah asked him what he was doing. Brian said that in the ancient books it is written that the first demon warriors appeared 10,000 years ago. Countless decent people were beheaded, and most of the lands came to belong to the demon clan, and only when the 5 clans united among themselves to resist them were they able to defeat the demon clan troops and put an end to this disaster. Lloyd laughed again. He said that he had witnessed many things. He had seen blood being spilled, souls being taken by force. All of this helps to shape warriors like him. And today, the team of heroes had the honor of becoming an offering for his bloody formation. But suddenly, his solemn speech was interrupted by a nasty sound. Lloyd didn't understand what the sound was, while Allan looked at his watch. His working day is over, and it looks like he will have to work overtime. Lloyd didn't understand the guy's words and asked again what it meant to work overtime. At that very moment, a huge wave of energy flew towards the invincible demon elder. A powerful stream of chakra immediately knocked the master out of the summoned formation. The weakest student told Lloyd that his time of death had come. Hannah was surprised to see such a powerful technique. She asked Allan if it was his doing, but the guy only answered that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. The girl wanted to object, but the hero said that they should get out of here as quickly as possible and protect the village from attack. In a panic, Hannah asked the guy who defeated puppet number 2. They need to call this elder here quickly because they themselves cannot cope with this enemy. The comrades also supported Hannah, telling Allan that he should not be brave, because thanks to this formation, Lloyd's strength increased to at least the 8th level of the Purple Palace, so even with joint efforts they could not cope. But the hero, smiling, told his friends not to worry, because everything would soon end. Meanwhile, Lloyd, who had fallen to the ground, got up. He didn't understand what had just happened because the guy's level shouldn't be enough to defeat him. The demon elder asked Allan what trick he had used just now to stop him. Allan, mocking his opponent, replied that he didn't need tricks to defeat such a weakling. Meanwhile, Hannah and her purple friends were heading towards the village. Sarah asked the girl why they left him there alone. She couldn't believe that the guy actually knew a way to defeat such a formidable enemy, who at that moment directed his blood chakra at Allan. The blood lightning hit Allan straight. Sarah continued to say that the hero's level was too low and that demon would destroy him with one blow. Hannah told the girl that she didn't know why, but she trusted Allan because, since he left the mountain, all his decisions had been correct. The powerful Lazybones parried the attack with his blade and looked at Lloyd with the gaze of a bloodthirsty killer. The demon panicked. He wanted to know what he was going to do now. Meanwhile, the tired team arrived at the village where everything was peaceful and calm. Hannah summoned an artifact that looked like a pentagonal mirror. It was the castle of the heavenly spirit. The girl gathered her strength and threw it into the sky. The sky spirit castle flew through the air and hung above the village, creating an impenetrable blue shield around it. Seeing the blue dome, Allan was delighted. He told his opponent that now he could calmly attack him. Lloyd laughed evilly, amused by the confidence of a weakling like Allan in his victory. The hero answered him that he wanted to say that if Lloyd still had an ace up his sleeve, then he needed to use it as soon as possible because the demon would not have another chance. The student's excessive pathos infuriated Lloyd, and he pointed his spear into the air, gathering powerful force. A bright scarlet dome with a spear in the center fell on Allan. Lloyd called it a bloody blow with a halberd. The demon elder smiled because it was not so easy to escape from such an attack. But suddenly for the villain, Allan slowly landed in front of him, shining with a blue aura. The guy mocked his opponent and asked if Lloyd had any more attacks. The elder demon was filled with rage and swung his halberd, trying to hit Allan. But he dodged again. Then the villain summoned a huge bloody pillar that looked like a hurricane. The power was like hot magma flying around him. It was one of Lloyd's abilities, the demonic light of the heavens. These red thunderstorms were visible even from the village. Sarah was stunned to see such powerful magic, so that's what the demon warrior's power was capable of. Meanwhile, unhappy Hannah cried and prayed that her brother Allan would survive. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lloyd's laughter died down because Allan spoke to him. The guy asked his opponent what good such a skill was if Lloyd couldn't fully control its power. And at that very second, blue blades rushed towards the demon. The blades, like the claws of an enraged beast, cut through the bloody hurricane summoned by Lloyd. The demon elder trembled. He saw his ability disappear. It seemed like just a bad dream. This should be impossible. Allan must be using some kind of illusion. Meanwhile, the guy appeared out of thin air and asked Lloyd if he knew how he, a mere cultivator, could so easily resist him. In fact, everything is extremely simple. The fact is that Allan specially sealed his kingdom. He never practiced in front of other people, fearing that if they knew his true level, disaster would be unavoidable. Allan easily repelled all the demon's attacks without even looking at him and continued his story, saying that it was not appropriate for a student of his clan to boast about his skills. After all, the higher your skills, the more problems fall on your head. Therefore, in order not to complicate his life, Allan was forced to hide his true abilities. Lloyd realized what a trap he had fallen into. The demon tried to leave, shouting that the guy was just crazy and insane. But Allan pulled the enemy's body towards himself, saying that he did not let him go. Taking his sword out of its sheath, the hero said that Lloyd interrupted his rest time and time again. Moreover, he harmed his comrades, thereby forcing him to start work ahead of time. Lloyd tried to run away again, screaming that the guy shouldn't have been there. Allan's gaze was stern, because starting work ahead of time was an unforgivable sin. After these words, the hero released his sword-slashing technique at the enemy. A powerful stream of chakra, like a raging wave, passed through Lloyd and struck him. The clouds summoned by Lloyd dispersed, and the sun appeared from behind them. The battle was ended with one blow. The technique was so powerful that, in the place where it passed, the earth split and a river was formed. The mighty sluggard hung in the air and watched Lloyd's spear cool down. Sarah, who was watching the battle, asked Hannah if they were really only at the Purple Palace level. After all, the power of this sword was comparable to that of a cultivator who had long since surpassed this level, and it seemed that brother Allan was the elder of their clan. Meanwhile, Hannah was shocked by what she saw. It turns out that brother Allan had long surpassed the levels of all the students of their clan. The girl lowered her gaze. At that moment, she felt helpless in comparison to him. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of breaking glass. The power of Allan's sword was too great, and the dome began to crack, about to shatter into pieces. Hannah ordered her friends to hurry and evacuate the villagers, and she would take care of the rest. Even though Hannah couldn't deal with that demon, she will at least try to save these lives. The girl began to concentrate her energy. It was difficult for her to hold back the dome, when suddenly a man's hand appeared next to her hand. Seeing the familiar garment, Hannah was surprised. Next to her stood brother Allan, who with his power helped the girl restore the protective barrier. A moment later, all the cracks in the barrier healed and not a single resident of the city was hurt. The worried girl turned to the guy and shouted his name. After some time, the residents fell on their knees and thanked their four saviors. The purple fighters waved to the residents while Hannah wanted to talk to Allan. She looked at the guy with pitiful eyes and asked why he hadn't told her earlier that he was so strong. Brother Allan made a stupid face and said that he didn't understand what the girl was talking about. After all, He defeated this demon only thanks to the talisman that the elder of their clan gave him. This answer stunned the guy's entire team. Hannah thought that Allan had released the sword, but the guy turned on his acting skills and said that a weakling like him would never have such strength. And only thanks to the desperate resistance of his team, he managed to activate the power of the talisman that the master gave him. And besides, Allan thinks that it was the guys who wore out the demon, and the sword only finished him off. The guy enthusiastically shouted that he was just lucky, nothing more. Something didn't add up here. Hannah asked how the guy managed to so skillfully dodge the demon's attacks. Allan was caught at this question and did not know what to answer, and the girl only looked at him intently. Then Allan replied that in fact his main specialization is avoiding attacks, so dodging is not that problematic for him. He looked at the beauty and added that she knew that their master was the best in the clan. It was his power that killed the demon. But Hannah didn't calm down. She asked about that protective barrier, because a student of that level couldn't stabilize such a formation. Allan reached into his robe to pull out something and said that he used it. In his hand was a green stone. It was the jade of the hidden spirit. Hidden spirit jade is a stone that can store spiritual power and call upon it at any time, but is not popular due to its high cost and rarity. But Hannah still didn't believe him. The hero's story was quite smooth, but her intuition told her that something was wrong. Suddenly, Allan put his hand on her head and told the girl not to give free rein to her imagination, because if he was really strong, then the master and the elder would have known about it long ago. And Allan also believes that Hannah is the best student in the clan. There is definitely no doubt about that. These words made the cutie embarrassed, and she shouted that Allan had used a sudden attack of compliments on her. Speaking of that demon, Sarah wanted to know what happened to him in the end. Allan replied that his body was full of magical power and that he couldn't even be touched now. So the hero created a formation to suppress it. Sometime later, our heroes were at the burial site of Lloyd, where the suppression of his power was almost complete. The demon clan had become so enraged that they were training soldiers like this. Hannah believed that they should inform the other clans about this as soon as possible so that they could take precautions in advance. Allan agreed with her, but first they needed to finish dealing with the demon, when suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a force bursting out of the halberd. The chakra bubble burst, and the power of the blood spear was absorbed into Allan's formation. Hannah was horrified, and the hero became wary. They realized that something had gone wrong. The blood spear began to summon a strange circle of fire and blood, the demon's power awakening. Allan reacted instantly and tried to strike at the enemy's chakra clot. The other heroes managed to jump back, and suddenly, along with the bloody chakra, the spear in the demon's body disappeared. Sarah realized that their master had apparently taken the demon from here, and Brian believed that now was not the time for chatter. It was logical that the master would not just abandon the creation on which he had spent so much time and effort. But Hannah calmed down the ardent fighters, because they clearly didn't have enough time and energy to pursue them now. Allan, meanwhile, looked at his hand from which his attack had come. He understood that he couldn't let the girl know how strong he really was. However, this formation that the hero left behind should be strong enough to stop Lloyd. Meanwhile, the unknown figure was in a strange place filled with a bloody aura, where he was sitting in the middle of candles emitting green light. He opened his mouth wide and absorbed all the bloody aura that was flying around him. It was the elder that Allan had defeated at the beginning of the story, and he swore that next time he would tear him into 1,000 tiny pieces. Suddenly, his meal was interrupted by another dark figure appearing behind the villain. The elder bowed his head in greeting to his master. The dark, secret figure said that apparently Howard had already finished perfecting his body. Howard smiled and said he couldn't do it without his master's help. Suddenly, the master said that Lloyd was dead. This information shocked the elder. The unknown said that he completed the formation before his death and created a demon embryo. However, when the master tried to take it, another force did not allow him to do so. Now the fruit is in the Yun clan prefecture on their mountain range. The master ordered Howard to return it. He also gave 3 things to his subordinate, saying that these artifacts would help him in battle. Howard had failed him last time. If he did it again, he would have to answer for his misdeeds. The elder knelt down and understood his master's order. At this time, our heroes said goodbye to each other, because the enemy had disappeared without a trace, and the mission was completed. Hannah and Allan looked at the purple teammates who had become their home team for a short time. Sarah and Brian set off on their journey and talked along the way, Brian saying that no one could have expected such a move from the demon clan. The demon's abilities already went far beyond their combat training. But Brian was most concerned not with them, but with the abilities of his brother Allan. Sarah was surprised by such words. She did not understand what was wrong with the hero that her brother was worried about this. Brian told her that it was obvious that the guy had been in control from the start. starting from the moment he gave them pills that made them immune to poisons, and what happened to the bloody formations during the battle. Just when they were about to accept defeat, Brother Allan appeared and took matters into his own hands. If it weren't for him, the bloody formation would have covered them all. And indeed, after hearing the information from her brother, Sarah became thoughtful. However, that was not all. Brian asked if the girl remembered the pill that they took. He checked his body using the inner vision technique and found that it was as if he was being wrapped from the inside by a protective sword technique. Apparently, what they swallowed was not an antidote, but a pill filled with a beam of sword energy. This was the only reason why the poisons could no longer affect them. The sword energy contained in that pill dispelled all the toxins that entered inside. It seemed impossible, but if your sword skill is high enough, then theoretically it is possible. But Sarah doesn't understand one thing. If Allan is so powerful, why is he trying so hard to hide it? Brian thought that the hero was some kind of secret weapon for his clan, so Sarah asked if they should tell their leader about it. The pair of purple warriors looked at each other and mentally imagined the consequences. Brian decided that since Allan did not want to reveal his abilities, then they should also remain silent, because the hero saved them, and therefore they should respect his choice. Still, the Sword Clan has an interesting talent. Apparently the clan meeting next month will be really interesting. Meanwhile, Hannah looked at the strange golden stone and said that it was time to go back. She turned to Allan, saying that the chief had told them not to linger, but the guy didn't seem to be listening to her. He smiled and said that these guys are very smart. Hannah asked who these very smart guys were, and Brother Allan grinned and said that it didn't matter. It was time for them to move on. The hero decided that he should disperse his sword energy. After all, if the head of their clan notices her, it will be a rather unpleasant situation. On her way home, Hannah suddenly turned to her brother Allan. A sweet girl asked me to tell her honestly if the guy had any secret power, to which Allan replied that he had no need to lie. He was just a 6th-level rookie in the Purple Palace, and was still far from being a genius like Hannah. It seemed the girl expected such an answer and only sighed in disappointment. Suddenly, a clot of sharp sword energy flew into Allan's chest. In front of the hero stood Hannah with a serious face and drew her sword. She was serious. Her blow hit the guy right in the chest, tearing his clothes. Suddenly, a strange book appeared behind the torn clothes. The book was no longer held in place, and to Allan's surprise, it fell out of his inside pocket. The guy tried to catch her, but Hannah managed to intercept the book in flight. The girl smiled triumphantly. Apparently this was his diary. Now she would know the whole truth. She opened the book when suddenly on its cover she saw a girl and an inscription that said that she and her sister had a great time. Hannah's face immediately turned as red as possible from embarrassment and what she saw. Allan immediately snatched the book from the hands of the embarrassed girl, saying that he would explain everything. It was a fairly popular book. It was just a novel. Hannah said she didn't think the guy was like that. Allan quickly explained that the picture on the cover was just for attention. In fact, it was a serious adventure story. Hannah grabbed the book sharply to look, and on the next page she saw a passionate flirting girl covered in rose petals. She became embarrassed again and turned away sharply, and Allan shouted that she understood everything wrong. These were illustrations. They were needed to attract attention. It is actually a story about a young man who is part of a clan and his relationship with his female companions. It is an orthodox adventure story. It is very popular among monks and ordinary mortals. Updates are released every 3 months. Allan had to stand in line all night for this limited edition. It is very difficult to buy. Hannah pretended to believe him when she said that she would pay for the clothes she had ruined, but in reality she was thinking about the fact that the guy hadn't dodged her blow. Apparently he really didn't have any hidden strength. The girl said that she thought that her brother should be less interested in such literature. In their clan, such things are called fiction. They are forbidden. She looked sternly at the guy, adding that their leader believed that this was distracting from practice, and that her brother, more than anyone else, should work harder on himself. Allan smiled sweetly and nodded, saying that that was exactly what he would do. The girl turned around abruptly and said that it was time for them to move on, and the hero exhaled, because now all of Hannah's doubts about him should evaporate. But suddenly another sharp blade of energy flew towards him. This time the blade flew straight into the book the boy was holding. Allan clutched the book to his chest protectively and repelled the attack. The force of energy that erupted from his hand dissolved Hannah's chakra and flew towards the nearest mountain. Half of the mountain was immediately destroyed. At that moment, the hero realized how much he had screwed up. Allan asked Hannah if she could pretend she didn't see it, to which the girl replied that despite her level, she couldn't just turn a blind eye to it. The guy hid his treasure in his bosom. This book let him down again. It was time for excuses. Allan admitted that there were things he hadn't told Hannah. The girl suddenly approached the guy and asked if his skills were much better than hers, to which Allan stood at attention and replied that they were only slightly better. A malicious smile appeared on Hannah's face and she said that she would keep the guy's secret, but he had to promise her something. Fearing for his secret and for what the girl would ask, he asked what she wanted. The sweet beauty's eyes were shining with happiness, and she asked her brother Allan to teach her the technique of swordsmanship. But the hero was not delighted. He thought that this mission would help him get along with his sister and get 3 days off. But for some reason now he thought that he had screwed up badly, while Hannah was burning with joy and waiting for the guy's answer. Allan pretended to think about it, answering that in principle he could teach her, but there was one but. The sparkling top student vowed to keep her mouth shut, so the guy wouldn't have to worry. She flew up and said that she couldn't wait to get back, and Allan mentally asked the head why everything had turned out so badly for him. After some time, the sad and eternally lazy Allan and the inspired student returned home. Our heroes entered the main hall to report to the elders. Hannah greeted the chief, elders, and masters. The men turned around and, seeing their favorite student, said that she had done an excellent job. The master thanked the girl for her hard work and asked if she was injured anywhere. Allan lowered his head and quietly, without much enthusiasm, greeted the head, elders, and masters. In response, they only looked at the guy with disdain. The master asked if the guy had caused problems for his sister Hannah on the mission. If she had suffered while defending the hero, then he was dead. The man hoped that Allan had made every effort to absorb as much knowledge as possible from the girl. In his soul, the hero was very indignant, because if it weren't for him, they would no longer have their beloved student. Suddenly, the chief rose from his chair and demanded that the master stop slandering Allan. After all, if he hadn't activated the talisman in time, they wouldn't have defeated the elder of the demon clan. Allan smiled. It was not for nothing that he gave so much tea to his beloved friend. The elders looked at the master who had Allan under his command. It turns out that he is a real hero who saved the whole situation. The man said it was only natural that he gave the protective talisman to his student. The other elders smiled, feeling the master's strength. They praised him for destroying the demon clan elder with just one talisman. However, the master clearly remembered that the talisman he gave to Allan was barely above the first level of the Purple Palace. According to rumors, Lloyd, the elder of the demon clan, was at the 5th level. Is it possible that the master gave Allan the wrong talisman and that is why he defeated the elder? They were all interrupted by the clan leader, who announced that they had gathered there for only one reason, because their world would soon face a crisis. He asked Hannah to tell everyone what happened after she met the elder of the demon clan. This information is extremely valuable for both the clan and the entire alliance. The girl immediately agreed. The meeting ended late in the evening, and a tired Allan was glad about it as he left the building. Starting tomorrow, he will finally be free. He needs to plan his weekend well. However, the guy's joy was interrupted by a sweet female voice calling him by name. Anticipating new knowledge, Hannah reminded the guy that he should teach her, as they agreed. Allan tried to fight off the crazy beauty by saying that he had plans for the coming days, but the girl said that she could not wait any longer because she could learn from such a powerful person as Allan. The guy tried to turn on his acting skills by saying that they were both tired after a tough mission and he needed to rest before he started training her. But Hannah was no slouch either, and making kitten eyes, she began to cry, saying that her brother slept all night and she fought. She was a fragile girl and didn't complain. So why was Allan complaining? But you can't get the guy with that. He said he was tired because he made a big contribution to the victory. Then, crazy Hannah grabbed him by the clothes and threatened that if he didn't help her, she would tell everyone about their relationship. Allan panicked because they were at the main entrance. He asked the girl not to talk nonsense. What other relationship? But the girl screamed that she didn't care, because he himself was avoiding responsibilities. She said that her brother was a swindler. Suddenly, the hero agreed, and the sweet beauty immediately calmed down. Allan said that she could come to him this evening and then he would teach her a lesson. But after this, Hannah had to leave him alone. The girl with eyes sparkling with joy agreed. She must also remember to keep the secret. If anyone sees Hannah going to Allan late at night, all the monks will chop him into mincemeat or hang him on the gallows. But she didn't care anymore. She shouted that she remembered everything and said goodbye to the teacher. A few hours later, our hero arrived at his house. He was sitting reading his novel when suddenly Hannah landed next to him. Allan raised his head and greeted the student with a serious face. She asked why her brother was so serious. The girl was worried that it was because of her. Maybe she caused him a lot of trouble. But the thing was different. Allan said that he had just learned something very important. The sweet girl looked at the mentor and asked what he had learned. A stern Allan replied that the new issue of Sister Sue was coming out the day after tomorrow. He overheard a conversation between two monks who were complaining about the demon clan. Because of them, they would have to travel all the way to Yun City and stand there all night for the new release. So tomorrow Allan has to leave for Yun, so there will only be one lesson. He hid his book and asked Sister Hannah to attack him with all her might. The girl was surprised, because if she tried so hard, the guy's house wouldn't be able to handle it. Brother Allan smiled and replied that the girl need not worry because she would not have the strength to do it. This answer excited the best student, and she prepared to show her power. There was a fire of rage in her eyes. Now she would show everything she was capable of to the new teacher. The girl released the maximum energy from her sword and directed it into the air, calling upon the heavenly heights. All the blue energy gathered into one huge clot of chakra and rushed towards Allan. It seemed that such power could not be contained, but suddenly there was a bang, and the entire clot seemed to burst. Hannah was in shock. All the power she had summoned dissolved before Allan's hand. Then the remains of her chakra simply flew into the sky, dissolving there completely. Meanwhile, Allan looked pathetically at the girl, demonstrating to her what he was really capable of. Hannah was stunned, her eyes wide and her mouth hanging open in shock. Feeling helpless, the girl fell to her knees. She could not believe that she had lost. Allan looked at the lost beauty and said that this world was far from ideal, as was her technology. The hero just found a flaw in her and destroyed it with the help of spiritual power. The girl needs to continue to work on the shortcomings of her techniques. And when she starts doing this, there will be no limit to her skill. If Hannah can manage to overcome this, then the barriers will cease to exist for her. The disappointed girl bared her teeth, as she had joined the clan over 20 years ago. She trained hard every day, and even became the best student of the clan. But she didn't even dare to think about what Allan had told her today. Suddenly, the boy moved his foot sharply across the tiles and asked his sister to look at him. He kicked one of the stones and it flew into the air with ease. In flight, Allan struck the center of the stone with his hand many times. The stone fell into the guy's hand and he told Hannah to look at the marks left by the sword on this stone. This should help her level up. Then he threw the stone into the girl's hands and she deftly caught it. Right in the center of the stone was written one word: sword. Allan also said that the girl should remember that this is his gift to her, and no one else should see it. The beauty agreed. She jumped up and thanked her brother for the advice, and now it was time for the girl to return to training. Allan watched Hannah disappear into the night, surprised that she trained all night. However, the best student was too stubborn, and the hero was worried about her health. After training, the lazy man returned to bed and soon morning came. Running his hand over his collection of novels, Allan decided it was time to move on. Suddenly, he felt a familiar energy and turned to look. In the sky, early in the morning, someone was heading somewhere. It was Master Allan, who, to his surprise, had also left the temple that morning. Meanwhile, the master, who was moving at the speed of light, noticed something strange. He stopped and told the stranger that he had been there for quite some time and was wondering if he was tired of waiting. In front of him stood the master of the demon clan, who was curious as to whether the master's strength was as great as they said. But it seems he came in vain. At that moment, the face of an unknown villain appeared. It was the head of the demon clan, Dustin, and the master immediately recognized him. Uther, Allan's master, asked how the demon leader knew he was there. Dustin replied that perhaps someone told him about it. The master immediately realized that this meant that there was a spy in their clan. He was interested in what the demons were planning. Dustin laughed and replied that their goal was the same as always and it was time for them to stop putting things off. The demon lord knew that ever since the Sword Clan learned of their plan, they had been secretly gathering a coalition, and he guessed that everything was already ready. Uther took out his sword and said that Dustin was a pretty self-confident guy. However, his overconfidence would drag him to the grave. After these words, the master summoned hundreds of energy swords that rushed towards the enemy. Dustin's eyes lit up blood red, and he replied that if that day came, he would accept it with dignity. But that day was not today. He wanted to see if Uther had gathered enough strength to withstand his attack. Meanwhile, in the city of Yun, everything was quiet and calm. Allan was already rushing to the sale of his favorite novel. He got to the city pretty quickly and now he needs to look around to figure out where the meeting will take place. But suddenly he felt a strong pressure. The boy felt the beam of sword energy hidden in his master's jade pendant activate. The master is at the first level of ascension to the truth, and no one can compare to his sword technique, yet he might be in such danger. Was he really facing an opponent so powerful that he could defeat him? Meanwhile, a bloody Uther was held by Dustin, who told him that this attack was too weak for him. But the demon leader was surprised that the sword's energy actually helped hold back his attack. The energy hidden in this cracked jade pendant. Opening his eyes, Uther remembered that this pendant was given to him by his student Allan. In his memoirs, Allan told the master that this pendant was his gratitude for taking care of him. Smiling, the guy said that this was just a small manifestation of concern. Dustin swung a second time and said it was time to die. He wouldn't miss a second time. Meanwhile, Allan revealed the strange seal on his chest and said that these powers should be enough. He began to focus his energy and circles like ripples on water gradually emerged from his head. The circles became bigger and bigger. The almighty lazy man was looking for his goal. Dustin felt something wrong happening behind him and turned around. Allan summoned his sword technique, a space-cutting beam. At that moment, a huge beam of energy appeared above Dustin's head, like a divine pillar of electricity, which was directed straight at him. The blow hit its target. Exhausted after such a powerful attack, Dustin thought that this technique belonged to Master Reynolds. He held a scrap of Uther's clothing in his hand. His opponent had disappeared. Dustin was furious and swore that their next meeting would be his last. After some time, Allan was already there. The guy understood that he had hit the target. However, it didn't help. His opponent's strength was probably much higher than the level of the Purple Palace. But why did someone from the Demon Clan need to kill his master? Luckily, Master Uther managed to escape and Allan was already rushing back. The hero returned to the city where his book was sold. The guy thought that upon returning home, he would need to visit the master. The guy looked down and was surprised that the city was quite crowded today. All these people were standing in line for the ceremony to celebrate the release of the new volume of the Immortals' Crazy Journey. Allan didn't think it would turn out this way, but he had no choice but to stand and wait. Evening came, the line gradually shortened, and suddenly the seller said that there was one last copy left. The residents were indignant, but Allan was happy with his success because now it was his turn. He reached out his hand for the coveted reward. Apparently, luck was on his side today. But suddenly someone's hand also reached out to the book. Next to Allan stood a gorgeous girl with blue eyes and in a pink dress. She looked at the guy seductively and innocently. But the hero was not so simple. He put his hand on the book and did not want to give it up. Then the girl turned on all her charm and sense of smell, asking this handsome man to give her the last copy. But Allan did not give in and rudely refused the girl. Then she offered to pay him twice as much for the book. Her gaze became stern and she said that it was a great deal. No need to refuse a gorgeous lady. Nobody wanted to give in. The hero and the girl shouted to the seller that they needed this book. The sellers didn't know what to do when they saw the angry customers, so they asked them to calm down. There was one last copy left and we needed to come up with something to divide it up. And then the girl had an idea. She said that since Allan doesn't want to give in to her, he should act according to his conscience. The hero asked what the girl meant. Cards with images of hands appeared in her hand, and the girl suggested playing rock, paper, scissors. Allan doubted it, because it was very easy to cheat in this game, to which the girl replied that she had personally created it, and these cards were capable of reproducing a person's thoughts. So there was no way to cheat. They can use this to achieve justice. The guy agreed that it would be really difficult to cheat. It all seemed quite reasonable, and in the end they decided to play. Allan's opponent suggested playing up to 3 wins, and the hero agreed to this condition. He decided to choose scissors in the first round to check everything. The girl gave the countdown. After she counted to 3, they placed the cards on the table. She invited the vendors to turn over the first round of cards. The sellers turned over the cards, and a disappointed Allan saw that he had lost. The girl was happy about her victory, and the guy was trying to figure out whether she had cheated or was just lucky. The second round began. This time, the guy was not going to lose. To prevent her from cheating, Allan decided to turn over the cards himself. Turning it over, he saw that he had scissors and the girl had a stone. Allan's eyes were filled with disappointment. One more loss, and he would lose his treasured book. But the girl won another round. She mocked him by throwing her cards in her hand. Apparently, she was lucky today. Allan stood on his feet with difficulty, realizing his failure, and the sellers said that if he was ill, they could contact someone from his clan to take him away. He tried to find where the girl had cheated, but everything was clean. The guy had wasted so much effort, and his book had gone to another buyer. But nothing can be done about it. The hero decided to return home. His tea leaves are about to ripen. He needs to prepare a new batch for the head of the clan. After walking around the market, Allan still didn't find any new seeds for tea. Now he has nothing to do here. It's time to go home. Flying over the city, Allan suddenly heard the swearing of passers-by, who were shouting that the girl had deceived them. They asked the swindler to return their elixir to them. She in turn said that she was just lucky, to which the guys replied that she couldn't be lucky 20 times in a row. It was the same girl who defeated the hero. She shouted that she was an honest person. But these 2 monks are unlikely. Apparently the heavens are punishing them for all the bad things they have done in their lives. The guys were sure that the girl was a liar, so she decided to run away from the crime scene in time. But the monks were not going to give up, and one of them decided to use his golden energy. In an instant, a golden hand appeared above the girl, and she realized that this energy was of the purple palace level. Suddenly, she saw Allan and started waving at him, getting his attention. The girl asked the guy to help her, and two monks asked the hero who he was. Allan was outraged that the beauty was asking for help, complaining that these two monks wanted to beat her because she had recently taken his book. The monks became wary, but the hero folded his hands in a sign of peace and said that he did not really know the girl, so he would not interfere in their squabble. The girl shouted that Allan was heartless. She asked if he had forgotten their first meeting. It was the hero who remembered her. They played a strange game, and he lost. The monks realized that apparently this girl wasn't the only one who had deceived them. They would have to teach her a lesson. Allan, meanwhile, was thinking only about the fact that if he did not interfere in the affairs of this couple, then he would be able to get his romance back. But the girl was not satisfied with this arrangement. She took the book and shouted that if the guy did not help her right now, she would tear it into small pieces. The monks asked why she was yelling. After something like that, she wouldn't get away with it. The guy called upon his chakra, and in an instant it formed into a golden hand. But suddenly his chakra was dissolved by a pillar of blue energy. Allan stood up to protect the girl, a blue aura shining around him, protecting him. The monk experienced a strange effect. It seemed that his powers were blocked, but the stranger said that he would not help the girl, so why did he stand up for her now? Allan apologized to them. He said that his plans had changed and asked for his understanding. Then the indignant hero turned to the swindler and asked her to give him the book. But the girl was not going to do this. She thanked the naive guy and used one of her abilities. At that very second, the girl dissolved into the air, leaving behind only a blue silhouette of energy. But Allan wasn't going to let her go just like that. He caught the rest of her chakra. The guy smiled menacingly. She wouldn't be able to get away from him so easily. Catching the remnants of chakra, Allan jumped after the criminal. The monks who were watching this felt the eerie energy of the guy. They wanted to know what clan he was from. Suddenly, the second monk remembered that their treasures were still with that lady, and they needed to return them. Meanwhile, the cunning girl appeared outside the city. She was glad that she had not been training for so long in vain. But suddenly, she felt a strong pressure on herself, and someone was next to her. The formidable Allan appeared right in front of the girl and asked how she dared to lie to him. He directed two of his energy strikes at the girl's chest. Suddenly, she felt that she could no longer levitate. Allan had blocked all her powers. The hero managed to catch her. Looking at the criminal, he menacingly asked what clan she was from. Allan said that the girl's lies would not go unpunished. According to the law of powers, her spiritual power must be sealed, and she must be demoted to a commoner who would have to clean pig pens for a whole week. The girl imagined how she would dig in the mud with pigs, and this terrible punishment frightened the exhausted beauty. She kicked her legs and tried to break free. At that moment, two monks whom the girl had robbed flew past the couple. The beauty asked to let her go, but Allan said that he would not let her go until she gave him the book. Then the girl said that he would be alone for the rest of his life if he continued to read such novels. But she had no choice. The swindler took a book out of her pocket and handed it to Allan in exchange for her powers. Allan did just that. He restored the girl's strength and threw her the spirit stone. But he was really curious about how she managed to cheat so cleverly. The girl was indignant and said that she had not cheated or deceived anyone. She just took advantage of a little illusion. The monks who heard this were outraged because this was a scam. Allan asked what illusion the girl had used. She took the card, and at one moment there was a stone on it. Then the girl turned it over, and instead of a stone there were scissors. The monk said that such an illusion does not reveal even half of the real forces. Quite clever. No wonder they lost. With the help of this illusion, you can adjust round after round for your own benefit. Allan remembered that when they were competing, he took the initiative to turn over the girl's cards, which is how she managed to win then, since she can't change his cards during the game. The girl replied that it was a simple cognitive modification, while he thought he had lost. The picture in front of his eyes would change as she needed. Cognitive modification is an advanced method of illusions. It includes the laws of cause and effect, which makes the method work. The stunned monk asked the girl who she was. The beauty struck a pose and introduced herself. Her name is Lisa, and she is from the Palace of Heavenly Illusions. One of the monks asked his comrade what kind of power this heavenly palace possesses. He replied that it is a famous ancient clan that voluntarily isolates itself from others. They do not enter into an alliance, but their power should not be underestimated. The monks bowed their heads and asked Lisa's forgiveness for not recognizing her. To the girl's surprise, they allowed her to keep the thing that she took from them. Moreover, the monk asked her to go with them on a treasure hunt. because her illusions would be very useful if they encountered danger. Hearing the words about treasures, the girl immediately became inspired. She loved everything valuable and shiny. The monk explained that a few days ago, a red beam of light appeared deep in the Yun mountain range, filling the air with energy, and it was likely that some rare treasure could be found there. Allan, hearing these words, became interested, because it could be that same demon. The monk continued the story, saying that this ridge is winding and long, but he knows the approximate route, so they can go there together. If there are many treasures, they will divide them among themselves, and if there is only one, they will use them in turn. Allan wondered, red beam a few days ago, could this really be the thing he was thinking about? However, the guy decided that it was useless to think, because it could be a simple coincidence. Sister Lisa happily agreed to go with the monks in search of treasure. The monk also suggested that brother Allan go with them, because he was a strong fighter, and there might be a rare and powerful treasure hidden there that would interest him. But Allan waved his hand and said that he was not interested in this and did not want to waste his vacation on it. He wanted to take advantage of this time to have a good rest and read a new volume of the story. After these words, the guy left. Lisa got angry and said that he had ruined everything, but she was sure that the hero would return to them. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forest, a bloody aura was gathering around a familiar halberd. Traveling. Howard was delighted with the find. He finally found it. Finally, he found the very devil fruit that his master had spoken of. Lisa and her new companion set out in search of adventure, and their first test on the way was a fierce lion-like creature. The creature, filled with power, jumped towards the brave girl. He swung his paw and hit Lisa, but her upper body immediately disappeared. The beast was confused, the girl used her illusion and jumped into the air, the bait worked. Meanwhile, one of the monks at this moment began to use golden mist. The enraged beast turned around, sensing danger. But it was too late. The monk struck his opponent using one of his abilities. It was called 9 Misty Vortices. The exhausted creature fell dead to the ground. The monk praised Lisa, saying that her power of illusion was simply incredible. Thanks to her, they were able to easily defeat such a formidable opponent. Another comrade also praised the girl, saying that even if they met a top-level beast, they would be able to deal with it in no time. Lisa was a little embarrassed, but she liked the praise directed at her. But it was necessary to move further. Our heroes went deep into the dense forest. Lisa was tired of walking already. She said that it had already been half an hour since they left the mountain range. Are the guys sure that the treasure even exists? The monk calmed the girl down, telling her not to worry because if he was not mistaken, then the goal was not that far away. Meanwhile, Howard began his ritual, commanding the demonic spear to absorb the energy. If everything goes according to the demon's plan, then in a few hours he will be able to get it out. The villain was looking forward to this moment. As soon as he gets the fruit, the master will be pleased. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a magical aura that he felt. Howard turned around. He realized that someone was approaching him right now. Using his magical vision, the demon elder saw 2 Yunshin clan disciples and a girl walking towards him. This wasn't in his plans. If they found the devil fruit and notified their clan, there would be problems. The level of these 3 is not too high, so Howard was confident that he could deal with them with the help of the blood puppets. He took out of his pocket one of the 3 artifacts that looked like a bell that the Lord had given him and rang it. At that very moment, the ringing of the bell began to form a demonic gate. Howard laughed. It would have been better if these travelers had run away from him. An unknown substance appeared, and Howard told her that he would stay here to protect the fetus. And the unknown creature that appeared must lead these 3 uninvited guests to him. The creature, enveloped in a purple aura, understood the order and immediately rushed after its target. While observing the artifact, Howard said that he was not in a position to leave behind 3 corpses. Meanwhile, Allan returned to Yun City because it was already too late, and he doesn't work overtime. The guy was sitting in one of the taverns and drinking aromatic tea while reading a long-awaited book. Before he knew it, he had almost finished reading the book. Finally, the killer whose identity had been hidden all this time was about to be revealed. Allan eagerly turned the page. Here it was, the secret the boy wanted to know. His eyes sparkled, but there was only a drawing of the face of a familiar girl, and an inscription saying that she would not tell him who the killer was. Allan's disappointment knew no bounds. Lisa had ruined the moment by replacing the last page. He started screaming at the top of his lungs. The guy couldn't believe that the book would end at such a moment. His screams caused the earth to shake, and the people in the tavern thought it was an earthquake. Suddenly, they saw a blue beam in the sky, which rushed past them like a star. Enraged, Allan raced towards his goal, vowing to find it even if he had to destroy the entire mountain range. Meanwhile, the team of adventurers went further and further into the forest and began to notice a strange situation around them. Besides, for some reason Lisa felt like someone was watching her right now. The monk who was leading the squad turned around abruptly and shouted that something was wrong here. Something was moving towards them. At that moment, purple lightning struck the guy and blood poured out of his mouth. Lisa and the second monk screamed when they saw this terrible sight. The monk fell to the ground. His brother grabbed his partner and began trying to bring him to consciousness. Lisa noticed something approaching the still living guy and tried to warn him, but he didn't have time to react in time. Now 2 monks were lying on the ground unconscious. Lisa trembled, asking who was there. Stuttering, the girl asked the creature to appear. At that very second, a person fast as dark lightning appeared behind her. Lisa felt a powerful blow to her neck and immediately lost consciousness. Allan felt something strange. An explosion of spiritual power just appeared next to him. But suddenly he disappeared somewhere in the depths of the forest as quickly as he appeared. The guy walked forward, surprisingly, but there were no traces of battle, as if everything had disappeared or someone knew how to cover their tracks. The hero used his sensory ability, and at that moment he felt that there was something in the air. The dark entity was about to attack the guy, approaching him from behind. But Allan, who was standing motionless, suddenly opened his eyes and stopped the attacker. The dark blade, almost touching the hero's neck, stopped. Allan asked the creature who he was and what he was trying to do. The purple aura dissipated, and inside it Allan saw a cute little girl holding a needle with trembling hands. Feeling a terrible aura in front of her, the girl suddenly began to cry. Allan assumed that she couldn't speak and asked about it. The cute creature nodded her head. The hero asked if the 3 guys who fought with her were still alive or not, and the girl nodded her head again. Suddenly the guy became stern and told the creature to take him to them, and then he would not punish her. The creature was about to agree when suddenly they heard the ringing of a bell coming from the depths of the forest. The little girl grabbed her head, feeling a dark pressure on her. Crying, the girl flew towards the bell, which greatly surprised Allan. The hero immediately realized that this was a soul control bell. The master told him that this was a kind of witchcraft that seals the soul of a living person in a bell, placing a curse on him. Apparently, the demon clan was involved here too. Meanwhile, the demonic spear was gathering energy around itself. Howard, who was ringing the bell, looked at the 3 captives from whom the power was being pumped out and told the girl who had flown in that she had had so much time, but she still couldn't grab another person. The demon called the baby useless trash and placed his foot on her tiny body. The girl was crying on the ground, and the demon elder was saying that there was no way she could escape from him. If she tries to escape, Howard will do everything to turn her life into such a nightmare that she herself will beg him for death. Suddenly, an unknown voice from the Oraclot asked where that guy was now, because he came here for him. And besides, why did Howard call him if he said he could handle it himself? But they didn't have to look for the guy for long. He was already right above their heads and said that it would take just a couple of days to restore such damage. They definitely couldn't do it without outside help. The demon elder immediately recognized the bastard who had defeated him last time, which is why he had to humiliate himself before his master and spend a long time healing his wounds. Howard didn't wait long and immediately attacked his sworn enemy, sending a demonic clot of energy in his direction that looked like a skeleton's skull. But Allan, as always, easily repelled the elder's attack by simply dispersing the villainous energy. He smiled, mocking his opponent, and said that he did not understand how Howard was still holding on with such strength. The demon's rage was boiling more and more. Allan was irritating with his imperturbability. He grabbed the bell and ordered Gwyneth to quickly kill the vile insect. But Allan, with a quick movement of his blade, cut off the demon's hand that was holding the bell. The hero approached the little girl. Now he knew her name. Her name was Gwyneth. The guy attacked the ancient artifact with his energy, and it immediately shattered into small pieces. He told the sobbing baby that she no longer had to be the demon's puppet. Now the girl is free and can do whatever she wants, and these words made her eyes fill with even more tears. The girl flew sharply towards Allan, but Howard ordered her to stop. Gwyneth immediately fell to the ground. The demon said that even without the bell, she could not disobey his orders. The villain tried to tell her what would happen to her if she disobeyed, but at that moment he shut up, because he got hit on the head by a little girl. After the blow, a frightened Gwyneth immediately threw herself into Allan's arms. The boy stroked the crying girl's head and told her that she could now go home. And she doesn't have to worry, the hero will figure everything out himself. This is coercion and exploitation of labor. He himself understood all this perfectly well, because he was once in exactly the same situation. Howard wasn't going to give up. He stood up and punched the ground, summoning the blood hell technique. At that very second, a bloody aura began to burst out of his hands, and inside of it, many eyes appeared. A huge hand appeared from the bloody hell and a voice was heard from inside, asking who dared to challenge his master. A huge demon appeared from the dark portal, and Howard ordered it to kill the monk immediately. The monster understood the order. Swinging at the hero, he shouted that this guy was just a small pawn, and his master should not dirty his hands with such trash. Sharp blades of bloody energy rushed towards Allan to kill him, but he pulled his sword out of its sheath. At that moment, a huge pillar of the guy's aura struck the sky and blocked the demon's attack. The creature was surprised by the boy's strength, but it was a pity that because of his seal, the demon could only show 1/5 of his strength. The monster shouted that one day he would return, and there would be a glorious battle between them. But for now, the guy could only remember his name. The monster wanted to say his name, but before he could finish, he burst, due to Allan's multiple cuts. Gwyneth hid behind the guy and was shocked by what she saw, and Allan just sighed in disappointment. Howard was horrified that a mere mortal could defeat such a powerful demon. However, that was not all. Allan was not going to just let the impudent elder go this time. The boy concentrated his powerful strength into his fingers, creating a blade of energy. Howard realized that this was the end for him and began to beg the guy to stop and wait a little. But before he could finish speaking, a powerful stream of mana created by Allan passed through him. Then there was an explosion, and the guy turned around and said that he didn't need to wait. Suddenly, Allan saw his still shackled comrades, among whom was the girl who had stolen his treasured page. He sent a small portion of his chakra into the girl to wake her up. At that very second, Lisa opened her eyes and gradually began to come to her senses. She immediately recognized the guy and panicked, but Allan hastened to calm her down, saying that she had spent too much spiritual power and needed to rest. Then he would help her get to the city. But suddenly, a scarlet light shone behind Allan, which did not bode well. The battle was not over yet, because the bloody halberd began to rise and whirlwinds began to swirl around it. Suddenly, Lloyd appeared among the gathered energy, telling Allan that he was one step away from killing the master. The hero actually forced him to sacrifice his last magical weapon. And now the only thing Lloyd so fiercely desires is Allan's death. The lazy man sighed in disappointment. He was about to have another fight with the madman. He turned around and pointed his hand at the demon, saying that he didn't understand what was happening to him. But if one sword wasn't enough, he would use another. After these words, Allan released a powerful stream of energy, which rushed towards the enemy like a destructive wave. But this time, Lloyd was able to repel the hero's attack by shouting that he was now much more powerful than his opponent. The villain counterattacked, directing his bloody aura at the hero in the form of a demonic mask. The guy realized that it was too dangerous to leave his allies here and threw them away with his power. He then tried to block the enemy's attack with his weapon, which he usually succeeded in doing easily. But this time something went wrong, and Allan even moved back a little from such force. The hero couldn't believe that just now, the monster was on the 7th level of the Purple Palace. But now he was already on the 2nd level of Ascent to the Truth. The guy looked closely and saw a strange scarlet stone on Lloyd's forehead. Now everything became clear. This thing on the forehead is an ancient forgotten treasure, the Amber of the Harvest. Lloyd smiled. He expected nothing less from a disciple of the Swordsman clan. The guy was able to recognize the artifact. According to ancient legends, tens of millions of years ago, someone picked up this stone and by activating it greatly increased his spiritual level and became a powerful ruler. But after only 5 years, all his life force was exhausted, and he died, cursing the treasure. From that very moment, anyone who came into contact with Harvest Amber could not expect any other fate. Allan said that although he does not know how this ancient treasure ended up with Lloyd, everything in this world must obey one law of force. Therefore, this power, like any power, must have its price. The guy threw a mirror at the demon's feet. He suggested that the elder look at himself in the mirror and understand what he had become, and stop harboring false illusions. Lloyd looked in the mirror and saw a decrepit old man there. The demon could not believe his eyes because he was supposed to be at least 800 years old. In a rage, the master broke the mirror and asked why he looked like that. Allan explained that this treasure is a demon that sucks all the life force out of him. Lloyd went crazy. He laughed and said that if he returned what he owed, then his master would definitely give him an elixir that would restore his vitality. If he used this stone wisely, then the whole world would fall at his feet. Allan guessed that the villain had gone crazy and prepared his sword. Apparently, the stone had completely brainwashed him. The enraged demon shouted at the hero to close his mouth and at that moment bit his finger until it bled. He then applied his blood to the stone, completing his ritual. The demon's power increased and scarlet flames flew around him. He became stronger and stronger. Gathering all his new power, he fired a blood tornado at the mighty hero. Allan used a sword strike to stop the furious attack. But suddenly, it didn't work. The demon's power was colossal, and now Allan couldn't block his blows. It was now obvious that Lloyd had not reached the second level of Truth Ascension, but the fifth level, and was on par with the head of the Sword Clan, Reynold. The wounded Allan fell to his knee, trying to catch his breath after such an attack. But he had his own trump card. The guy lowered his robe and a secret seal appeared on his chest. Lloyd wanted to attack the guy, but suddenly a golden whirlwind enveloped the villain, which he had to dodge. It was Gwyneth who came to Allan's aid and tried to somehow detain the villain. The furious demon attacked the little spirit, shouting that it was in vain that she rebelled against him. But our hero managed to stop the bloody beam in time, telling Gwyneth that he told her to leave. Why did she come back? Lloyd didn't stop. Taking advantage of the pause, he tried to attack the guy with his spear. Allan looked at his seal and thought it was too late. The spear hit its target, but suddenly Allan simply melted into thin air like smoke. The old man couldn't believe his eyes as he simply disappeared into thin air. But the answer appeared on its own. The villain looked up and saw Lisa there, who used one of her abilities on Allan. The enraged demon used his hellish fangs, pointing them at the girl. Her illusion wouldn't work a second time. Suddenly, a powerful stream of force hit the sky, dispersing all the bloody energy in the area. The rescued Lisa looked at the powerful column of energy and could not believe her eyes. In the center of the stream was a transformed Allan. Now the real fight would begin. The hero awakened his power. His eyes turned blue, and the seal released some of his energy. In this guise, Allan looked like a demigod, and not like an ordinary lazy loser. But that didn't stop Lloyd. He decided that the guy chose death instead of just running away. With the speed of a cheetah, he attacked Allan, but he blocked the halberd's attack with one movement of his hand. Lloyd couldn't believe his eyes. It was impossible for an ordinary mortal to resist such power. Besides Lloyd, there was also Lisa, who didn't believe what was happening. Was Allan really that strong? The demigod said that a drop of his spiritual power would be enough to deal with the demon. The demon elder began to tremble, but still did not give up. It wasn't fear, it was a tremor of rage. Lloyd shouted that the hero didn't dare insult him and gathered his bloody energy. But Allan didn't care, because the great lazy man was sure that the demon lost when he removed the seal. He took out his sword and in an instant, a huge golden dragon made of divine energy appeared behind the hero. The monster growled as it advanced towards Lloyd. The powerful pressure felt even at a great distance from such a powerful force. The monster was of colossal size, and Lloyd's energy was no match for it. It could not be stopped. In an instant, divine energy passed through the demon elder, dispelling all of his bloody energy. The blow was so powerful that Lloyd dissolved into thin air like ashes from paper thrown onto a fire. The divine power rushed back into Allan's seal, and when it returned completely, he calmly buttoned his robe. All that was left of Lloyd was the harvest amber and the blood spear, and Lisa was surprised that Allan had returned to his previous level. But then her gaze fell on an ancient treasure that was hovering in the air. The girl's gaze turned purple. The stone seemed very beautiful to her. The amber of the harvest beckoned the girl. She came closer and closer, and when she found herself too close, she extended her hand to it. Suddenly, Allan appeared behind her and whispered to her that she shouldn't do this. He summoned a bag into which he put some of his power and began to seal the demonic artifact. Lisa only now realized that the stone had bewitched her, and she felt uneasy about it. Allan explained that this thing is extremely dangerous. You need to be careful with it, otherwise you can lose your life like Lloyd. Then, a cute little spirit of Gwyneth appeared, who was protected by the hero. Lisa recognized the offender. She pointed at Gwyneth and shouted that it was she who attacked them. Because of this, the little girl began to cry guiltily. Allan, who was holding Lisa back, said that the girl's name was Gwyneth and that she didn't want to hurt them. She was just obeying the soul bell. Lisa asked the guy what happened to the bell now, to which he replied that he destroyed it. So now Gwyneth is safe and can leave safely. He asked the girl to be more careful and not to get caught by bad guys again. Watching the spirit and the guy say goodbye, Lisa said that the girl was quite strong and Allan could keep her for himself, to which the guy replied that he was not like these demons. Lisa turned away saying that the bad guy used her as a weapon thanks to the soul bell. The beauty thought about it and decided that she was wrong about the hero. Allan replied that since she was wrong, could Lisa return the page she had torn out to him? And the girl was outraged that this fool was only concerned about a stupid novel. But there was no need to argue with him, so Lisa gave him the last page. The hero was barely embarrassed when he saw that very last page, but deciding to leave it for later, he hid it in his robe, thanking the girl and saying that no one should know about what she saw. Lisa didn't understand why the guy needed this because killing the elder of the demon clan was a great achievement, and he could become famous, to which Allan poked her in the forehead and told the girl not to ask unnecessary questions, but to simply accept it as a fact. The beauty understood that there was one last question left. What to do with this spear? And Allan had an answer. He would simply take it with him and dispose of it. He also asked Lisa to take care of those guys while he went first with this thing, to which the girl got angry and said that she was not a nanny. The guy reached out his hand to the spear to take it, when suddenly a huge hand of incomprehensible strength appeared from space. A voice from space shouted that he would not allow the bloody halberd to be taken away and grabbed the artifact, dragging it along with him. A second later, the monster disappeared, which was quite unusual. Lisa was trembling from such a strong aura. She asked what it was. Allan answered that it was probably another elder. The girl asked if the guy was going to follow him, because that weapon was probably valuable, to which the guy replied that, firstly, the unknown person was too strong and it would not be easy to deal with him. And secondly, he did not care about the disposal of this artifact in a good way. Well, thirdly, Allan is now on legal vacation, so it's time for him to leave, because he needs to return quickly and find out how the novel ended, the hero hoped. The hero said goodbye and hoped that he would meet Lisa again. After these words, the guy quickly ran away, leaving the girl confused. She stuck her tongue out at him as a farewell, saying that she didn't need him to meet with her again, because so many bad things had happened since their first meeting with the beauty. But if you think about it, Allan has incredible strength, a good character, and he has a pretty face. Lisa thought that she shouldn't think about that because this guy left to deal with the consequences of what happened. But at their next meeting, by morning, Lisa woke up the monks, the girl slapped each guy, and they immediately woke up. The monks did not understand what had happened. The head of the demons had disappeared somewhere, and Lisa was sitting in front of them without a single scratch. The girl saw the questioning faces of the guys and decided to tell them everything. After a few minutes of stories, one of the monks was horrified to learn that the treasure was a weapon of the demon clan. It turns out that Lisa and Allan saved them from death. Lisa confirmed the guy's words, adding that they were lucky because the elder died from exhaustion of spiritual energy. The monk asked where Mr. Allan was. He was worried because they didn't even thank him for saving him. Brother, shouldn't the grand meeting be about to begin? Given his strength, Lord Allan will definitely be there as the representative of his clan. Indeed, we will be able to thank him there, the monk answered, which surprised Lisa. The girl became interested in what kind of meeting would take place, when and where it would be. The monk scratched his head and said that it was not surprising that the girl knew nothing about the meeting, since their city was isolated from the rest of the world. Most of the clans from the east are part of the alliance, and every 10 years they send a representative to Tianjiao. During this meeting, the ranking of each clan is determined. This is called the Great Assembly in Tianzhou. In addition, the place in the ranking in the future affects the distribution of resources between clans. Lisa understood everything. She assumed that she could also come there. The monk answered the girl that, given the reputation of her clan, it was quite possible. The cunning girl smiled and thought that if she went there, she would have the opportunity to fight that guy. Her gaze was sly, and the girl decided that it was time for her to return. Meanwhile, Allan was already hurrying home, flying over the mountains. He thought about the past battles. That man, what happened to him? Casting such a spell requires extraordinary skill and great spiritual power. His power is very great. If I don't destroy the seal by at least a third, I'm definitely not his opponent. But most likely this will have to be done, because the clan of demons took up the matter and dared to attack even the master. They probably need that demonic halberd for a reason. Even if I try to get the weapon back, it will definitely lead to a large number of attacks and a big crisis. I count on the help of the elders of my clan, and I myself can contribute to solving this problem. Suddenly, the guy felt a strange aura in the breath of wind. He stopped and asked the entity why it had come, and at that very second, a golden whirlwind formed behind him. To the guy's surprise, Gwyneth appeared from the golden whirlwind and crashed into the hero's chest. Looking at the child's tear-stained eyes, Allan realized that she simply had nowhere to go and she wanted to go with him. The hero said that she could join him, but if she wanted to leave in the future, she didn't have to ask for permission. Upon hearing these words, the spirit of the little girl burst into tears and pressed herself closer to the guy in gratitude. Allan stroked her head calmingly. The hero did not expect that he would be able to get a magical companion for free. After heading home, the guy said that it was great that from the outside Gwyneth's strength looked like wind. It was a great conspiracy. In the future, Allan promised to solve her speech problems. The spirit was slightly surprised by what was said, after which the guy decided that it was time to return to the clan. Flying up to the familiar mountains, the hero told Gwyneth that this place would now become her home. Meanwhile, in one of the palaces of the swordsman clan, Reynold landed next to the girl. In a panic, The head of the clan of swordsmen began to ask what happened to the master. A girl named Selena said that he had many fractures, damaged internal organs. If they had hesitated a little, then no god could have saved him. Master Uther was sleeping in his bed. Selena used the divine pill. His life was saved. Reynolds' rage knew no bounds, and he vowed to make them answer for what they had done to the master. A little later, in the secret place of the Alliance, on the border of the Dark Moon, a meeting was held. The elder of the Purple Spirit clan, Ivar, the fourth level of ascension to truth, asked why Reynolds had called them all together. Reynolds began his speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is no secret that the demon clan has become very active in the last few days. As soon as I crossed the borders of the prefecture, he immediately attacked me. In addition, Dustin, the elder of the demon clan, was busy improving the blood demon warrior formation. I think each of us understands what this means. Although my clan's disciples were unable to return the devil fruit, they did return the blood soul pearl. I instructed one of the masters to personally deliver it to the Alliance. But he was attacked by a person from the demon clan. The master himself was seriously injured. His spirit was also damaged." Ivar was horrified. Were Master Uther's injuries really that severe? Few could match his level. How could he have sustained such injuries? Master Reynolds is right. The matter is indeed serious, said the elder of the Taishu clan named Henry, the 9th level of the Ascent to the Truth. The elder guessed that the demons have their own informant within the Alliance. From today on, I recommend that all elders conduct a thorough check among their disciples. It is necessary to prevent the impending disaster, to get rid of the problem at the root. If the demon clan finds out about our intentions, I'm sure they won't sit idly by." Reynolds was surprised that Master Henry agreed with his assumption. The man immediately stood up and shouted that he, as one of the elders, would willingly obey the master's order and personally carry out the inspection. The Yungshin clan elder, Cody, a 4th level truth ascension, added that just a few hours ago, news came from his clan's disciples. They met an elder of the demon clan on the mountain range. He attacked them by depriving them of spiritual power. Their lives were hanging by a thread, however. The elder was weakened due to the ancient treasure sucking out all his life force. Eventually, a disciple of another clan and a guy named Allan joined forces to kill him. Reynolds was very surprised when he heard the name of his weak and lazy student. The elder didn't understand what the guy was doing there. He was supposed to be on vacation. How did he end up there? Seeing Reynolds' reaction, Henry asked him if he knew that name. Reynolds explained that there was a disciple with that name in his clan, but his level couldn't be that high. He must have just been helping. I'll question him when I get back. Suddenly, a blurry space figure spoke. The man said that due to the increased activity of the demon clan recently, they were forced to take action as soon as possible. It was the elder of the Starry Sky clan, Silas, the 8th level of the Purple Palace. He said that some adjustments would need to be made to their regulations in order to encourage the interest of the disciples and clans. Ivar thought, since the creation of the Alliance, the rules had been revised only 3 times, changing the charter now. Is it appropriate? Energy began to form in Silas's hand, and he said that those gathered here could be sure of it. After all, he will not skimp on motivating the students. When the elders saw what he had created, they were amazed. Silas suggested using this as a reward. In his hand was a golden thing similar to a mysterious key. After some time, Allan returned to the clan's residence and decided to visit his master. He held a box and a small jug in his hand. The guy looked friendly and asked the master how he felt. Uther greeted the student. Thanks to Selena's care, he was much better. He just needed a little time to recover. Allan, meanwhile, opened his box and replied that he was now calm. There were 2 lumps of greenery and a spoon in the box. The hero took the greens and, using a spoon, carefully poured them into a glass, telling the master that he had carefully grown these tea leaves. Then the guy added water from a small jug. This water was straight from the mine. Having brewed the tea, Allan handed it to the master, saying that a cup of this tea would definitely restore the teacher's spiritual strength. Allan came closer to the bed and asked Uther to drink it. He happily accepted the gift. Taking one sip, the man felt a surge of strength, appreciating his student's tea. He then said that Allan should use the time he spends on plants to develop himself, since his level is still too low. Among the students, Allan is perhaps at the lowest level. The teacher's words upset Allan, and he took up his own again. This time, the hero decided to release a little spiritual power. A blue aura surrounded Allan, and the boy informed Uther that he had risen to the 8th level recently. Seeing the power flying around the room, the master was surprised, but then his gaze changed from joyful to indifferent. The angry teacher said that it had been 5 years since Allan's last breakthrough. Look at your sister. She had trained hard to achieve her goal. Allan, in his usual manner, said that he would try his best, and the teacher asked him to stop making fun of him. As your teacher, I know that you don't like to hear about such trivial things. You probably didn't just visit me for no reason. Realizing that the conversation was getting serious, Allan hurried to get out of there as quickly as possible, but the master stopped the guy. The teacher said that he was wounded by one of the people of the demon clan, and he almost died in that battle. But the jade pendant that Allan gave him protected him from the deadly attack. Then there was a sudden flash of light that wounded the attacker and allowed Uther to escape. Allan, tell me the truth. Are you hiding something from me? For example, your true level. Or maybe you sealed your true power so you wouldn't show it to us. Master, are you serious now? How could I hide my level from you and the boss? That's also true. You're not very diligent. I don't think you could pull off something like that. But what about the jade pendant? Where did you get it? Uther asked, and Allan told him that he found it in a treasure chest. I felt that it exuded an unusual aura, so I decided to give such a precious thing to the teacher. Uther smiled. You accidentally picked up a real treasure? This jade pendant probably contains the energy of a sword of incredible power. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be alive anymore. Allan even felt a little embarrassed at these words. It wasn't often that he heard the master praise him, but suddenly Uther called the boy and he turned to face the teacher. At that very second, the master pointed his palm at the guy, trying to attack him. But right in front of the hero's face, he stopped his hand. The frightened Allan asked the teacher what he was doing. In fact, Allan guessed that the teacher was checking him and did not evade. Uther laughed, saying that Allan's reactions weren't sharp enough for an 8th level. Allan confirmed the master's words, saying that he was still far from the master's skill. At that moment, a book appeared from his robe. A gust of wind shook her in her hero's robe, and the book fell right onto the bed. The master noticed the book and seemed to recognize it. Allan blushed and panicked. The teacher must not know what was inside this book. Uther tried to take the book, but Allan quickly snatched it away and said that it was just a small hobby. Suddenly, the master waved his hand, driving the guy away. He allowed him to go. Finally, he advised the hero to practice more and read less nonsense. This behavior surprised Allan. The teacher should have scolded him for it, but he didn't even pay attention. The master interrupted Allan's thoughts by asking when he would leave. The hero replied that he was leaving right now. As soon as the guy left the room, the master lifted the pillow under which lay that very book. Taking the novel, Uther said that he didn't think Allan would like the work he had written. Considering that this is a limited edition book, and also autographed, one can conclude that this is what he spent his vacation on. Having hidden the book, the master decided that it was better for Allan not to know who its writer was. The next day, Reynolds gathered the leading elders of his clan. Standing in front of the 4 men, he announced that the rules of the alliance would be changed. The head of the Fanglin Hall named Mark told the head that they had already discussed this at the last meeting. Would they really do this? Yes, we need to test our students. The following changes were passed by a 7-3 vote. The first change is the introduction of a non-aggression rule, which guarantees the safety of each member of the alliance. The second change is the requirement for a written agreement to participate in the battle. And finally, there is a ban on revenge for someone killed in battle by his brothers and sisters in the clan. The Blue Moon Hall master named Frank said that all the students who would participate in the competition were true geniuses, and their deaths would be a great loss. Reynolds himself understood this. The concerns of the masters were not unfounded, but the attacks of the demon clan became much more frequent. In order to cope with a possible crisis in the future, the younger generation must quickly learn from their experience. The head of the Langston Hall named Kevin said that in fact, if anyone from the demon clan wanted to threaten the lives of the disciples, they would have to engage in direct confrontation. True, however, it is better to face a crisis with a clear mind and decisive action. Everything else should not worry your minds, said the last master of the Luyun Hall named Uther. Reynolds said that Master Uther is right. Moreover, this time we plan to take first place. After all, the reward for first place will be the key to the Emperor's tomb. Having heard about the award, the masters were surprised. This is one of the most valuable relics. The Emperor was the first man who ascended to the truth 5 million years ago, and he left behind many treasures. His tomb was discovered in the sea area and required 5 key fragments to open it. Reynolds said that 4 of them have been found so far, but he couldn't even imagine who would have the last fragment in their hands, and if they could get it, they would be able to open the Emperor's tomb. That is why our clan must win. We must take first place. Reynolds announced that the selection of candidates will begin in a week. After some time, the guys on the street were discussing the announcement. This time, the competition would be different from the previous ones. Not only talismans can be used, but also some forbidden knowledge. Some students considered it too dangerous. It doesn't matter, said one of the disciples. Because all the heads and elders will gather there. I heard that the top 5 will receive worthy rewards, and they will be the ones to represent our clan at the great meeting. Then what are we waiting for? We need to stock up quickly. If we're late, we'll have nothing left. The boys went to the store, and our lazy guy, sleeping under the tree, noticed that they were too nervous. Fortunately, he had prepared long ago. Suddenly, he heard a shrill voice coming from behind him. It was Steve greeting his brother. Allan asked the boy what he wanted and why Steve was here, and not in the shop with the rest of the students. "Why would I need anything when I have the technique you taught me, brother?" Steve answered proudly. Allan laughed and said that one shouldn't be so careless. It often leads to defeat. But Steve believed that he could take first place, according to the rules. The top 3 would be able to challenge special students and, in case of victory, replace one of them. So the common students line up to challenge Allan, defeat the weak lazy guy, and take his place. The sly man wondered if it wouldn't be better to let himself be defeated and transfer back to the regular students. And then my responsibilities would become even less. Steve looked at his idol and admired him. There was not a drop of panic on his face. Everyone who underestimated him would pay for it. Suddenly, Uther's pendant lit up on Allan's belt, which meant that the master was looking for him. Allan told Steve to train hard while he went to visit the master. A few minutes later, the hero was already at his residence. Standing in front of the master, the hero asked why he was looking for him. Uther greeted the student and said that he had one requirement in view of the upcoming competition. The master said that the boy should not hold back his strength. He should at least be among the top 20 disciples of the clan. Allan shouted that it was absolutely impossible. In his head, he had already developed a plan on how he would become an ordinary student thanks to this opportunity. "There are 55 true disciples in our clan," the master said. "I am sure that it will not be difficult for you to enter the top 20. But Allan did not agree with this, because if he was really strong, then his level would not be so low. Uther looked sternly at the boy and asked if he remembered why the master took him as an apprentice. "As your teacher, I still haven't forgotten the sword technique you used in the ring back then. Your strength is in no way inferior to that of a true disciple. You are capable of developing into a true master." Allan cursed that day. "I should have held back then. I didn't think that 10% of the force would cause such a wave of destruction." "Master, it was just an accident then," the guy said. "Now, even if necessary, I won't be able to repeat it. Do you want to refuse your favorite teacher?" "Master." "But I really can't," Allan replied. "No one can stop him from becoming an ordinary student again." Suddenly, the teacher took out a pink book and put it on the table, asking if the boy really couldn't show his strength. Seeing a familiar book in the master's hands, Allan was a little embarrassed. Uther sent the book into the boy's hands. The hero was surprised that the master also reads such things. The pages began to turn in Allan's hands, and he saw a signature on the last page. The author was Uther. At that moment, the hero realized that the author of his favorite book was his master. Meanwhile, Uther took out a stack of sheets of paper from his robe and said that this was the 12th volume, which was not yet on sale. But Allan still couldn't get over the shock. His favorite author had been with him all this time, and also turned out to be his master. But suddenly it dawned on the guy. He realized that if he wanted to get the new volume, he would need to do something for the master. Uther smirked and took the book from Allan's hands. Then the master said that the guy must enter the top 20, otherwise he will kill the main character in the next part. Allan couldn't believe his ears. She was his favorite character. "Master, how can you decide the fate of a character so hastily? Don't you feel sorry for the fans?" But Uther was adamant. He said that the protagonist's older sister would marry another man. This information shocked Allan even more. The elder sister is his second favorite character. The master is too cruel. Allan decided to play a trick and asked his master if he was afraid that his student would tell the elder who the author of the novel was. Uther replied that if that happened, he would make sure that the hero's beloved died right before his eyes. The master wounded our hero without a knife. He could do nothing with the teacher's arguments. But still, if Allan gets into the top 20, then Uther promised to treat his favorite characters well, and he can also show a small sketch, and also give a couple of collector's editions with illustrations. Allan found it hard to resist and had to say that he would try to win. The conversation ended, and Allan returned to his previous place where Steve was waiting for him. Allan's face showed tension. He put his hand on Steve's shoulder and said that the master was looking for him. Seeing that gloomy expression, Steve became scared. After some time, the boy came to the master, who said that Allan was too young to act as a mentor. Uther told the boy to go to the peak of Mount Jin and find their eternal disappearance, Miss Hannah. She went back into self-improvement and missed all the latest news. The guy understood the order and immediately went to the mountain flying on his sword. Arriving at the place, Steve stood in front of the closed gates and began loudly calling the girl. But no one answered the guy. He thought that there was no one. Apparently his sister was really busy. Suddenly the door swung open with a strong flow of blue chakra. The cutting wind literally blew away everything in its path. But Steve could barely stay on his feet. He immediately ran inside to check what had happened, and what he saw surprised him. There was a sign hanging in the sky, shrouded in a blue aura. The guy became interested in what it was. Suddenly, he felt a very strong aura land behind him, and a shudder ran through the guy's body. Hannah, shrouded in a scarlet aura, looked at the guy with a murderous gaze and asked what he was looking at. The boy, paralyzed with fear, slowly turned around and replied that he was not looking at anything. He came to convey news of a great gathering. The girl was invited to take part in a competition within the clan. Hannah's expression immediately changed to that sweet girl, because she recognized the guy. It was Allan's brother's friend named Steve. She put her hand on the guy's shoulder and asked, "You didn't see anything like that just now, did you?" Frightened by the creepy girl, Steve replied that he saw absolutely nothing. Hannah replied that she understood and the guy could go. Steve did not wait long, but immediately tried to get away from this creepy lady as quickly as possible. Hannah felt a little sad because she was so focused on training that she forgot about everything else. Brother Allan is really amazing. In recent days, the girl felt that she had become much stronger. Hannah remembered the puppets she had fought before and which she had found difficult to defeat. If she fought them now, she would cut them into tiny pieces. You need to devote more time to practice. Wait, Brother Allan. I will definitely catch up with you soon. Meanwhile, Allan cursed his master for daring to threaten him. In a normal battle, I would quickly reveal my true strength. But this time the rules are more flexible, so I can dump everything on the props, so that if I win, I won't be saddled with new responsibilities. The hero collected all his accessories in a bag. With these things, he will definitely win a couple of rounds. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a rare red jade. The hero considered it an excellent option. The guy wanted to take the stone, when suddenly a voice was heard from the jade, asking the guy to touch it, and then the stone would give him everything he wanted. Pour your spiritual power into me, and I will give you luck that will reach the heavens. I will give you everything you can think of. But Allan stood motionless. Then the stone began to scream even louder and order the hero to touch it and pour spiritual energy into it. "Touch yourself! Get the hell out of here, or I'll break you!" Allan shouted and threw the stone on the ground. Suddenly, the jade came back and asked why he couldn't seduce the guy. In so many centuries, this was the first time he had encountered something like this. Allan replied that it was because the jade requirements looked like a pop-up spam window. Looking at the interesting creature, the hero began to think. He became interested in who this stone was. The scarlet stone said that he was a venerable lord, a demon of heaven, a great master. What kind of great master is this? I've never heard of him. Scoundrel, I came here with the devil himself. He left. And I remained. All the monks of the world must address me as lord. Allan replied that now everything was clear to him. Apparently the stone was thrown by his master. This phrase angered the demon. "How dare you insult me? Pour some spiritual energy into me and I will show what I am worth." "So that means you have some kind of secret," Allan said with interest, looking at the stone. "Well, boy, do you dare to touch me? Or are you still a coward?" Allan laughed and touched the jade with his finger. The hero said that it was a trifle for him and let his spiritual energy into the ominous stone. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a heavenly jade void. Around the guy there was only space and purple lights that fell down like raindrops. Wandering through the void, Allan suddenly felt something. Turning around, he saw huge purple eyes that mocked the fact that all people are fools. Allan answered the demon that he thought so, that he looked pathetic. He didn't even have his own body. "You impudent fellow, how dare a human trash like you talk to me, the great demon Mo Zun, like that?" "What a strange name you have," Allan replied. The demon explained that Mo is a race and Zun is a position. Mr. Mozun is an honorary title, Allan yawned. This seemed too complicated for him, since your body is purple and you are a demon. Just call yourself a purple demon. The great demon became angry and ordered Allan not to call him that. "Okay, purple demon," the hero smiled back. Mozun told the guy that he wouldn't be acting so arrogantly for long. Did he really think that since he got here he could do whatever he wanted? Allan asked how to leave here then. The demon answered that the first option is to get his permission, but this is not the case for the hero. The second is to bargain with the great demon, wealth, beauty, land, position. What do you need? This proposal interested Allan. The hero's eyes sparkled, and he asked the demon to grant him 100 years of life. The demon replied that, unfortunately, he couldn't do that, and Allan became disappointed and called Mozui trash. "Do you have any other wishes?" the demon asked. Allan thought again. "In principle, I could get a couple of volumes of my favorite novel so that I could be the first to read everything. The demon asked what kind of novel it was, and Allan began to look for it in his robe. He took out a book with a pink cover and said that it was very popular and that his master had written it. "And who should fulfill your wish then?" the demon shouted. The hero got angry and replied that Mozui was worthless. He couldn't cope with two trivial wishes. Since you refuse to call me by my name and do not want to bargain, you will stay here forever. You will die in fear and hunger. Your body will be completely destroyed, and also, before the demon could finish speaking, a huge blue hand squeezed his face. Allan squeezed the entity tighter and tighter. He assumed that if he could touch the demon, he would be able to get out of here. Decided to crush me? Until you master the law of the great Tao, you will not be able to cause me any harm, the demon laughed. But suddenly he felt his body begin to crack from a powerful grip. The demon couldn't believe what was happening, and Allan told him that it was an interesting coincidence. It just so happened that the guy was not so simple. After some time, Allan returned to his former place after escaping from prison. He held the scarlet jade in his hand, thinking that he had done well in harvesting the crop. A little earlier, a wounded and crying little demon offered the boy a magical weapon, and he agreed. The hero put the stone in his robe and thought that with the purple demon's weapon, he could now relax. Well, there are still 2 days before the competition. I need to get a good rest. Meanwhile, somewhere far away in the forest in one of the caves, two voices were heard. A boy in the robes of a swordsman clan looked into a purple mirror, in which an unknown person asked what his chances of winning were. The monk replied that with the secret treasure that the owner had given him, he would be among the top 5. "Excellent," replied the dark figure. "Thanks to you, I will be able to return the blood sphere." "I owe you my life," the boy shouted. "You saved me. For you, I will go through fire and water." The figure replied that the boy had a good heart, and when he received permission to participate in the great gathering, he would take him away from the swordsman clan. The man raised his head and we saw his green eyes. He told the master that he would not let him down and would complete the mission no matter what. The stranger in the mirror laughed evilly, and then the connection was broken. 2 days later, the monks were gathering at the main peak of the swordsman clan. Reynold began his ceremonial speech. "We have gathered the disciples that the Sword Clan has accepted into its ranks over the past few years. This competition is not only a test of your ascension over the past years, but also the selection of the clan's most worthy disciple. Unlike previous years, talismans, elixirs, spiritual formations, and other things can be used during the fight. You will only need to defeat your opponent and get the highest score to move on. But no matter what, you must not injure your opponents without reason. I, along with other clan masters, will watch your fights to prevent students from being injured. Let the contest begin." Reynold concluded his speech with such solemn words and used his power. Hundreds of tiny stars appeared in the air like a whirlwind. From these stars, tablets with inscriptions were formed. Then all these tablets rushed into the hands of each applicant. Reynold explained that this jade tablet in the hands of the students would show the number of their opponents. If the jade tablet lights up in your hands, it means it's time to enter the arena and take part in the duel. The first round featured Langston Hall's Zhang Ting versus Blue Moon Hall's Bai Jiang. Frank asked Master Kevin what he thought of the newcomers, and the man replied that out of all of them, there were 1 or 2 outstanding people. Uther intervened in the conversation, saying that with the spiritual energy that these students have, one fight will take no more time than it takes to have a cup of tea. The battle began in the arena. The masters watching the fight understood what Master Uther meant. It meant that they would know the results of the competition by the end of the day. And so it happened. Closer to the evening, there were almost no contenders left, and the head of the clan announced the beginning of the next fight. In the final round, the inner disciples will be fighting between Steve and Carl from the Blue Moon. Allan, who arrived closer to evening, was surprised that almost all the fights were already over. He was also happy to see his younger brother Steve, because the boy was able to reach the final. The fight began. Carl attacked Steve with a powerful blow of the sword, but the guy managed to block the attack. The opponent was not an easy one. This Carl from the Blue Moon Hall was at the 5th level of the Immortal Palace limit. But Allan's younger brother did not give up and continued to fight. Although his opponent is a stage higher than him, Steve's sword technique is excellent. He can compare with a true disciple and apparently has already managed to learn the subtlety of the sword. Allan taught him only a couple of tricks, but he was able to master everything and improve his skills. He definitely has talent. If he tries hard, then most likely he will be taken as an apprentice by Master Mark. Steve directed his blue aura at the enemy, but he was able to deftly reflect it. Carl suggested to Steve that they stop trying to wear each other down and find out who would win this fight here and now. A little tired, Steve agreed with his opponent. He wanted to suggest this too. Carl took out a piece of paper and suddenly blue energy began to appear from it. The audience recognized this talisman. It allows you to burn your own spiritual energy and spiritual knowledge for a short period of time to experience your own strength to the fullest. The elder brother Carl wanted to use the 4th level talisman. He is not stingy with money. Steve also did not stand aside and swallowed a small pill. It was an explosive energy pill, although this pill was only a 3rd level one. Considering its effect, it was completely equal to the talisman that Carl used. Carl used the Moon Spirit Sword, Moon Bending, and warned Steve to prepare for his attack. The guy also used one of his most powerful attacks, the Wind Spirit Sword, the Silver Dragon. An explosion thundered. Both powerful forces came together in a duel. Everything must be decided with one blow. The smoke from the blow began to clear. One of the contenders was on his knee, which meant we had a winner. When the smoke cleared and the audience saw Steve, the guy realized that he had lost. Carl told the guy that he was better only in spiritual energy and not much. If the younger brother was at the same stage of ascension as he was, then Carl would undoubtedly lose. Hearing the words of support, Steve was glad. He mentally thanked Allan for the lessons because, if it weren't for him, the guy would never have reached that level of mastery in wielding a sword. The referee declared the match over, and the winner was declared to be Carl from the Blue Moon Hall. Reynolds also appreciated the 2 disciples. One has a good spirit, and the other has great talent. Both have the ability to become true disciples. The clan leader asked Selena if he could disturb her, and the girl replied that it was her duty to use her ability. A pink aura enveloped the boys, and they felt a surge of strength. Their wounds healed, and their spiritual energy was restored. The judge announced that Carl had reached the 1st place among all the inner disciples. According to the rules, you have the opportunity to choose a true disciple to fight with. If you can win, you will replace his place among the true disciples. Carl didn't think long and named the student he was choosing. It would be Allan from Luyan Hall. The audience whispered, "Elder brother Allan is a true disciple, but the weakest of them all. His ascension is only at the 6th level of the Immortal Palace limit, so it can safely be said that he is the weakest true disciple in the history of the Sword Clan." Allan landed in the arena. Carl asked his brother for help, and the guy agreed. Suddenly, Steve turned to Carl and asked him to be careful. The man didn't understand what his younger brother meant, but for some reason his words gave him a bad feeling. The judge announced the start of the duel between the 2 monks. Carl turned to Allan and said that he had first heard about him a long time ago. Allan, hearing these words, thought it was praise, and replied that he was very flattered. But Carl did not want to praise him. To be honest, he was terribly disappointed in the behavior of a true student. He, along with other inner disciples, devoted all their strength to ascending to become a true disciple. They exhausted themselves with training every day and did not even think about rest for a minute. Listening to the monk's story, Allan already guessed what he wanted to tell him. Carl started shouting that, unlike them, Allan was a true student who worked from 9 to 5 and never took climbing seriously. Even outside of training, you spent a lot of time just messing around, sleeping, and not even thinking about the way of the sword. Your lazy actions have no place in the Sword Clan. I will destroy you and take your place among the true disciples. Allan summoned dozens of red symbols and replied that he didn't think his 9 to 5 schedule would be the source of anyone's hatred. Carl released his spiritual energy. A blue aura surrounded him, and the monk rushed into battle. Allan chuckled as he saw his brother's attack and suddenly summoned a scarlet dome for everyone. The blue energy of the sword struck Allan's barrier, but to Carl's surprise, the barrier did not allow his spiritual energy to pass through, and there was not a scratch on it. The spectators could not believe their eyes. Allan was completely fine and did not receive a single drop of damage. Kevin was indignant. For Allan, it all seemed like some kind of joke. The disciples of the Sword Clan follow the path of the blade and never retreat. The path of the blade is inevitably sprinkled with blood. Look at this guy. He's hiding behind a talisman. Is this how an ascending disciple should behave? He's a disgrace to the Sword Clan. Does Master Kevin really think that a disciple of the Sword Clan can only walk the path of bloodshed and should not have the slightest sense of self-preservation? If everyone were as impulsive as you, Uther said, the clan would have ceased to exist long ago. Kevin was outraged to hear such a remark. He asked Uther what he meant by that. Enough. This intra-clan competition was created for the upcoming Great Gathering, where there are no rules. Allan has his reasons for acting this way, Reynolds shouted. As long as he is going to win, there is no problem. On the battlefield, Allan also stood under the protection of the Dome and the Inner Disciple. Carl was furious that Allan, although a true disciple, still hid behind a talisman when fighting him, the Inner Disciple. And how are you different from a turtle? The dwarf shouted and rushed to attack the enemy. The boy's sword seemed to start to break through the barrier. But suddenly Allan grabbed it with 2 fingers, stopping it with ease. Carl froze in place. He couldn't understand what had happened. Allan, holding the sword, said that if the monk was so eager to fight him, then he would give him a chance. The audience was slightly happy that they would finally start fighting, because they had already begun to fall asleep. Steve, meanwhile, mentally said goodbye to his brother Carl. He was glad to meet him. Carl grinned. Finally, the older brother began to show his strength. Folding his hands in a gesture of reconciliation, Carl apologized for what he said earlier. He hoped that it did not offend the true disciple too much. Allan replied that he understood that it was said in the heat of the moment, and of course it would not hurt him. Carl ran his fingers along his blade, and dozens of blades created by spiritual energy appeared in the air. The boy asked his older brother to attack. Allan smiled and a new talisman appeared in his hand. Pouring spiritual energy into it, this talisman began to sparkle. The audience was surprised and wondered what kind of talisman this was. They had never seen anything like it before. The scarlet sparks summoned hundreds of fireballs, which were under Allan's control. It was incredible that just one talisman could release so much spiritual energy. Carl did not wait long and attacked the fireballs with his blades. But suddenly his blue spiritual energy dissipated, and the balls still remained on the battlefield. Carl couldn't believe his eyes. There were still more than half of the balls left. It was simply impossible. Allan pointed at his opponent and instantly fireballs rushed towards him. In response to this attack, Carl shouted that he would now show all his power. He folded his fingers into the appropriate sign. His hand was covered in a scarlet aura, and at that very second blood poured from the guy's mouth, which got onto his blade. It was one of the secret techniques. His spiritual energy turned red, and the boy prepared to take the attack. 2 powerful forces collided with each other. But despite the powerful energy summoned, Carl was unable to hold back the onslaught of fire. A loud explosion was heard on the battlefield and a naked man flew out from the epicenter. Carl lay on the ground, his clothes gone, his body burned, and his hair sticking up like popcorn. The girls watching the fight squealed in embarrassment and closed their eyes so as not to look at the naked monk. "I told you it would be like this, but you didn't listen," Steve said after the running Carl. One of the students who took 3rd place was horrified because he also initially wanted to choose Allan's brother as an opponent. The smoke from the fire cleared, and the judge announced that they had a winner, the true disciple Allan. The hero smiled and said that he had apparently overdone it and hoped that he had not caused psychological trauma to anyone present. Allan was able to win without using his power. Everything went exactly according to plan. Next up should be Steve, who also has to choose his opponent. Steve ran closer to the arena and shouted to his older brother that this fight was just amazing. Allan put his hand on the enthusiastic boy's shoulder and told him to keep working. Inspired, Steve accepted his mentor's instructions and entered the arena with his sword ready. He chose his opponent. It was Lin's elder brother. Lin was surprised that he was chosen, since he was ranked 3rd among all the true disciples. The guy walked into the arena and the fighters greeted each other. Suddenly, Allan was called by his teacher and asked to come over for a second. The hero did not keep the elders waiting and immediately headed to the terrace. Landing near the elders, he graciously greeted all the masters. But in response, he heard only silence. It was clear that they were not very friendly. Uther got straight to the point and asked his student where he got the talisman from. "Previously, I inherited this family treasure from my ancestors in the secret realm, and thus learned about this 100 Hell Dragons talisman. The power that this talisman can release is directly related to the spiritual energy of the student. In fact, he obtained it by making a deal with that purple demon and giving him some of his spiritual energy in exchange. When this talisman is activated, its power will be comparable to attacking someone on the 4th level of the Purple Palace. I just need to use these spiritual talismans during the fight, and I will be able to win 2 matches without lifting a finger and get into the top 20. So Allan will not only question his powers but also complete the task of the teacher, to whom he demonstrated his family treasure." Suddenly, the guy was called by his name, Kevin, who was clearly unhappy with him. The hero turned to the master and asked what he wanted to tell him. "As a disciple of the Sword Clan, you know well how to wield a sword, but you chose talismans instead. Isn't this the easiest way to win without fighting?" "What does winning without a fight mean?" Allan asked. "Since the competition between clans does not prohibit the use of talismans, then my tactics are within the rules. Or maybe Master Kevin doesn't agree with the rules that the clan leader has set." Kevin replied that he was just curious as to how far Allan could go with his scams, at which point their conversation was interrupted by the clan leader. "Allan, since you have received the talisman from the Secret Kingdom, we will not torment you with questions anymore," said Reynold. "You can go. We wish you good luck in the upcoming competitions." The hero bowed his head and thanked the chief for his parting words and said that he would leave here immediately. In his thoughts, the guy was glad that the chief had helped him out. Next time, he would give him more bags of tea. A few minutes later, the competition Steve was participating in ended and, unfortunately, the guy lost. Even though the student lost, Allan knew that he had good skills and that he would not be long before being initiated into a true student. The competition of the inner disciples has come to an end, the judge announced, and now the duels among the true disciples will begin. The students from Grid A were announced, and Allan was in Grid B. The guy guessed that his turn would not come even in an hour and a half, so he decided to rest a little by levitating in the air. After a few fights, the referee announced a new fight. It was a duel between Hannah from the Hidden Mirror Hall and the girl from the Blue Moon Hall. The guys who were in the audience were happy that there would finally be a fight between the strongest student, Hannah, who moreover was liked by many not only for her hard work. Allan heard the boys chanting the student's name. Apparently, Hannah really is very popular. But many people also shouted the name of her rival. There are rumors that the younger sister Alice is very beautiful, and many people are discussing her. Apparently, all these guys are so excited because they want to see two beauties fight. The first girl, embraced by purple petals, appeared on the battlefield. It was Alice from the Blue Moon Hall. She was at the 4th level of the Purple Palace and ranked 6th on the Divine Leaderboard. Next came little sister Hannah, the 5th level of the Purple Palace and 1st place on the Divine Honor Board. Hannah's gaze was stern. Allan immediately noticed that the purpose of the elder sister's sword was stronger and her ascension had increased. The masters also noticed this, but Alice is not weak either. Her Blue Moon sword technique includes magical and power techniques, mysterious and frightening. Selena asked the leader what he thought the outcome of the duel would be. Reynolds replied that both contenders were the strongest among their peers, but in Hannah's ascent to a level higher than Alice, I think everything will become known before the incense has burned out. The referee announced the start of the fight. Alice said that a year had passed since her and Hannah's last fight. Last time they exchanged 133 blows, and Alice only missed one. Since then, she has been practicing climbing hard. Her strength is not what it used to be. Alice hoped that today Hannah would find out how much her sword technique had improved. After that, she summoned the shadow step technique. Meanwhile, Hannah gripped her sword tightly, concentrating her power. For only a split second, the girl pulled her sword out of its sheath, which illuminated the battlefield with its bright light. Then the girl turned around and, to the surprise of the spectators, began to leave the arena. Behind the student, in a split second, hundreds of blows from the blue blade appeared, cutting through the phantoms. Alice's blade fell to the ground. Her illusion dissipated, and the girl was forced to admit defeat. She looked at her shaking hands and couldn't believe that she had lost so quickly. Hannah turned around and told the girl that she only won because Alice let her. The audience did not understand what had happened at all. Why the older sister Alice had so quickly admitted defeat. One of the observers asked Zhao's elder brother if he had seen this attack. The red-haired man replied that one blow had immediately destroyed all illusions, and Hannah's younger sister's swordsmanship had improved again. Furthermore, little sister Hannah came into contact with little sister Alice's sword 10 times in such a short time, causing her spiritual energy to go in a different direction and weakening her grip. Bill, who was ranked 3rd on the heavenly leaderboard, said that it was mostly because the sword fell from Sister Alice's hands and she admitted defeat. The top disciple of the Zhao clan, the 2nd place on the heavenly table, said that to be precise, they had clashed around 20 or 30 times. He couldn't count the exact number. Allan knew that, not counting the blow that dispelled the illusion, there were another 23 blows that dispelled the spiritual energy contained in Alice's sword. It's no wonder that she is the best among the true students. I just gave her a couple of tips and she was able to develop them into such a beautiful fighting technique. Amazing. Just look at the faces of the masters and elders. They are simply delighted with what they see. Frank jumped up from his chair and said that it was a beginner sword technique. There can be no mistake. It was definitely her. How old is Hannah? I think she has been climbing since she was 20. With such talent, the girl will become an invincible swordsman in the future. The so-called beginner's path refers to the sword technique, one of the 3,000 different paths. In the entire world, there are only 10,000 cultivators of the 9th level of the Purple Palace. But among all those who can understand the path, analyze it, and ascend to the truth, there are extremely few. Countless cultivators have tried to jump over their heads, going to dangerous places just to have a little understanding of the path, Chief. Even if you search the entire world, it will be difficult to find such a talented disciple. With such a talented student, the clan will become stronger and stronger, Reynolds replied. By the end of this competition, I will personally find Hannah and ask her in detail about her training. The fights between the students continued. And towards evening, Allan became bored. The sun had already begun to set, which meant that his working time was almost over. The judge invited the next fighters into the arena. Student number 23, Shan from Luoyun Hall and Allan from Luoyun Hall. Looking at the brochure for the upcoming fight, one of the students was horrified, remembering that same guy. The first to arrive in the arena was Shan, a massive dark-skinned man who was clearly eager to get started. Shan from Luoyun Hall was ranked 13th on the heavenly table and had a second-level purple palace. I would never have thought that in my very first fight I would come across an older brother from my own gym, and also in 13th place among the students. But nothing could be done. Allan arrived at the arena. The referee announced the start of the fight and a barrier formed around Allan. Shan, seeing the barrier, assumed that the talisman had already been restored. Allan replied that one could say so. Shan said that as soon as he entered the Luoyun Hall, he became more animated and wanted to become number one in the Sword Clan. I had high expectations of my brothers, and I believed that everyone in Luoyun Hall was working hard to ascend and not allowing themselves to rest. But you are a true disciple of the Luoyun Hall, and not only do you not work at all, but your laziness also infects the entire hall. What kind of high expectations for children speech is he giving? Allan thought. Why does it seem like he is even more serious than our teacher? Elder brother Shan, the hero replied. I respect your opinion, but you can't force it on me. Working from 9 to 5 is what I live for, and it's different from laziness. You have to understand that in life, besides climbing and working, there are many important and interesting things. Allan remembered that he had to pay a high price to learn this firsthand, and he hoped that Shan would be able to understand this too someday. Even now you are looking for excuses, Shan shouted. You don't even use a sword in battle, but shift all the work onto trinkets. Today I will break your talisman and make you understand that the Sword Clan lives by the sword and follows its path. The way of swordsmanship is the ultimate goal for every student, including me. After these words, the audience heard a loud impact of ice fragments hitting Allan's barrier. The spectators were shocked to see such a powerful strike, its power comparable to the 5th level of the Purple Palace. It looks like Allan will soon be carried away on a stretcher. He is still only at the limit of the Palace of the Immortals. He is lucky that he lasted so long. The judge was ready to announce the end of the fight because Allan was encased in ice. But suddenly the ice cracked and a sly smile from underneath appeared. As expected of senior brother Shan, the strength of your strike exceeded all my expectations. Steve, along with the other spectators, were surprised to see Allan escape from the trap. Shan was also surprised because he put all his strength into this blow, but it only hit the talisman and did not hurt it at all. Your protective talisman was stronger than I thought, Shan replied, but now it is broken. Will you face me or admit defeat? Allan replied that he wanted to admit defeat, and at that moment various talismans appeared from his sleeve. But unfortunately, he just can't lose this fight, and that's why he uses all these talismans. Shan chuckled. Since he could break one of Allan's talismans, he could break the others as well. The hero said that destroying these talismans would not be as easy as it seemed to the student. After all, the talisman he broke was a weakened version, so the hero advised Shan to surrender. After all, this is the full version of the barrier. At that very second, a huge blue barrier formed around the guy. Seeing such a terrifying power, Shan froze in place. Looking at his older brother with a stern look, Allan asked him to attack. Is this some kind of joke? The audience wondered in bewilderment. Where did this guy get so many talismans? Shan bared his teeth in anger, and the man jumped up and summoned ice fragments. Ice fragments crashed into the barrier, but this time they couldn't do anything. Thousands of talismans reliably protected Allan from any attack. The audience began to whisper. Shan had just used up all his strength. It would be difficult to break the shield made of so many talismans. How powerful would the attack have to be to break through it? Frank, watching the fight, was surprised that the guy used all these talismans so suddenly. Could he really control them using just his spiritual power when he was at the Immortal Palace limit stage? He must have used some kind of medicine or treasure to increase the amount of his spiritual energy, Kevin guessed. Meanwhile, Reynolds was amazed that he would never have thought that Allan would be able to find a way to shirk work right at the interclan competition. Uther analyzed the fight. From the very beginning, Allan used the standard shield talisman and deliberately did not show the full rune, which forced Shan to use all her power to attack. And then he opened the full set of runes when the enemy had already spent a lot of spiritual energy, and there would be no need to worry if he broke through the shield again. Could it be that Allan had thought all this through in advance? This is my student's first time fighting at this level, only because of our agreement. As a teacher, I am pleased with his result. But still, both of these guys were Uther's students. Therefore, the master would not like to see either one student or the other lose. Shan continued to attack the barrier, but each time it recovered after another attack, he fell to his knees without strength. Out of overwhelming anger, he punched the ground. Even though he used all his spiritual energy, he still couldn't destroy this shield. Therefore, the man decided to admit his defeat. There was no point in continuing the fight. The referee declared the end of the fight. Allan won this competition. The hero smiled and bowed before his older brother, saying that he won only because he allowed him to win. Shan didn't answer, but simply turned around and began to leave the arena. Turning around, he said that a third-level Purple Palace cultivator could break Allan's shield with just a little concentration. The same method won't work with other students. The guy won't always be able to pull off this trick. But Shan lost. However, Allan wouldn't advance far if he relied only on the shield. The man hoped that the guy had more tricks in store to raise the Lu Yunhal's rank higher. The hero was surprised by such words and thanked his older brother for his comments. Although senior brother Shan's words were rude, his intentions were good. But I don't care about rank, I just want to live an ordinary life in this world. Allan turned and began to walk down the arena. All around him, he could hear the spectators condemning him, saying that this fight was too shameful. Everyone said that he didn't even draw his blade. He was unworthy of being considered a true disciple. In principle, the hero expected such a reaction. He moved away from the arena and returned to his favorite activity, relaxing by the tree. Hannah, who was watching the fight, could not understand how the older brother Allan came to use talismans. Suddenly, someone called the girl's name and she turned around. It was a true student of the Hidden Mirror Hall named Jennifer, who asked Hannah if she also thought that this fight was a bit shameful. Hannah got angry when she heard this and asked how her younger sister could even say such a thing. The head has long ago announced the rules for this competition. No restrictions, victory is the most important thing. So tell me what's shameful about the fact that brother Allan won this fight thanks to his talent. The poor girl didn't know what to answer. She just wanted to find a topic for conversation. Somehow, Sister Hannah reacted too sharply to her words. Jennifer replied that Allan was a disciple of the Sword Clan, and yet he had not used a single blade technique, which was too much. Who said that a disciple of the Sword Clan must necessarily follow the way of the sword? According to my knowledge, the second elder ascended to the truth through the way of the wind. There is a reason why brother Allan doesn't use his sword. The thing is, he doesn't need a sword to defeat his opponents, Hannah said enthusiastically. The girl stood and flew in the clouds with admiration. Jennifer did not understand what was happening to Hannah. It was strange because, as the first student of the clan, she always worked hard and didn't even look at the lazy students. But as soon as Allan, the laziest disciple of the clan, appeared, she suddenly became his protector. Today, something is definitely wrong with her. Suddenly, the girl's conversation was interrupted by the judge's cry, who shouted at the monk, asking how he could be so cruel. Allan also heard the scream and also felt a strange energy. One of the students was lying on the platform. He was dead, and a sword was stuck into his body. A monk, shrouded in purple lightning, hovered above the man's body. This was a true disciple of the Liu Yunhal named Urui. He was ranked 33rd on the heavenly leaderboard. Allan became alarmed when he saw the death of one of the monks. Although the intra-clan competition is being held without any restrictions this time, it does have some strict rules, one of which is a ban on intentional injury. "Urui, what have you done?" the judge shouted and concentrated his spiritual power. The energy slightly attacked the guy, and he replied that he should ask the elders what he did. After all, once used, his technique cannot be cancelled, which is why he lost control and killed that student. If it weren't for the rules, he wouldn't have used that technique. Mark was surprised that one blow from this guy could release the power of the 5th level of the Purple Palace. Strange that he had never heard of the existence of such a disciple in Master Uther's hall. Uther told about this boy. This child is called Urui. A year ago, he left the hall in search of a secret kingdom. It was only 2 weeks ago that he passed through it and returned to the clan. I didn't think that his ascension level from the 2nd level of the Purple Palace would advance to the 5th. Could it be that he received some powerful treasure in the secret kingdom? Reynold found out what kind of technique the guy used. He used a secret technique from ancient times called explosive spirit mastery. It consists of compressing all the spiritual energy of the body into one point and then releasing it. This technique is very powerful, but it is also very difficult to control because it uses all the strength in the human body. Entering the arena, the clan leader stated that apparently this disciple killed the monk unintentionally. He ordered the rest of the disciples to prepare everything necessary for the burial of the body and also to clear the arena. This monk was not strong enough. He entered into battle and was mercilessly killed by Urui. The way of the sword is inextricably linked with death. I ask all students to be careful. If your strength is not enough to fight, it is better to admit defeat and stay alive. The girls also arrived at the arena, and Jessica remembered that in the previous competition, there were also those who forced themselves to participate even though their spiritual energy was weak, or fought to the death without thinking about the value of their lives. Hannah confirmed her words, but last time the leader and elders could have prevented the duel from ending fatally. The best student had no idea that this time everything would be different and that anything would happen at all. Uri looked with a mad gaze at the spectators who followed him with their eyes as he left the arena, dragging his bloody sword behind him. A villainous smile appeared on the student's face, and it seemed as if a dark aura surrounded him. Allan thought he was imagining things, but he seemed to sense demonic energy coming from this guy. The incident put a lot of pressure on the remaining true disciples in the following matches. Although everyone used their best moves, they still held back. Reynolds announced that half of the 55 true students had been eliminated, 28 had made it to the second round, and the remaining would now receive plaques for the next round of the competition. He created the blue tablets again, and in an instant they were in the hands of the students. Allan understood that if he won this round, he would get into the top 20. Once that happens, my agreement with the teacher will be fulfilled. I will just have to naturally lose in the third round of the competition and leave. The second round of the competition was about to begin, and the first fight was to be between Urui from the Liuyun Hall and Xiao from the Nebula Hall. The spectators were wondering how this fight would end. Some were betting on Xiao, since he was in first place in the Nebula Hall, but some thought that Urui would win, since according to rumors, he is now at the 5th level of the Purple Palace. Xiao, who was at level 5 of the Purple Palace and ranked 5th on the Divine Leaderboard, said that he didn't know about Urui until today. To be more precise, he didn't take anyone seriously except the top 10 disciples of the clan. That's why Xiao allowed the guy to attack first since he was a newbie. All the girls in the audience squealed with delight. They wished their older brother good luck. This guy didn't repeat a single pose before entering the arena, Allan thought. Confidence is all well and good, but if you can't handle it, you'll get punched right in the face. The fight began. Urui laughed when he heard Xiao's words and advised his older brother to be careful. The purple devilish energy rushed towards Xiao. The attack was quite fast. The top student summoned a pink dome, and Uruya's attacks crashed into it. The purple blade pierced the dome, but Yao blocked it with his sword. Suddenly, blood poured out of Xiao's mouth. The audience was scared. His brother was injured. It was impossible for Urui's attack to be so powerful. Xiao fought off his opponent's multiple sword attacks, but he continued to advance. The top student told his opponent that he had underestimated him, while Urui couldn't believe that the guy was still standing. Allan chuckled. This Xiao is smarter than I thought. He used sarcasm and self-confidence as a defense, although in fact he was teasing Uruya and provoking him to strike first because he didn't say that he wouldn't block his attack. He had prepared everything and used the Misty Hall sword technique to release spiritual energy into the sky and create a shield, which had just allowed him to block a large number of strikes. Xi smiled. He told his opponent that this blow was not bad, but he figured out what its essence was. At that very moment, the boy released his spiritual energy and summoned the Misty Hall sword technique. This technique was called the Sea of Stars, and it instantly fell upon the enemy. The spectators watching the spectacle thought that the fight was over. But it wasn't that simple. In a split second, Allan saw that Uruya's eyes took on a demonic appearance. At that moment, he realized that the winner had been determined. As a rain of dark spiritual energy fell onto the arena, Xiao couldn't understand how Urui was able to attack him even after he used his signature move. Opening his eyes, the swordsman saw a huge sword made of spiritual energy flying towards him. He summoned a shield that looked like a pink lotus flower, but Urui knew it was useless anyway. To Xiao's surprise, the purple energy pierced his shield and knocked his sword out of his hands. At this moment, Xiao realized that this guy had actually hidden his true strength. Suddenly, Xie saw a dark matter flying towards him, which he tried to dodge. But realizing that he couldn't resist her, the boy shouted that he surrendered so that Urui could stop the attack. But the whirlwind of dark energy could no longer be stopped, and it crashed into the guy, throwing him back. Xiao was scared because he felt blood running down his head. At that moment, he could have died, but miraculously survived. Uri took his sword, and as he left, he said to Xiao, "Thank you for letting me win, big brother." Silence fell on the battlefield. The spectators watched Uruya, and no one could believe what had happened. "How can Urui be so strong?" Kevin asked. His final strike could be comparable in strength to a 6th-level disciple of the Purple Palace. "But this student is too cruel," Uther replied. "This blow was very fast, and I am afraid even I would not have been able to block it in time. If he had been a little stronger, the whole city would have been ground to dust. But since he was holding back, it meant he had no intention of harm," Frank noted. It seemed like what had happened before had really been an accident. However, Allan thought differently. He understood that this blow could really take the life of their city. But in the end, Urui overcame his desire to kill and restrained his power. Obviously, he did not act recklessly, but pursued another goal. Could it be related to his demonic aura? Allan wondered if he had gotten involved with a clan of demons. But he is still only at the 5th level of the Purple Palace. To the head and elders who have ascended to the truth, he is just a bug. The hero smiled. Even if the end of the world came, he wouldn't worry about it. Let his elders deal with that. After a while, the referee announced the next fight. The number of the sign was called and Allan saw that his time had come. He had to fight against Huang from the Luyun Hall. Upon hearing the name of Allan's opponent, Kevin told Master Uther that it seemed his student had reached his ceiling. As sad as it was to admit, Uther understood that Kevin was right, because Huan was on the 5th level of the Purple Palace, and his student was on the 6th level of the limit of the Palace of Immortals. Allan would never defeat him. Allan asked the guy for guidance, but Huan, who was in 4th place on the leaderboard, replied that someone like Allan, who had only survived this far thanks to a couple of old talismans, deserved his advice. This Huan was able to go far in the previous competitions, but he was unlucky enough to run into Hannah. Many students think that he is as strong as Zhao and Bill, who are in 2nd and 3rd place on the leaderboard. The competition began, and Allan immediately used his blue dome. Huan, seeing this, laughed and said that the guy was no match for him, and if he did not want to get hurt, it was better to immediately admit defeat. But the hero was not going to give up, so Huan immediately rushed into the attack, shouting that he would break through this motionless turtle shell with one blow. The boy's weapon rushed with lightning speed into Allan's dome. At that moment, Uther realized that the fight was over. But suddenly the blue ball began to move and Huan's weapon passed by it. Kevin and Huan were surprised by what they saw. It seemed impossible. But Allan raised his entire impenetrable dome into the air, and thanks to this, he simply dodged Huan's attack by jumping over his weapon. For the talisman array to remain intact, it must be motionless, Hannah said in surprise, because it needs to connect with the power of the earth and sky. The girl pondered over what she had seen, while Jennifer tried to understand where the weak student got such talismans from. She had never even heard of such. The ball of Elder Brother's talismans can move so fast and dexterously. I didn't know that Elder Brother Allan had so many aces up his sleeve. In addition to sword techniques, he also controls talismans well. I can never catch up with him. Huan didn't understand where his opponent had directed the barrier, but he wasn't going to give up that easily. He used his sword technique called Ivory Tooth. Allan saw the enemy attack and took out one of his talismans. Huan's sword rushed towards the hero's dome, engulfed in green flames, but suddenly the dome opened and red opposing energy appeared from there. There was an explosion. The two forces collided with each other, and the spectators, meanwhile, did not see what happened because of the smoke. Huan's green blades cracked and smoke came out of them, obscuring his vision. Using the curtain, the guy threw shurikens filled with energy at his enemy, trying to hit him. But suddenly he felt a blade pierce his hand. Huan became angry that this vile scum dared to use a hidden weapon. Allan chuckled and replied that these were divine withered flowers, one of the sword techniques of the Luyun Hall. An authentic technique in which there was nothing dubious. Uther was ashamed of his student, because this technique never belonged to their hall. You, on the other hand, use the smoke to throw as many of those green aura weapons as possible, Allan said. This sneak attack is a bit much, don't you think? Didn't you say you'd finish me off with one strike? Who knew you wouldn't even use a sword technique? The audience, hearing such words from Allan, were perplexed, because they all knew that the guy was the first to start doing this. Meanwhile, Hannah admired her older brother's strength. It turns out he even understands hidden weapons, which made Jennifer suspicious. Didn't Master Kevin say that the clan's disciples should live by the sword and walk the path of the sword? Frank asked. So why did Huan use this weapon? Kevin replied that this Huan only thought about winning. These foreign objects only gave him a slight advantage. Usually, it is the sword technique that separates the winner from the loser, but in reality, everyone realized that the master had double standards. Damn! This old man keeps yelling at me from afar, trying to hear my voice to find out my location, Allan said. There you go, Huan said, hearing the voice of his opponent. Huan threw his weapon, which went straight for the hero's barrier, and made a hole in it. Old man Kevin was happy with what he saw. He thought that this time the fight was over. But suddenly he saw an unexpected outcome of the battle and was surprised. Huan was bound with golden chains. Was Allan really prepared for such an attack? Huan didn't understand how he managed to grab it so quickly, and Allan meanwhile smiled maliciously. Suddenly the boy felt a blade on his shoulder and turned around, seeing Allan behind him. It's useless to resist, the hero said. This formation can even bind a 5th-level Purple Palace disciple for 30 breaths. Now Juan has 10 breaths left, and if he doesn't give in, Allan might torture him a little. The hero brought his sword to the boy's feet, pointing it at the most valuable sword in Juan's pants. Juan immediately closed his legs and shouted that he surrendered, not wanting to find out what would happen next. The judge declared Allan the winner. The hero smiled triumphantly and scattered his sword and chains. The guy slowly walked towards the exit, while the spectators, watching Allan, were talking to each other. They did not understand how Juan could lose to such a weakling. How did he even end up behind the guy? Although Allan had luck, he was able to defeat the disciple at the Purple Palace stage when he himself was only at the limit of the Immortal Palace. It was an achievement the clan could be proud of, said Zhao, the second-ranked divine genius who was watching the fight. But Bill didn't think so. The guy said that Juan was deceived at the very beginning of the fight. At the beginning of the duel, the younger brother Allan set a trap and allowed Juan to fall into disdain, then hid a formation in a dark weapon and threw it at Juan, while they exchanged hidden weapons under the cover of spiritual smoke that obscured their vision. At first, he used a verbal attack to provoke and agitate his opponent, distracting his attention from how he was hiding the formation in the hidden weapon. Then he began to exchange hidden weapons with Juan and quietly created another formation next to him. He then used his divine power to recite a prayer inside the formation to change his location. He tricked Juan into thinking he was still inside the formation and got another ineffective attack out of him, while he used the smoke to detect Juan's location through his voice. A very unusual strategy, Zhao noted. If the level of ascension of Allan's younger brother was just a little higher, he could become a huge threat to us. Bill smiled. The guy said that his level of ascent was apparently not as easy as it seemed at first glance. Frank clapped and cheered. The weak had defeated the strong, combining the arts of formations and talismans and thinking through every step in advance, predicting the entire duel. Incredible. Big deal. Just a few clever tricks, Kevin replied angrily. If Juan hadn't been so absent-minded, how could he have beaten him? Elder Uther, your hall really does hold many interesting secrets. First Urui, then Allan showed themselves well. But the next fight will also be interesting because Hannah will fight in it, against Lee from Langson Hall, who was ranked 8th on the Heavenly Leaderboard. He was a 4th-level Purple Palace and was considered the top disciple of his hall. The opponents prepared for battle. The guy understood that he was weaker than the girl, but as a disciple of the Sword Clan, he never lost heart. Just use all your strength and fight to the end, Hannah said calmly. At that moment, the guy's eyes lit up and he shouted that he would use all means to destroy Hannah and win. Uther realized that this guy used a divine power releasing pill before the duel. This pill can increase spiritual power by 50%. But even if he wins, what's the point? The pill will destroy his ascension. But Reynolds guessed that right now, Lee wanted to enter the Tao with his sword and step into the 5th level of the Purple Palace. To move to the 5th level of the Purple Palace realm, one must have the appropriate preparation, which includes a clear outline and concept of the ascending Tao. For example, to ascend the sword, one must comprehend the purpose of the sword and, based on this understanding, attain the original Tao of the sword. Many disciples are stuck at the 4th level of the Purple Palace for their entire lives and cannot advance in their ascent. Their number far exceeds the number of those disciples who move from the 9th level of the Purple Palace to the 1st level of ascent to the truth. In order to make contact with the Tao, this guy decided to sacrifice his foundations. Allan was wondering how Hannah would act in this situation. The girl at that moment used her blue sword technique, the technique of spiritual form. She pulled out her sword and a lightning-fast attack rushed towards the guy like a storm. Seeing such colossal power, Lee used 3 talismans with different spiritual powers to try to stop Hannah. Fire, lightning, and ice rushed towards Hannah, but were repelled with one blow. The boy couldn't believe that after he dispersed his power and used the strongest attack, she was able to easily repel it. The girl walked through the air, and with each step she came closer and closer. Lee continued to attack her, but all was in vain. Then the guy increased the number of attacks, but the girl dealt with this too and came closer and closer to him. Lee's face was covered in sweat and he was scared, but Hannah was determined. When the girl seemed to get too close, the guy saw her spiritual form, which was guiding the blade. At that moment, he decided to repeat the girl's movements and her spiritual form appeared in front of him. Hannah struck, but the boy was able to block it with his sword. The masters were stunned when they saw Lee's Tao of the sword. If he could do something like that, then his understanding of the Tao of the sword was only one step behind theirs. Still, Lee managed to move from one ascension level to another during the battle, and now his level is equal to the 5th level of the Purple Palace. Gathering all his strength, the boy raised the sword above his head. Now he has a chance to defeat Hannah. But at that moment, he saw a flash of spiritual energy from the girl in front of him. The guy's sword immediately flew out of his hands and flew off in an unknown direction. A terrified Lee turned towards Hannah and saw her sinister face, which said that the fight was over. The judge declared Hannah the winner, and the spectators were simply delighted with such a fight. "Thank you for your guidance, sister," Lee shouted. Although she could defeat me at any moment, she gradually revealed her sword technique to me, showing me the Tao so that I could make a breakthrough. The boy believed that he now owed Hannah until his death. This sweet beauty deserves to be number one. With such generosity and strength, I can never compare to her. Hannah headed towards the exit. She heard the conversations of the spectators, who said that their clan could not be weak with such a student. It was an incredible sight. Their sister would definitely be the winner. She is much stronger than that disgusting Allan. Sister Hannah's sword technique is truly divine. They continued to mock Allan because he hardly even uses a sword, only uses all sorts of talismans. Apparently, he was just lucky. At that moment, an enraged Hannah turned around and threw her sword at one of the spectators. With her murderous look, she ordered the guy to apologize to his brother Allan. The boy was scared and sweated when he saw the blade of his best student in front of his eyes. Allan became worried. He didn't want the girl to create unnecessary trouble for him. The unfortunate spectator began to stutter and said that they had only briefly commented on Allan's fighting style. Hannah screamed that it was not a comment. It was a direct insult to the student. As disciples of the Sword Clan, although we develop swordsmanship skills, we must first develop our heart. And even if Brother Allan doesn't draw his sword in battle, his strategy as well as his understanding of rules and objects is many times superior to yours. On the other hand, you, with the lack of personal abilities, failed at the first levels, and you also envy the achievements of others, showing your dissatisfaction. What right do you have to criticize others with that attitude? Hannah shouted. So, Big Sister Hannah stands up for Big Brother Allan by reprimanding those two disciples for their inappropriate behavior, as expected of the first disciple of our clan. Wisdom makes you protect the other true disciples. One of the boys admitted that Sister Hannah was telling the truth. Even though Brother Allan did not use the sword to defeat the opponents, his merits were undeniable. Holding a grudge against another student because of someone's pettiness is really low. Sister Hannah stands up for the younger one she barely knows. Her generosity knows no bounds. The voices of the condemning crowd grew louder, and the guy couldn't take it anymore and asked Allan for forgiveness. "We spoke thoughtlessly and belittled you," the guy repented. "It was not on purpose, please don't take it to heart." Allan timidly replied that everything was fine. He didn't care what other people said. Meanwhile, in his head, he didn't understand what Hannah was doing. Uther was pleasantly surprised that the girl, even though she was stronger, still remained modest and calm. By guiding Lee with her own sword style, she increased his ascension and protected the student who was being humiliated. Such a heart only true immortal swordsmen have. The girl began to rise through the air and said that from now on, if anyone dared to tarnish someone else's honor again, she would be rude to them. As disciples of the clan, we must cultivate our souls, constantly learn swordsmanship, and comprehend the way of the sword. Instead of criticizing others, train harder. Having finished her pompous speech, the girl rushed towards the hero. "Brother Allan, I hope you don't mind if I stay here," the girl asked. The guy replied that if his sister wanted it that way, then he had no objections. The boys were ashamed of the way they spoke about their brother. Hannah even stayed by his side to protect him. Allan asked Hannah telepathically why she had done all this. The girl replied that after this, no one would dare to say nasty things behind his back. Then she turned to the guy and asked admiringly, "How did you like my fight? Did I do well?" But the hero still thought about these unnecessary things. Most of all, he hates attracting unnecessary attention. Cutie clenched her fist. Brother Allan's skill was beyond compare, she thought. The strength and ascension I now possess was all due to his stone tablet. Even though you are not interested in fame and fortune, and you don't care about your reputation, but you have been good to me, so I can't allow others to say bad things to you. Then why are you standing in front of me? "Go back to your place," Allan replied. At the same time, the guy thought that he shouldn't have given her advice at all. The girl smiled and said that in fact she doubted something and wanted to ask him. But the guy threatened that he was not her master. "If you don't want to teach me, I can't guarantee that I won't do anything. Besides, what others think will have nothing to do with me." Allan answered her that she was too cruel. If Hannah had questions, then let her ask and return to her place. Jennifer watched the couple. Again, Hannah was acting strangely around Allan, and also defended him in front of all the other students. And then it dawned on the young girl that apparently Hannah and Allan were in a secret relationship and loved each other. As one of the top students, Sister Hannah fell in love with the loser Allan, and to avoid rumors, she can only see him in person using a similar method. "Wow, they even have such a relationship?" said Alice, passing by. She came closer to Jennifer and quietly whispered in her ear that, "If you look closely, it really is a little strange. They communicate in secret," and Hannah smiles sweetly at the guy. "It can't be. This is incredible news." Jennifer realized that she had said too much and asked Alice to keep it all a secret because if Hannah and Allan found out, the clan would punish her. "Of course I won't tell anyone," said Alice. "You can trust me. I'm always very careful." "Okay, I have to go about my business. And you watch what happens next." Alice waved her hand to Jennifer and flew away in an unknown direction. A few minutes later, she approached two girls in the audience and said that something serious had happened. "This is about Sister Hannah. I heard it from another sister, but it's a big secret. Don't tell anyone." Meanwhile, Allan watched Hannah meditate and knew she was crazy. As soon as she finished her business, she started practicing. Such people who can meditate anytime and anywhere really deserve respect. The judge announced that the second stage of the fights was over, but the spectators did not want to leave. They thought that the competition would end today. Considering how much spiritual energy everyone had spent, the judge replied, "The clan leader and elders decided to stop the competition for today. The students should rest. The third round would take place in the morning at dawn." Allan looked at his watch. He was glad that he wouldn't have to stand here anymore. The judge asked all the students to leave the competition in order. They will continue tomorrow morning. Everyone went about their business, and a few hours later, a secret meeting took place in the house of the clan leader. Reynold asked the stranger what he had learned. The man replied that based on the clan leader's preparations, he had learned the current state of the students. Among all the students, 5 were acting strangely, and the most suspicious of them were the 3 from Luyun Hall. Urui, the student who committed the murder, Bill, the student ranked 3rd on the leaderboard, and Allan, the weakest student who made it to the 3rd stage. Uther was also at the meeting, and it seemed he understood what the second elder meant. The man wanted to say that the traitor was in the Luyun Hall, which was under Uther's command. The elders of the Sword Clan gathered to find the traitorous students hiding in the Sword Clan when Uther was attacked. Even then, it could be safely said that there were rats in the clan. The clan competition was held so suddenly, including in order to weed out 5 students who could take part in the great competition. Reynold told Uther that the head of the ancient hall asks not to worry. It's just that most likely the traitor is hiding in Luyun. In the end, I only asked you to accompany the Pearl of the Bloody Soul. I didn't tell others about it. When you left, you acted very secretly. But despite all this, the demon clan found out about everything. Don't you think that's strange, Uther? So Reynold asked the second elder to continue his report. The elder said that these 3 disciples had literally grown in strength in just 1 year. The first was Bill from Luyun Hall. 2 years ago, his cultivation base was only at the 2nd level, which was not particularly powerful. But a year ago, during a competition, it was discovered that his skills had increased significantly. He defeated all his opponents and took 3rd place in the great tournament. According to him, he received some kind of message, which spoke about how to quickly increase the level of his strength. The second disciple, Urui, also did not stand out in his cultivation level. A year ago, he took 33rd place. But at the end of this competition, his level immediately soared to 5th. Simply unthinkable. In addition, the swordsmanship he learned is quite powerful, one might even say deadly. And according to him, he wandered into a secret kingdom where he learned his current abilities. And finally, Allan. He seems the least suspicious, but I'm sure he hides quite a few secrets. As far as I remember, since he was promoted to a true disciple last year, he has stopped standing out and being cultivated. Moreover, he does not undertake tasks that take more than 2 days to complete. But how did he manage to master such amazing knowledge about talismans in such a short period of time? In addition, I recently found out that the connection between Qing Yun and the demons was broken by him. He destroyed the followers of the demon clan and returned the pearl. According to other students, the elder of the demon clan, Howard, was also there at that moment. But after Allan met him, he disappeared for no reason. Then he and Hannah went on a mission, and in the village they happened to run into Lloyd, an elder of the demon clan, who was engaged in the formation of a demon embryo. During the attack, he had a secret treasure in his hands, which in the end they failed to save, and then they met Howard, who had previously gone on the run. I think he got a lot of attention in this competition too. He used talisman strategies that I had never seen before, and he defeated 2 strong opponents in a row. I think he is not as lazy as he wants to show. On the contrary, he hides his true powers. To sum it up, I think Allan is the most suspicious of all. Reynold and Uther said in one voice that this could not be, and the guy could not be a traitor. Then the heads fell silent, a little embarrassed, and the elder wondered where the two of them had such mutual understanding. The silence was broken by Frank, who said that it seemed true. Maybe Allan had fallen under the control of demons. Uther approached the master and asked what his assumption meant. Frank explained that perhaps Allan was kidnapped by a clan of demons at some point, and then all these events began. "I don't think that's true," Uther replied. "I think he just hid his true strength for a long time so as not to stand out. Allan was always like that. And if the demon clan captured him, why didn't they take the pearl from us? Why did the elder of the demon clan start committing murders in the neighboring village? There is absolutely no room for logic in your speculations." "Well then, why don't we just arrest all the suspects and deal with them individually?" Kevin shouted. "Enough. There's no need to jump to conclusions," Reynolds said, stopping the master's conversation. "We need to find out why the demon clan planted spies among us. I think this is a top priority. Besides, I have a strange feeling that the demon clan wants to disrupt the competition." The second elder asked the clan leader what his words meant. "Someone will be secretly controlling everything," Reynolds replied. "Since the demon clan has thrown us a mole, we will use him as bait. No matter which of these three turns out to be the enemy, tomorrow they will find out what the demon clan is really up to." Meanwhile, at Allan's residence, an annoying spirit prevented him from sleeping. He didn't understand what Gwyneth wanted. The guy assumed that the sweet spirit wanted him to take her with him to tomorrow's competition. The sweet child immediately nodded her head quickly and looked at the guy with an admiring gaze. "I understand that you have been really bored lately, but I can't take you with me." "I'm very sorry." He patted Gwyneth on the head and said that tomorrow he would give up during the competition and then they would go out to eat together. But this option did not suit the little girl, and she puffed out her cheeks disapprovingly. Suddenly, Gwyneth sensed something and turned towards the forest. The little spirit immediately grabbed Allan by the finger and dragged him to that place. "Where are you taking me?" Allan asked. Because he was going to sleep, not to travel. After some time, our heroes came to a quiet forest. This forest was behind the mountain of their Luyun Hall, but why did the spirit bring him here? The girl began to point at the ground and Allan, seeing her signs, assumed that there was something underground. The sweet spirit nodded approvingly. Gwyneth immediately directed her wind energy into the pile of leaves. Leaves flew in all directions and then Allan saw something terrible. In front of him stood a red formation flag that exuded an eerie energy. The rank of this flag is quite high. Apparently it is used to protect spiritual knowledge and form a certain space. The hero could break the ban, but this would cause unnecessary panic. Besides, he didn't really care about what was happening, so the hero didn't care about this flag. However, judging by the arrangement of the flags, nothing good can be expected from this formation. If his clan faces a crisis, then he won't be able to lead a quiet 9-to-5 life. Allan turned to Gwyneth and asked her how she discovered this formation flag. The sweet spirit immediately began waving in all directions and trying to explain his discovery. Allan suggested that when she went out at night to absorb the essence of the sky and earth, she came across a man bearing a flag. It was amazing how accurately he could understand her sign language. The hero asked the spirit if she could remember it. Gwyneth placed her hands on her head and began to concentrate purple energy. A few seconds later, Uruya's face appeared before Allan. Allan immediately recognized this guy, one of the students in his gym. He summoned his sword. Getting rid of this flag would not be easy, and he also needed to make sure it was not discovered. Allan could not find out the location of all the flags, so he decided to remove at least one of them. The blade energy he created could follow a specific target and then destroy it. The flag was covered with a dome of blue energy. Apparently the villain's plot had come to an end, Allan thought. At that moment, the cute spirit immediately flew into the air and quickly began to wave its legs. Allan realized that Gwyneth thought she had now earned his recognition and wanted to go out and fight with him. He took the girl by the cheek and replied that he had already said that no one should know about her existence in the clan. But this answer did not satisfy Gwyneth, and she frowned again. Then the girl grabbed Allan by the sleeve and orange talismans appeared from it. She grabbed one of them and showed it to Allan, hinting at a solution to the problem. "I see, you're saying that we can use the talisman and then she'll be able to enter the arena." But suddenly he realized that since the clan competition was not limited by any rules, it would be possible to resort to the help of spirit spells, formations, and talisman strategy. Therefore, there should be no problems if the spiritual beast helps him. The delighted Gwyneth immediately joyfully circled around the hero. But Allan plans to lose tomorrow, so even if they go together, she won't be able to have fun. Gwyneth was shocked that even though she had achieved her goal, she would still not have any fun at the competition. It was the morning of the next day, and the competition was about to begin. The judge asked the 12 participants on the list to come forward, and the students immediately landed. The audience cheered for their favorites, and they especially cheered for the true #1 student. Hannah. The judge counted the students, but he did not notice one of them. Allan was not in front of him. The spectators began to whisper, was he really going to run away? How dare he miss such an important competition? Kevin was furious. How dare Allan treat such an important competition like some kind of child's play? Uther replied that it was actually his habits that were to blame. He would never abandon a task he had already taken on. Every time the teacher reprimanded him, he would only answer that work should start between 9 and 5 and everything else later. So, unfortunately, now is not the best time. That's why he didn't come. Maybe our clan will have to wait for him to come to continue the competition, Kevin shouted. Frank also supported the master, saying that with all due respect, one cannot be so indifferent to such events. The second elder asked the masters not to forget about yesterday's conversation. If Allan reveals his true identity in this way, then yesterday was not in vain. However, Reynolds said that Allan could not be removed under any circumstances, so the elders would have to wait and Uther should go and look for his student. The judge was shocked by what was happening. Why was the head asking so many students to wait for one? A few minutes later, he came out to the audience and said that Allan had not yet arrived and they would have to calm down and wait patiently. The audience immediately rebelled. No one wanted to stand and wait for one student. They demanded Allan's disqualification. But then Hannah stood up for the guy and shouted for everyone to shut up. All cultivators should know that patience is the best quality when climbing. Maybe he's just busy with a training session that can't be interrupted, Hannah said in an angry voice. Brother Allan has a path that we should accept. The girl really hoped that all the students would agree to show a little patience. Dear brothers and sisters, how about we wait for Brother Allan to come? Bill supported Hannah in the end. Before the start, they still had time. Jay replied that his goal was to defeat Hannah, and since she asked him to wait, he would support her. The other students also agreed that nothing would change if they waited a little. Hearing the words of encouragement, Hannah smiled sweetly and thanked her brothers and sisters. But one voice still spoke out against Hannah's plan. How can a person behave like this at such an important competition? The unknown man shouted. Hearing the guy's words, Hannah turned around. Her gaze was terrible and radiated grave horror. Ben, who was in 12th place in the table, did not understand why they had to waste their precious time waiting. Hannah still hoped that the guy would give him a chance, but Ben believed that even if Allan came, he should be disqualified. Ben shouted even louder that all the students should not wait for one idiot. At that very second, a gust of wind hit the guy and pushed him away. Having cooled down a bit, Ben looked into Hannah's eyes and was horrified. The evil girl asked him again if he would agree to wait a little. There was a terrifying aura emanating from her. I didn't want to cross her path. Ben took his words back and replied that there was actually nothing wrong with waiting. In that case, the judge announced that they would all wait a little while for Allan. Many were still outraged that a crowd of people was waiting for one person. An hour later, an important student whom everyone was waiting for appeared in the arena. One of the students urged Allan on, saying that he needed to move faster because everyone was already waiting for him. Our lazy guy, meanwhile, yawned and said that he was already on his way. Arriving at the arena, Allan saw the disapproving faces of the other students. He smiled and asked them to forgive him for being late. He was really sorry that they had to wait for him. The thing is, I'm used to working from 9 to 5, and the competition fell early in the morning, so I forgot to set the alarm. Allan didn't expect that they would all stand and wait. The leader didn't remove him from participation, forcing everyone to wait for an hour. The guy was very ashamed. But suddenly he noticed several girls looking in his direction and discussing something. They seemed confused, and Allan didn't understand what was wrong with them and why they were looking at him like that. The hero thought they liked his good looks, but in reality they were discussing Hannah's secret boyfriend. She fought so hard for him, they must have a special connection. It turns out that Sister Hannah, obsessed with blades, decided to switch her attention, said one of the girls quietly. Don't shout. I can hear everything anyway, her friend answered. Another girl heard that they were hiding their relationship to avoid getting into trouble. This sounds very much like the plot of some novel about a man who managed to melt an icy heart, the girl said enthusiastically. And her friend heard that it was Hannah who took everything into her own hands. Apparently, they were being forced into a new plot of a romantic novel. Although the Sword Clan is immersed in an atmosphere of constant cultivation, for many students, spending time outside of practice is also very important. If they do not find something to occupy themselves with, they will most likely give up further cultivation, a method that many sisters use to while away the time and calm their hearts. Reading novels. Reynolds announced that it was time to start the competition, as everyone had been waiting for it for a long time, and threw signs to the participants. Allan was surprised that this time the leader used his hands to draw lots. He received a card with the first number. This time he will participate in the first battle. A few minutes later, the heroes arrived at the arena to begin the fight. The referee announced the fight, and Allan immediately raised his hand to say his cherished words, but then he was interrupted by a loud cough. "The clan competition is coming to an end. The 12 disciples are the best followers of the clan," Reynolds shouted. "I hope everyone will be strong and confident. No one is going to be timid and try to give up right after the battle starts. Even if you fail to make it to the finals, you must make every effort to at least try to do so. Never give up, students." These words inspired many guys, but not our hero. It seemed to him that the boss was watching him, and the weight of responsibility hung over his head. Now he could not just give up. If Allan gave up without a fight, then there would definitely be ridicule after such words from Reynolds. So the guy decided to start a fight and see what would happen in the end. A barrier of talismans began to envelop Allan. Ben saw a familiar trick and asked how many times the guy would use the same thing. The guy used his sword art and summoned one of the abilities called Meteor. Whirlwinds of cosmic energy rushed straight towards Allan's barrier. They hit the defense and made several holes in it, but still could not get past it. Watching the attack, Allan was not surprised that such a person would use such powerful techniques. But he was no slouch either. Once the talismans began to take effect, it took a little time for the connection between them to be established. Meanwhile, the shadow of a man appeared behind Allan. But the guy expected such an attack. Turning around, he called several of his talismans. Ben attacked with his spiritual power, but was immediately met with resistance from Allan in the form of a fiery serpent. The hero's attacks irritated the man. He said that if these were the only attacks the guy had, then he would not win. Ben concentrated his purple energy and tried to attack Allan again. The blow seemed unexpected and powerful. The hero froze in surprise and received a cut on the body. But then his body dissolved into the air like a large cloud of smoke. Ben reacted in time and dispersed the cloud of smoke behind which Allan was located. The guy wanted to use another talisman to summon a barrier, but he didn't expect the enemy to catch up with him so quickly. At that moment, Ben was already flying towards his enemy, pointing his blade at him. Allan watched motionless as the blade approached his head. He closed his eyes and was ready to accept his defeat. Finally, he would get the rest he deserved. But suddenly, a strange wooden sign behind his belt began to move. Instantly, Allan was surrounded by a purple energy similar to demonic. Ben froze. He couldn't understand what was happening. For some reason, he couldn't move. Allan was also wary. He was already prepared for defeat and did not understand what was happening. The purple energy surrounded Ben. It looked scary, and he was getting more scared with each passing second. Suddenly, Allan saw a familiar face in this mysterious cloud. It was Gwyneth. The vortex of energy prevented Ben from moving. It rose higher and higher into the sky surrounding him. The little spirit grinned evilly, but only Allan could see that smile. The guy, meanwhile, did not understand how this spirit appeared here. Then he looked at his belt and saw a wooden tablet made from a 1,000-year-old tree. It is said that Gwyneth's divine soul belongs to the yin spirits and is stored in an ancient tree for the benefit of soul and body. But when did she manage to put the sign? Was it really when I was sleeping? The spirit moved quickly across the field. Ben also realized that this wind belonged to the yin wind. But it was difficult for him to dodge, so he received a powerful blow to the back. The guy couldn't even feel that something was approaching him. Turning around to look at the enemy, he was horrified. There was nothing behind him. It seemed as if he was being attacked by an invisible being. This frightened the student. Suddenly, he felt the breath of wind change in front of him. The evil spirit attacked again, but this time Ben managed to jump into the air and dodge. The guy shouted to Allan. He didn't understand what was happening here and what kind of technique the hero was using. Allan, meanwhile, simply threw up his hands and replied that he was not doing anything. When Gwyneth encountered Lisa and her minions, she defeated them all in an instant. Unfortunately, Ben was no match for this force either. Gwyneth continued to beat the student. Her speed was colossal, so he missed most of the blows. The divine spirit was beating the guy in the air, hitting him many times. Allan shouted for the spirit to come back and stop attacking Ben. The audience was furious. They didn't understand what this energy was and why this was happening to Brother Ben. Holding his sword with all his might, Ben shouted to Allan that he was fighting him, not the spirit. He tried to use the spiritual energy of his sword, but at that moment Gwyneth lifted him into the air like a whirlwind. There was no point in fighting anymore. Ben was beaten and exhausted. He screamed that he surrendered. Allan grabbed the spirit energy, stopping it, and shouted that it was enough, this time in a rougher voice. The audience was a little scared. They did not understand what kind of terrifying force it was. The thing is that if Gwyneth did not want it, others would never see it. "Didn't we agree that you wouldn't come here?" Allan asked. At that moment, Gwyneth appeared and looked at the hero with pitiful eyes. Allan was immediately touched. He could no longer shout at such a sweet creature, so he forgave her immediately. Ben saw the creature that attacked him. He realized that it was a soul beast. The guy shouted to the elders that Allan was cheating. He brought a spirit beast. It was unfair. The audience began to whisper. It turns out that Allan brought a spiritual beast. Why does he always cause so many problems? I wonder what race this spiritual beast is. What nonsense! He can't be considered the winner, Kevin shouted in anger. This guy was on the wrong path from the very beginning. The clan doesn't teach such techniques. Where did he get them? He's definitely a spy. There are no restrictions on this competition, Uther retorted. Allan's ascension is only at the 8th level of the Immortal Palace limit. He must have achieved such results through hard work. He decided to choose his own way of fighting, to resort to the help of talismans and spirit beasts. Don't worry so much, said the head of the Reynolds clan. I specially arranged a battle between Allan and Ben so that the latter could destroy the talismans. In this way, they wanted to check Allan's belonging to the demon clan, but no one expected that he would have an ace in the form of a spiritual beast up his sleeve. I guess this is Gwyneth, who was once a household name, a rather rare divine beast. A supporter of the demon clan would not take such a risk by displaying it. I think the victory in the competition can still be counted, the elder said. Don't forget, our goal is to identify the traitor, and Allan has never been particularly conspicuous. If the spiritual beast is controlled, then it is considered an assistant to the participant, which does not contradict the rules. Uther leaned over and said that everything was as it was and that Allan had not broken any rules. Everyone agreed, and the judge declared Allan the winner. At which point some of the spectators were surprised that this could be done, and some even decided to catch some kind of spirit beast before it was too late. Ben was furious and shouted at Allan that he would definitely kill him the next time they met. Gwyneth didn't like these words, and she looked angrily at the guy. A purple, powerful energy immediately struck near Ben's feet. The guy had seen enough of this energy and therefore decided to quickly run away so that it would not come near him. Allan, meanwhile, did not understand what was happening to the head. It seemed to him that it was a scam, but they still let him through. The boy took out a wooden tablet and ordered Gwyneth to return to it. The divine spirit followed the order and absorbed its energy into the talisman. The referee called the next fight, and Allan decided that he would try to lose the next fight. Meanwhile, at that moment, a secret ritual was taking place underground. Just as the Sword Clan was holding a competition, dozens of monks from the Demon Clan were putting their plan into action not far from them. From the mysterious portal, the heels of a demonic figure appeared. From it came the true ruler of the Bloody Sea, Mary, the 4th level of ascension to the truth. The monks immediately bowed and greeted the true ruler. The girl, whose eye was covered by an unknown red material, told the monks that they should not bow. The people we sent to the Sword Clan have already placed everything necessary there to get rid of the interference, the girl said. All that remains is to wait for the opening, and then we will be able to destroy the clan, taking a position far superior to them. Ruler. But are we really capable of capturing their clan? One of the monks asked. After all, their leader Reynolds, for example, has the 6th level of ascent to truth. And besides, elders from other halls are also present there. The charming queen smiled sweetly and told the monks not to worry. It's not that bad because their clan has support. At that moment, a portal appeared, from which Dustin, the head of the clan, the 4th level of ascension to truth, who had previously fought with Uther, appeared. And also a new personality appeared, the head of the demon clan Cain, who had the 3rd level of ascension to the truth. I didn't expect to have the chance to see the 3 great clan lords today, said one of the servants. Well, I guess the power of the demon lord clan will be very useful to us. Today, the Sword Clan will disappear from the face of the earth and the Demon Lord will return to this world once again. At this time, the Sword Clan competition continued, the final began, the judge announced that the competition was over, the 6 students who reached the final, please come forward. 3 leaders appeared in the arena. They were Hannah, Urui, and Zhao. The other trio were Bill, Allan, and a new character, a friendly guy named Sam from the Fanlin room. Viewers still couldn't believe that this weakling Allan managed to reach the final. Reynolds announced that the final test would determine the ultimate winner of this competition. The final test will be the map of mountains and rivers. It is said that this treasure was left by the ancestor who founded the Sword Clan. This first-class treasure contains the heavens, the earth, the mountains, the rivers, the countless treasures of the sky, a secret realm of special significance to the Sword Clan. But I will limit the scale of your battles to an area called Peach Blossoms. Every 2 hours, the battlefield will shrink by 10 miles. If you fail to advance before the area is marked invalid, you will be considered defeated. While you wait for the battle, I will use various techniques to reveal your potential to the other students. Why not have a duck-eating battle? Allan thought. Will there really be a live broadcast? If I flee the battlefield, my reputation will definitely drop below zero. All that remains is to continue fighting. The head of the clan asked the finalists if they had any objections, and the students replied that they had no objections. Then I declare the beginning of the third stage of the competition, said Reynolds, and at that moment the map increased to enormous proportions. A strange, enchanting energy emanated from her. And then the clan leader grabbed her as she absorbed the disciples into herself. Reynolds extended his hand and huge signs appeared in front of him. These signs served as projectors, and now the audience could watch each participant. They also saw the place where the competition would be held. It was a rose garden full of cherry blossom trees. Watching this spectacle, Uther said that this was to be expected from the leader. The map of mountains and rivers is at his disposal. He can control it as his heart desires. No matter how powerful the spy is, he will definitely be identified. All that remains is to wait for the mole to appear. Meanwhile, several unknown monks walked around the corner of the building. The dark-haired monk asked what they should do now. Without Brother Urui, their plan could not be fully implemented. Another monk replied that, be that as it may, Brother Urui had already foreseen everything long ago. He had already prepared everything. All that was left was to watch. We are transported inside the map, where Allan was wandering around bright pink trees. This place was very beautiful. If it had been in his previous life, it would have become a tourist destination long ago. But we must not forget about the battles. The guy remembered the places he saw on the map and saw one of the familiar mountains. Judging by it, he is somewhere in the northwest. Allan decided that the best solution would be to go to the center and wait for the other students there. And when the time comes, he will simply give in and lose. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a bright yellow flash that appeared behind him. Allan immediately turned around and dodged the enemy's massive attack. When the smoke from the flash cleared, the boy saw a familiar face heading towards him. It was the ever-smiling Brother Bill from Luyan Hall, third place on the grand leaderboard. Bill chuckled and told Allan that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Suddenly, his eternal smile gradually began to disappear from his face. Bill's face was filled with horror, and he said they hadn't seen each other since they went on a mission together a year ago. Allan looked at the student and felt rather awkward. So you still haven't forgotten about him? The hero smiled and tried to smooth over the situation. Lightning enveloped Bill. He said that thanks to his brother, he became stronger. Then he laughed and shouted that he finally realized how huge the gap in strength was between them. But he still wants to feel the power of his brother Allan's blade again. However, the hero understood that this world was being broadcast into their real one, so he shouldn't show his true strength. After all, the more abilities, the more work, no work, no work. The hero began to twist his arms as if he was preparing to use his ability, at which point he said that since Bill continued to insist on a fight, he had no choice. The guy was happy. He thought that Allan had finally become serious and would show him his abilities. But suddenly Allan shouted that there was something behind Bill's back. The student immediately turned around to look, but to his surprise there was nothing there. Meanwhile, Allan flew into the air. The distraction was successful. At that moment, Bill realized what had happened and was simply speechless. Just like the viewers who witnessed this shameful retreat, the audience knew that Allan was not that strong, but that he would run away. No one could have predicted. But did you hear what Brother Bill said? Maybe Allan is just hiding his true powers? Bill rushed in pursuit of Allan. He was still hungry for a fight and did not want to let his opponent go just like that. The chase began. Allan was fast, but Bill was not inferior to him. However, after a few minutes, Bill began to get tired. It was too difficult to catch up with the student. He then used his spiritual energy and sent it towards Allan, shouting at him to stop. The hero managed to notice the deadly arc in time and dodged it. The explosive energy crashed into the nearest rock and shattered it. Bill asked his brother to stop and finally deliver his mighty blow. "Are you really so lazy that you don't even want to bother yourself? How can you stain my innocence?" Allan replied. "My kingdom of ascension is lower than yours. That is why I am running away." The students were ashamed to hear such words from their brother in self-improvement. Kevin also grabbed his head. This guy is quite a character. But Frank found it suspicious that Bill was desperately chasing him. Maybe Allan really was hiding something. And why was he hesitating? "There is only one truth," said the second elder. "These two are acting abnormally. They must be the moles." He turned to the chief, asking him to force them to enter the battle as soon as possible. Reynolds supported this idea. He picked up the great map and decided to guide the disciples a little. But at that moment they heard a loud roar. Everyone turned around. It was not a good sign. Something thundered in the direction of the mountain peak. At that moment, Reynolds felt demonic energy coming from the mountain and was horrified. "Well, Brother Urui has long understood what this could lead to," said the follower. As soon as our formation collapses, reinforcements will immediately pour in here. All for the sake of the highest, the two guys shouted, and immediately the mysterious ring in front of them began to shine with demonic energy. The boys squeezed him, and at that moment their bodies dissolved into thin air. Immediately the mountain was engulfed by a demonic pillar of energy, signifying the arrival of enemies. Then hundreds of similar pillars appeared all around the City of Swords. A huge purple pentagram looms over the city, summoning demons. Hannah immediately felt that something had happened and stopped. Allan felt it too. He asked Bill to turn around and see what happened, but the guy replied that he wouldn't fall for it this time. The hero realized that the demon clan's formation had been activated, meaning that something bad had happened to the clan. The spectators looked at the sky, in which a huge pentagram appeared. They did not understand what was happening. Reynolds shouted that this was a demon formation. Finally, their spies showed up. Kevin and Uther immediately went into battle, heading straight for the huge symbol. Two powerful masters used their spiritual powers and attacked the pentagram. But their powers were dispersed, and the pentagram attacked them in return, and the masters fell to the ground. Rising to his feet, Uther said that spiritual and physical attacks were useless against this formation. Their power was too great. Frank used his spiritual vision to assess the situation and saw that everything was blocked. The formation is able to block external and internal attacks. Amazingly, you need to destroy the formation flags to get rid of them. Reynolds ordered all clan members to rush to the peak, find the formation flags, and destroy them. But suddenly a mysterious girl answered him. Queen Mary said that there was no need for this. At that moment, 3 heads of the demon clan appeared from the portal. Reynolds immediately recognized the true ruler of the Bloody Sea. The girl was surprised that the head of the clan remembered her name. Reynolds also recognized other demons, the head of the Cain clan and the head of the Dustin clan. So you decided to resort to the help of the demon clan to strike us. How calculated, shouted Reynolds. The 6th level of ascent to truth. But the only question is whether you have enough strength to destroy the Sword Clan, Reynolds said as he formed energy in his fist. Don't get too cocky. An avalanche of golden energy rushed towards the demons like the claw of a huge tiger. Mary put her finger to her mouth and used the ability of destruction. At that very second, bloody energy appeared in front of her, which held back the enemy's attack. Then Reynolds' energy rushed away without hitting its target. Chief Reynolds, it was all so long ago, Mary laughed. It's even a pity that you will meet your end here and now. The bloody energy crashed into the clan leader, and then he felt a sharp pain. The masters immediately rushed to his aid. Reynolds realized what kind of force was attacking him. It was the power of the demon god. The demon clan had once resorted to the help of the god to invade the Sword Clan. After the fighting died down, the power of the demon god had evaporated. The power of the demon god, but this ability is considered long lost. Where did the true ruler of the Bloody Sea get such power from? The girl gave an order to her subordinates. She ordered them to grab a map of mountains and rivers. Hundreds of monks rushed to the head. Other masters and students rushed to defend Reynolds. But at that moment, one of the monks stopped the masters by attacking them with purple energy. He then raised his hand and a demonic hand appeared out of thin air and grabbed the map of mountains and rivers. Frank didn't understand how it was possible that this servant also had the power of a demon god. The map dissolved into thin air, and Reynolds felt that his connection with it was completely broken. Things were bad. I have been blessed by the demon god himself. So fighting me is useless, Mary said. Within 2 hours, you will all turn into blood soul pearls. It's time for you to contribute to the demon god. The bloody ruler summoned a formation that blocked access to the sky. At that very moment, the students felt weak. They fell to the ground. No one wanted to die here. They began to ask for help, hoping that someone would save them. Don't worry. No one from the Sword Clan will be able to come to your aid. Very soon you will go to the next world. The ruler summoned 2 servants and ordered them to go to the map of mountains and rivers and destroy all the members of the Sword Clan. 2 unknown men in hoods accepted the order of the mistress. At that very second, the servants dissolved inside the map of mountains and rivers. Meanwhile, Allan continued to dodge Bill's attack. He told the guy to stop attacking him and wondered why the world shook. I think there's some fighting going on that side too, so don't you dare use such a mean diversionary tactic again, Bill replied. He attacked Allan again, at which point the hero thought it was time to stop him by force. But suddenly he felt someone attacking him from behind. He shouldn't have done that, the hero said, grinning. He jumped into the air and green spiritual energy crashed into Bill's attack. Bill was immediately surprised to see a third opponent. Several more attacks flew at him, and Bill decided that Stan had decided to join in on the fun. The guy appeared from behind the trees and said that he was not interested. He just wanted to ask the guys to stop fighting. You must have also noticed the trembling of the earth. Thanks to my cultivation, I can sense any change in the wind. Just now, two strange spiritual powers from the 9th level of the Purple Palace entered the Peach Garden. When I saw their aura, I began to be tormented by doubts. Allan realized that their clan was under attack and the enemy had already penetrated even here. How so? Bill was surprised. The leader has the 6th level of ascent to the truth. Who dared to attack us? I no longer sense the presence of the master in the jade crystal, Stan replied. Contact with the outside world has been interrupted. If you don't believe me, check it yourself. The jade crystal of teleportation allows the owner to break it in case of danger and move to the starting point. Now it all became clear to Bill. He thought that Stan was trying to trick him into dropping out of the competition. Allan yawned and said that there was no point in shouting over such a trifle. If they didn't try, they wouldn't know. The boy broke the crystal, which surprised the other students because it meant losing the competition. However, nothing happened, and the guys realized that their clan had been invaded. At that moment, a huge purple flash appeared behind them. Someone's powerful energy, destroying everything in its path, was approaching the heroes. Bill immediately sensed the 9th level of the Purple Palace, but who could it be? The unknown man laughed because they had only just discovered him, but it was too late. After all, he, Roger, is the very man who will now take their lives. When did the demon clan members become so polite? Allan asked Roger. Their eyes met. The hero remembered that he had already managed to limit the powers of demons a couple of times with the help of talismans. Hearing Allan's words, Roger laughed loudly and grabbed his cloak. I didn't think that the true ruler sent me here to deal with some children, Roger shouted, throwing off his cloak. I only used a third of my strength so that you wouldn't die too early. It's good that you didn't disappoint me, weaklings. The hunt will be really interesting. What? Only a third of your power? Sam was surprised. Who the hell are you? How did you end up on the map of mountains and rivers? Bill was interested in another question. He wanted to know what happened to their clan. You mean that clan of weak swordsmen? Roger asked him, stretching his neck. This clan has already been destroyed, the villain replied with a smirk on his face. In less than 2 hours, the entire sword clan would be turned into blood soul pearls and would then disappear from the face of the earth. Hearing these words, the students were shocked. They could not believe that this was even possible. Allan didn't like this information either, because it all started with simple competitions, and now he would have to work more than necessary. Roger assumed a fighting stance and told the fighters that they could now try to turn the situation around, but first they would need to entertain him. Bill and Sam decided to join forces and stop the demon, then go to help the clan. The boys took up a battle formation, swung their blades, and directed powerful energy towards the enemy. Allan, however, threw down one of his talismans in a bored manner, as if he had no interest in it at all. The students noticed this too and asked Brother Allan to be more enthusiastic. Meanwhile, Roger prepared to take the blow by concentrating chakra in his right hand. He then released this energy and directed it at the enemy, his chakra taking the form of a thunder tiger. Two powerful energies collided with each other and an explosion thundered. Suddenly, Roger saw a talisman quickly heading towards him through their aura. The talisman opened and a fiery dragon fell upon the villain. However, the guy managed to cover his face. He grinned. The hunt was becoming more and more interesting. Roger decided to try a fifth of his strength and rushed at Bill. Sam yelled at his brother to dodge and channeled the energy to protect him in time. The green energy blocked Roger's blow in time and sent him flying. Sam was glad that he had made it in time. Another second and Bill would have been finished. Meanwhile, Bill did not stand aside for long and pounced on the enemy. The three strongest fighters continued their battle, which was watched by Allan, who had no intention of interfering in the battle. He had a different plan. The guy jerked his hand and immediately several talismans appeared from his sleeve. The hero remembers the blow that was dealt at the very beginning. That is where his talismans went. Allan decided it was time for him to make himself useful. He put his hand to his ear and immediately his chakra appeared from his fingers. Then she rushed into the sky, exactly to the place where the enemy struck. Allan's chakra flew out from the map of mountains and rivers and rushed towards the clan leader, who immediately noticed it. Reynolds' ear glowed the same color as Allan's aura, and he heard the voice of the lazy disciple. Reynolds couldn't understand how he was able to contact him. After all, the contact between him and the map of mountains and rivers was interrupted by the demon clan. I used some methods to avoid surveillance and contact you. How are things in the clan? Allan asked. The demons have cut off our oxygen supply. Everyone is injured. We won't last more than 2 hours. Listen, the demon clan has sent you 2 powerful people. You are the only survivor from the clan. Be careful. Allan turned around, looked at one of those same people and replied that the problem was not that big. I wanted to contact you for another reason, Allan said. I saw Urui planting the formation flags earlier, so I prepared in advance. Once I activate my skill, their formation will be disrupted. You will be able to send a signal for help. Because each flag has a unique role, it is irreplaceable. As soon as one of them is damaged, it leads to a general disruption. Allan smiled and decided it was time to put an end to all this. While there is no particular threat, I can still try to defend myself, said Reynolds. He also warned Allan that these two cultivators are very powerful and that Urui is helping them. If it gets too difficult, go to the very depths of the peach orchard. I left you an assistant there. Allan, take care of yourself. Allan heard the teacher's words and thanked him for it. It was time to fight back against the demon clan. The hero concentrated his energy and destroyed the bloody flag formation. At that very moment, the huge purple barrier began to crack and blue energy began to ooze through it. The cultists heard a crack and turned around. They didn't understand what was happening. Mary also turned around sharply. She saw cracks and realized that the formation was broken. The formation flag has been destroyed, Dustin said quietly. Kane didn't understand how this was possible. Were there really still people in the Sword Clan who were capable of destroying their formation? The magic formation has been destroyed. Let's fight back against the Demon Clan, Reynolds shouted and shot out energy from his hand. The blue force crashed into the barrier and broke through it. Reynolds promised that the Demon Clan would pay for attacking their home. Meanwhile, inside the map of mountains and rivers, the battle against Roger continued. Bill once again tried to attack the enemy with his chakra. However, it was all in vain. Roger easily repelled their attacks. It seemed like this battle was unwinnable, and he didn't even use his full strength. Suddenly, Sam appeared from behind the villain. The guy took advantage of the situation and instantly sent his shuriken-like energy at the enemy. The trap worked, and Roger was bound by Sam's energy like invisible chains. Sam grabbed his energy and pulled it towards himself, binding Roger. He shouted at Bill to act quickly. There would be no other chance. Bill was already heading towards the enemy. He used one of his techniques, which was called drilling. A powerful yellow paw-shaped energy rushed towards the chained Roger. Suddenly, he started laughing and said that now he understood what the strength of the Swordsman clan was. They have no powers, they are all weaklings, Roger shouted and began to concentrate his energy. A purple flash surrounded the villain, and he instantly destroyed Sam's shackles. The students couldn't believe their eyes. It seemed impossible to them. Suddenly, both of them were grabbed by the throat by Roger's chakra in the form of hands. The fighter brought them to himself. Now they were trapped, and this hunt was beginning to disappoint him. The demon's gaze turned mad, and he said that if they were incapable of anything, then it was time for the disciples to die. Suddenly, he heard someone calling him. Roger turned around and saw a guy in blue robes. It was Allan. Allan asked Roger if he had forgotten that there was a third student here. When did he come closer? I didn't feel anything. Was it all because I was attracted to these two? Roger thought in surprise. The demon smiled maliciously and told Allan not to worry. He would deal with these two now and would take on him too. Bill tried to tell Allan not to think about them, but to run. Don't rush things, said the hero. I want to discuss something. There should be two of your cultivators on the map of mountains and rivers. I think he could only reach the soul formation stage. Then where did he get so much courage? Roger thought and answered Allan that his information was correct. But his partner was not as patient as him, so he probably already dealt with the rest. Tell me, what is your comrade's strength? Even though we are both on the 9th level of the Purple Palace, he is much stronger than me, Roger replied. Well then, great, let's begin. Roger laughed hysterically when he heard the weakling's words, wondering what was so wonderful about it, since he could crush Allan with just one finger. Sorry, but I have a better idea, Allan said, pulling a talisman out of his sleeve. If you are weaker than that person, then I just need to deal with you before my working hours are over. It's time to put an end to this circus. The talisman rose into the air, vibrated, and instantly a huge ball of energy formed around the villain, which bound everyone inside. Roger was surprised to see the formation. He didn't understand when it had time to appear. Allan chuckled and replied that she appeared when Roger was playing with the students. Well, the formation won't stop me from getting to you, the villain replied. I have two of your comrades in my hands. Are you really going to run away and leave them to their certain death? It's not such a problem, Allan replied. The hero snapped his fingers. Suddenly, Allan's aura appeared near his friends. Bill and Sam were shocked. They did not understand when Allan managed to put protection on them. In an instant, two students appeared behind the weakest student. The hero turned around and waved his hand at Roger, saying goodbye to his rival. After that, the three disciples disappeared into thin air and went to look for the second cultivator. Are you trying to run away? Stop right there! Roger shouted and raised his fist. He hit the barrier and only made a dent in it. It seemed as if the barrier was rubber that only stretched but did not tear. Roger was starting to get angry as he looked at the dent in the barrier. He bared his teeth and swung his fist again. The villain began to strike thousands of blows at every point of the barrier, but it still did not release him from captivity. The barrier deformed, but did not break. Sometime later, the barrier glowed from within with colossal purple energy. Roger's rage knew no bounds. He had already given it his all and promised that when he got to Allan, it would be the end for him. Meanwhile, the fierce battle on the surface against the Demon Clan continued. "These worms from the Sword Clan have already beheaded 5 of ours," Dustin said with a grin. Kane replied that if it weren't for the order to turn them into bloody pearls, he would have used his power and killed them long ago. "Enough talk," Mary interrupted them. "If we had not prepared well, the formation would have been destroyed much earlier. Something went wrong. We need to do something." "I didn't expect the Demon Clan to use such vile methods," Kevin said with difficulty breathing. "But in any case, the Alliance helped us and weakened their formation. Our time increased from 2 to 10 hours. Reynolds knew this was good news. 10 hours would be more than enough for them. This will be a great change for the Sword Clan. Meanwhile, Allan and his brothers reached a safe place in the peach orchard. Bill decided to ask the question that was bothering him and Sam, namely, what kind of spell did Allan use and how did he manage to do it? Allan knew he would be asked this question, which he did not want to answer. He replied that it was all thanks to the life-saving talisman that the chief had given him earlier. The guy had never even thought that he would need it one day. Suddenly, his cheerful face changed to a serious one, and he said that in fact there was more important news. The leader left him a note in which he said that Urui turned out to be a spy. And right now, the entire Sword Clan is trapped by the true ruler of the Blood Sea. Allan thinks that they will last for about 10 more hours. That's why they are now the clan's only hope. "Urui, you bastard," Sam said, not holding back his anger. And then suddenly he remembered that Roger had said that another of his comrades had entered the kingdom. What if he had attacked his sister? The crippled brothers decided that they could still fight and should help her, but they were stopped by Allan, who said that they had suffered greatly at the hands of Roger, and he is afraid that if the guys encounter a second enemy, they will definitely not help anyone. Bill stopped and slammed his fist into a tree in frustration. "So what? Should we just sit here and wait?" "No," Allan replied. "Your main task at the moment is to heal your wounds and restore your spiritual strength. As for Sister, have you forgotten? Sister is one of the best in our clan and is clearly not inferior in strength to a cultivator. I think she has enough strength to deal with the enemy." "Yes, Sister Hannah is very talented," Bill said. "But what if Roger gets help and comes to the aid of his comrade?" "No, Roger is no longer capable of anything," Allan replied. "Besides, by this time he should already be at the limit." A huge cloud of purple energy exploded over the Sakura forest. Roger finally got out, but for some reason he was losing too much spiritual energy. The demon couldn't understand what kind of talismans these were. His rage knew no bounds. He swore that when he found Allan, he would wipe him off the face of the earth and would definitely take revenge. Meanwhile, the lazy man took out a jar and said that this pill was for restoring spiritual energy. He gave it to the brothers so that they could heal their wounds until Roger found this place. "Tomorrow we will join Sister Hannah and save the Sword Clan," Allan said. "And why wait so long?" Sam was surprised. "Indeed, we can recover in 2 hours," Bill said. "I work from 9 to 5, Allan replied. "So my working day is already coming to an end." He sat down by the tree and began to think. Allan noticed that this time the Demon Clan had prepared. Even if the formation flag was destroyed, they only had 10 hours. After 9 hours, they would restore the formation, and that would be the perfect moment to break through. Well, now it was time to sleep. Allan hoped that these two would not disturb him until tomorrow. Meanwhile, at the other end of the map of mountains and rivers, a battle was raging between two students. Zhao prepared for battle. He praised his sister Hannah, saying that her sword skills had improved greatly. The girl was a real talent. Hannah replied that it was all thanks to the help of her brother Allan. So Sister Hannah wasn't the only one training? But can Brother Allan teach anything? The girl did not like Zhao's words, and she said that Brother Allan wielded a sword much better than she did. Suddenly, there was an explosion behind them. Hannah heard him immediately and turned around. From the very beginning, everything seemed strange to her, and now it was confirmed. Something definitely happened outside. She suggested to Brother Zhao to take a break, but Zhao didn't want to stop the fight. He said that it didn't concern them, and the test in the Secret Kingdom was their chance. At that very moment, Hannah felt something coming towards them and shouted at her brother to cover his ears. Suddenly, a terrible sound was heard. The sound vibrations were so powerful that they knocked down trees around. The sound wave knocked even the students off their feet and threw them a great distance away. Standing on the ground, Zhao thanked his sister. His ears were bleeding. But if it weren't for Hannah, he would have already been struck by the sound wave. "Enough talk," said the girl. "I will use spiritual power to heal the wounds. The injury to the ears affects the balance, but where did such a powerful sound wave come from? Is someone attacking us?" Suddenly, she felt energy behind her. A portal appeared behind the girl. Apparently that someone was already here. A bald man who looked like a monk appeared from the portal. He exuded a terrible aura and smiled sweetly. The stranger noticed that the students had absorbed his energy. He didn't expect anything else from the best students of the Sword Clan. Xiao even shuddered from such terrifying energy. The students asked the stranger who he was. But where did a person from the Demon Clan come from? Was our clan invaded? The unknown figure advised the students to follow his instructions. This was Feng, the elder of the Blood Sea Clan, the 9th level of the Purple Palace, and his first instruction to the disciples was to give up and die. Feng from the Blood Sea, they say he has a treasure called Jade Shell, thanks to which he can deliver terrifying sound attacks, Zhao said. He once used this thing to destroy an entire clan. And indeed, Feng began to gather ominous energy, and that very shell appeared in his hand. The elder told the disciples that he was sorry, but they would have to end up the same way. The fight began. An explosion fell on Hannah, but the girl managed to dodge in time. Zhao covered his ears. The sound attack was overwhelming him, and the guy said that at this rate their spiritual energy would be exhausted before they could do anything. The gap between their realms was too big. The longer they fought, the worse it would get. But Hannah had something special that could defeat him. She asked Brother Zhao to distract the enemy and give her some time. Zhao followed his sister's instructions and began to attack Feng. The force of his blade tried to break through the sound barrier that was approaching them. And even though he was the second disciple in the clan, he was unable to break through the enemy's defense. The energy simply dissipated. Feng praised Zhao. He said that the guy was an excellent swordsman. It was just a pity that he couldn't hide from the shell. He increased his chakra and sound waves flew towards Zhao. But suddenly a huge pillar of energy stood in front of Zhao and the sound waves. Feng was surprised by what he saw, and Zhao only grinned maliciously, saying that the demon was so carried away by the game that he didn't notice that one of them was missing. Hannah, brimming with energy, thanked Brother Zhao for his time. The girl swung her sword and said it was time to try her most powerful technique. After swinging, a huge projection of a blade of energy flew towards the clan elder. The girl's chakra crashed into the demon's sound wave. "Do you think you can stand up to me?" Feng shouted. "Don't dream." After these words, he began to put more energy into his shell and sound waves flew towards Hannah. The spiritual sword couldn't penetrate the defense. The girl concentrated. Deep down, she hoped that she wouldn't let down her brother Allan. Here it is, that very moment the girl's eyes lit up. And then, thousands of swords of energy fell on the sound barrier, shattering it like meteorites. "How is this possible?" Feng shouted. "This technique directly destroyed my attack." The sound waves dissipated and the blades rushed towards the elder of the demon clan, wiping him off the face of the earth. After her powerful technique, the girl landed and fell on her knee. She was exhausted but happy that she had won. The girl thanked Allan. If it weren't for him, they would have already turned to ashes. Zhao, watching the girl, realized for himself that she contained the absolute intent of the sword. Her realm had grown greatly, and even if he gave it his all, he would not be able to defeat her. Hannah advised Brother Zhao to heal as soon as possible. The Demon Clan has already infiltrated the Sword Clan's territory. The Peach Orchard is also under threat. In ancient times, 4 sacred beasts raged on the eastern continent. The ancestor of the Sword Clan defeated the 4 sacred beasts and sealed them on the map of mountains and rivers. The famous Day Dragon, Moon Tiger, Starbird, and Kinglin. The Moon Tiger were sealed in the Peach Orchard, and it was there that Urui destroyed the seal of the Moon Tiger and invited him to join their ranks. The tiger was surprised by such impudence and replied that he was not going to obey the Demon Clan. Then Urui shouted that the Demon Lord promised that if the tiger helped them, they would tell him the location of Ling Yu. Uri was on his knees, trembling, the tiger's paw raised above his head. He was ready to die, but the tiger hit the ground in front of him. Uri did not raise his head. He was on his knees and trembling before the great beast. This name interested the tiger, and he decided that he would help the Demon Clan. Allan also saw this pillar of light that was hitting the sky and woke up. Did Urui really release the sacred beast? Allan thought. He remembered the clan leader's words about helping in the peach orchard. But in any case, he will not change his work schedule for anything. So the guy pulled out his trump card from his sleeve, which will help him. In his hand was a sign that called Gwyneth, and immediately the little girl appeared before her master. Allan leaned over to the girl and said that he would not work overtime. And so this time the fate of the Sword Clan depends on Gwyneth. And even if something suddenly goes wrong, Allan will then take care of all the consequences. The little spirit looked at the owner in surprise and did not understand anything. Allan leaned towards her and began to whisper in her ear what she needed to do. He then asked the spirit again if she understood the task, and a happy Gwyneth quickly nodded. The enthusiastic girl flew off to complete the task, and her lazy owner lay back down against the tree. Now there was no need to worry about demons. Allan fell asleep again. At this time, one of them was flying at great speed over the pink forest. He held in his hands a strange compass with runes that simply turned the arrow aimlessly. Roger realized that Allan had covered his tracks with the talisman. He had already used all possible search techniques, but all to no avail. And yet it was all because of him. Because of the pathetic upstart whom Roger had sworn to kill. Suddenly, the arrow stopped and pointed in the right direction. Roger was delighted. He had finally found his sworn enemy. Tonight would be his last. However, it was not to be. He crashed into an invisible barrier that did not let him go further. Out of anger, Roger decided to immediately get rid of the obstacle by force. He unleashed his crushing force on the invisible wall. However, his blow bounced off the wall and crashed into the mountain that stood nearby. The demon elder wondered if Allan had really prepared so many talismans in advance. "You guessed it," said a familiar voice behind the villain. Hearing the voice of that same impudent man, Roger turned around. Amid the smoke and debris, he saw the silhouette of Allan, his sworn enemy. "Well, finally you decided to come out," the demon shouted. "Are you ready to beg for mercy?" However, the smile on his face quickly changed to surprise. It was not Allan standing in front of him, but only his copy, similar to a doll. The fake Allan said that his working day was coming to an end, and he was not going to work overtime. Roger was simply speechless. He couldn't believe that this weakling decided to deal with him with the help of some clone. The demon elder shouted that Allan was too naive, because there was a chasm between their kingdoms, and rushed to attack. But the clone deftly dodged, jumping into the air and saying that the gap in strength was indeed very large. But who said he only has one plan? "Let me introduce you to the perfect version of my talismans," said the fake Allan. In an instant, a multitude of talismans in the shape of little people surrounded Roger. Now the demon will need to defeat this doll if he wants to find Allan's true body after the workday is over. The furious demon sent hundreds of fist projections into the puppet and talismans. Meanwhile, in the purple garden, Sam was finishing his recovery. He came out of the cave and met Bill, whom he asked if he had recovered. Bill replied that his spiritual strength had been restored to 90% and his injuries had also almost healed. Now the main issue needs to be resolved. Their clan is in danger and something needs to be done. After all, they are not just going to sit and wait as Brother Allan said. "Calm down," Sam answered him. "We don't know what happened to Sister Hannah and the others. If we act recklessly, we can only make the situation worse. Brother Allan is right. We need to regain our strength." Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to shake as if an earthquake had struck, and they heard Roger's angry voice. Sam trembled. They were scared and thought that the demon had caught up with them, and did it very quickly. The boys immediately tried to call out to Allan, but he slept soundly even in such a terrible situation. Bill even envied such peace. Perhaps he would never learn such. "If things continue like this, sooner or later the cave will collapse," Bill said. "How are we going to wake up Brother Allan? Roger is the 9th level of the Purple Palace. The difference between our strengths is too big," Sam replied. Fortunately, Brother Allan's talisman set helped lure him into a trap. "Even if we wake him up, we have no chance of winning unless we outsmart the demon." Sam heard the elders discussing among themselves that the best time to break the formation was when it opened. Brother Allan said there were still 10 hours left before it began. "We need to wait for the right moment and then break through, so they can leave the map of mountains and rivers. And for this, it is not even necessary to wake up Brother Allan." Bill noted that this method is very dangerous. If they are careless, they will be killed. But he still agreed, and Allan smiled at the same time. Their plan was good, but the risks were too great. Meanwhile, in another part of the map, 2 students were recovering from the battle. Hannah was concentrating her energy when suddenly a particle of dark energy slipped past her. The girl felt it immediately. The student suddenly jumped up. Zhao realized that there was someone nearby and that this person's strength was astonishing. Suddenly, someone appeared from the portal and dark energy moved towards Hannah. But to the girl's surprise, she saw not a sinister attack but a sweet spirit who was glad to see her. Hannah looked at the quirky girl and felt a familiar energy. She guessed that it was Allan's spirit beast and asked how her brother was doing and why he sent the spirit to her. Meanwhile, Zhao did not understand who Hannah was talking to, because if Gwyneth did not want to, then other people would not see her. Gwyneth extended her hand and blue energy seeped through it. A hologram of Allan appeared on the girl's hand, and the boy greeted his sister. Allan reported that the clan is in a critical situation. The fate of the clan depends entirely on Hannah. There are 4 sacred beasts sealed in the peach orchard. Each of them possesses terrifying power. The traitor Urui has already released the Moon Tiger, intending to encourage it to join the demon clan. They only have to open the seal of the phoenix to somehow resist them. Hannah, holding the spirit in her arms, asked Allan why the bird needed to help them, since it was also considered a sacred animal and would probably not want to do it. Allan was proud that Hannah asked such a question. He replied that the chief said that the bird had made a contract with the ancestor of the Sword Clan. That's why the phoenix must help them in battle. It is their secret weapon. Okay, brother, where is the seal? Hannah asked him. The seal is located in the depths of the peach orchard. Gwyneth will show the way. I wish you success. The projection disappeared, and an inspired Hannah decided to quickly set off on her mission. Meanwhile, Roger, overwhelmed with power, tried to defeat the puppet. He gathered all his strength into a fist and directed it at the clone. A pillar of demonic energy rushed through the barrier and the copy. The smoke of the battle began to clear and there was not a soul around. Finally, he was able to defeat his enemy, albeit a false one. Roger laughed. This talisman was really strong, but now it destroyed all the protective symbols. No one will be able to deceive him anymore. It's time to find the offender. Suddenly, he felt a foreign aura approaching him. In the distance, he saw 2 bright flashes, green and yellow. At that very second, 2 beams appeared in front of him and struck the ground. When the smoke cleared, the demon saw 2 students, Sam and Bill, standing in front of him, kneeling. First you ran away, and now you decided to come to certain death? The 2 students looked at each other. Suddenly, Sam said that they just needed to wait and get everything ready. 2 students wanted to join Master Roger. 2 followers of light decided to join the forces of darkness. Suddenly, Roger laughed so loudly that his laughter could be heard even in the distance. Just a few hours ago, you both would have preferred to die, the demon elder shouted. Do you really think I'll believe you? I'm sure your ally is lying in wait right now, planning an attack. But suddenly the students showed them a tied-up and sleeping Allan, saying that this was complete nonsense, because as a sign of sincerity they cast a spell on him and immobilized him. Roger was a little scared to see his sworn enemy, but he was still stunned by such a gift. Bill bowed his head and shouted that they had decided to dedicate their lives to the demons. They did not want to die in vain, because now that the Sword Clan was almost completely destroyed, they wanted to follow the new master. Roger began to concentrate his energy and asked 2 students to prove their sincerity to him. A huge hand of chakra fell upon the students, and they knew that they would not be able to stand against the demon elder. But suddenly Allan began to wake up and Roger saw it. The demon abruptly shifted his aura so that it would not hit the frightened students. Bill turned slightly and saw the energy hit behind them. The boy realized that death was very close. Roger, meanwhile, decided that he needed to get rid of Allan first, because the guy had too many aces up his sleeve. He summoned demonic seals and sent them towards his former enemies. I will cast a special technique on you, the demon said. Only if you obey, you will be able to enter our clan. If you take any action, you will immediately lose your life. Roger turned and ordered the students to follow him. Sam let out a quiet breath, hoping that their plan would work now. Meanwhile, deep in the peach orchard there stood a lonely tree, the color of whose leaves was different from the other trees. Suddenly Hannah appeared next to him and began to approach him. The girl put her hand down and began to concentrate energy, asking Gwyneth if she could remove the seal from the beast like that. The sweet spirit quickly nodded her head, confirming the girl's guess. Suddenly a face appeared on the tree and it spoke. Human, you have awakened my seal. I have waited for this moment for many years. We are powerless, Hannah cried. Open the seal so that you can help our sword clan. The girl suddenly placed her hand on the tree trunk and ordered him to open the seal. The tree closed its eyes and suddenly they saw a bright color of flame coming from within. In place of the tree's leaves, a huge fiery phoenix appeared. His strength was so great that Hannah immediately fell to the ground from such power. Are you the ancient beast that sister spoke of? Zhao asked in surprise. Don't talk to me so disrespectfully, replied the phoenix. Hannah immediately bowed her head and asked the ancient deity for forgiveness. We have been invaded by a clan of demons, the girl said, and the traitor Urui has decided to remove the seal from the Moon Tiger. Many disciples of the Sword Clan are in danger, and only you can help us. Since you decided to disturb me, it turns out that the situation is truly critical. But I acted on behalf of the Sword Clan 3 times, not at all in order to save you. Hearing these words, Hannah became furious. She could not believe that the elder would refuse and go back. Do you know, child, what was before I was sealed? The phoenix asked. Hannah replied that of course she knew. Humanity was extremely weak, constantly suffering from attacks from all sides. At that moment when it was in despair, one of them realized the connection between heaven and earth, opened the path of cultivation and began to control his body. The genius made a breakthrough, and then sealed all 4 sacred beasts. From then on, the demon race no longer dared to oppose humans. The human race rose and began to rule. That person was the founder of the Sword Clan, Emperor Qing. Could it be that the Elder is still bitter about having to be sealed? Or is it that the Elder has been sealed for too long and is afraid to take the first step? The girl could no longer contain her anger and began to bite her lip. She decided that she could no longer sit idly by. Hannah started to move forward. Zhao was surprised to see this and asked where she went. The enraged student shouted that she would stop Uruya and the Moon Tiger even if the Phoenix did not want to help. And the rest of the clan did not risk it, she still would not stop. Phoenix laughed and replied that he didn't think that even after so many years there would still be people like this in the Sword Clan. So he decided that he would help out one more time. After some time, a team of 2 disciples and a spirit were flying on the back of a phoenix. Suddenly Hannah saw something ahead. It was Urui and the Moon Tiger heading straight for them. "Phoenix, are you here to help me or to stop me?" asked the Moon Tiger. "This time, Tiger, we will act as opponents. You decided to help the Demon Clan, so I need to stop you." "We used to be so strong when we fought side by side," cried the tiger. "But what now? Helping the little people? All clear, let's get straight to the point," the phoenix replied and flapped its wings. The 2 great powers began to fight, and their battle could be seen from several kilometers away. The strength of the beasts was colossal, and the students were thrown back by such a flow of energy. Hannah told Gwyneth that it was too dangerous here, so the little spirit should return to her brother. Gwyneth didn't argue and followed Hannah's advice. She turned around and quickly flew away. Meanwhile, the best student saw Uruya in the air and told him that it was time for them to fight. "Don't worry," the villain said mockingly. "I'll do everything so that you die happy with your friends." The traitor's words infuriated Zhao. "Your swordsmanship is far inferior to Sister Hannah's. How dare you even say that? It's time for you to die." "Of course, I am inferior in fencing skills," Urui replied. "But in battle, it is not only technique that can help." The villain ate the red pill and awakened the demonic power, saying that Brother Allan was a perfect example of this. With just a slight movement of his fingers, he was able to stop Zhao's attack. Zhao couldn't believe his eyes. He can't recall his energy. Uruya's power has grown too much and he can easily restrain Zhao's chakra flow. But the villain also changed in appearance. From a young student, he turned into a mad old man. "Since you came here, you will die first," Urui shouted and released Zhao's energy back into him. The force was strong and Zhao was thrown back. But suddenly, Hannah came to his aid. The girl grabbed the guy by the back. Landing hard, she created a barrier of her energy to protect herself from the attack. The attack was blocked, the barrier dissipated, and the 2 students remained unharmed. Hannah looked at Uruya. This attack was really strong and he couldn't attack like this before. What did he eat? Where did such power come from? Zhao asked in surprise. Hannah answered him that most likely it was a pill that increased the volume of spiritual energy. "You abandoned your own clan and decided to join the clan of demons," the girl said, looking at the villain. "Even chose to lose your own youth, crippled former comrades. Was it worth it? You still ask?" Urui replied. "No matter how hard I tried, no one in the clan had heard of me. In their eyes, I was just another useless student. Can geniuses like you judge me?" After these words, Urui unleashed his energy on his former comrades. Zhao tried to defend himself by summoning sword techniques, but he still missed some of the blows. Hannah was also getting injured. She knew they wouldn't be able to hold him back. The powerful disciple of the demon clan concentrated power in his hand and told Hannah that it was her turn to die. But suddenly he heard something. It was the sound of a beast battle. The Moon Tiger had shot at the phoenix, and right now, a huge beast was moving towards them. The phoenix fell to the ground with a crash, and Urui did not have time to react and lost his balance. Zhao and Hannah also got hit, but they managed to jump away. The girl became worried when she saw the elder phoenix losing to the Moon Tiger and asked if everything was okay with him. Breathing heavily, the phoenix said that he was fine and that the girl should think better of herself. Hannah understood that now the gap in strength between them and Urui was too big. If they continued in the same spirit, then the phoenix would not last long. Something had to be done. Meanwhile, Sam was flying after the demon elder and carrying Allan on him. Suddenly, Allan noticed how a familiar energy was concentrating behind him. It was Gwyneth, the frightened spirit shouting to Allan that his sister was fighting a hard battle. The guy barely moved his finger and wondered if this would be considered over time. He decided to proceed with the secret plan. At that moment, a sign appeared in front of Hannah and fell into her hands. Then, Allan emerged from it, but his skin color was not the usual one. The guy suddenly leaned towards the girl and greeted her, which made her embarrassed and asked how he ended up here. "I am not here," Allan replied. "To be more precise, it is not really me. An hour in this space is equivalent to a moment in the outside world for me." It was time to teach his sister the technique that would help deal with Urui, but Allan asked her not to brag about it too much to others. Hannah's eyes sparkled with happiness from this news, and she immediately agreed. Suddenly, the phoenix felt a familiar aura. This feeling could not be confused with anything else. The great bird looked at Hannah and could not believe what she saw. "This is Emperor Qing," said the elder phoenix, seeing an old acquaintance. "Now die!" the moon tiger shouted along with Urui. "Water-cutting blade, 9 wave attacks," Hannah said. Urui directed a stream of energy towards the phoenix, but suddenly a wave of energy appeared out of nowhere, stopping the enemy. "How is this possible?" Urui was indignant. Where did such power come from? Sister Hannah, overflowing with energy, told the traitor that it was time for him to try out her most powerful technique on himself. Going back a little, Hannah, while in the secret kingdom, was amazed by the power of brother Allan. She was once again convinced that she was still far from his skill. The girl swung her sword and shouted that it was the end. She used an ability called 8 Directions Shadow, and energy in the form of needles rushed towards Uruya from different points. The villain tried to stop this force, but it hit more and more powerfully and intensely. Uri didn't understand why he couldn't hold back the onslaught. Looking at his opponent, he wanted to understand how Hannah became so strong in a few seconds. The villain had no choice but to turn to the moon tiger for help. "Man, what a piece of trash you are," the ancient beast answered him, and then he turned around and started walking away. But the phoenix couldn't let the moon tiger just go away and ordered him to stop. Uruya's hands were shaking. Here again, everyone had abandoned him. Yes, he knew that he had always been a scumbag, but he had never wanted this. His eyes were filled with madness. Tears flowed from them. He remembered his whole worthless life, but he never wanted this. So Urui decided to kill everyone. Since he cannot by any means become equal to the best, he will destroy the best. Hannah looked at the villain's body and realized that he wanted to explode. The girl used the blade technique to destroy the threat. Her technique increased in size and became like a giant cross which struck Uruya. Blood gushed from the traitor's mouth. "I hate you, geniuses," the former disciple of the Sword Clan croaked. "No matter how hard I try, I will never be able to catch up with you." However, he suddenly felt a familiar aura behind him. As soon as Urui realized who it was, he immediately rejoiced. The villain shouted to the girl that she should not rejoice too much, because as soon as the head Roger comes, they will all come to an end. And indeed, at that very second, a portal appeared, from which Roger, Bill, Sam, and Allan emerged on his shoulder. Hannah couldn't believe it when she saw her brothers next to the demon. And she also didn't understand why her brother Allan was tied up. "Feel the real fear," Urui shouted. "The time has come for you to part with life." At that very second, a purple hand pierced the traitor's body. "With the signal you sent," Roger said, "I will be able to deal with the remaining members of the Sword Clan. However, a wretched thing like you is not worthy of following me, so you must die." "Sam, Bill, didn't you want to join the Demon Clan?" Roger asked them. "Go ahead, kill your comrades, then I'll give you all the recommendations. But if you stand still, I'll have to deal with this myself." There was no way out. Sam threw Allan to the ground and prepared to attack. The students began to concentrate their forces standing in front of Hannah, who also drew her sword. However, the guys suddenly turned around and shouted that it was time to reveal all the cards, since they couldn't win directly, then they would pretend to play for the demons. The disciples' forces attacked Roger, who dodged them with ease, as the demon knew this would happen. So he activated his seal, which he had previously placed to destroy the traitors. But then Hannah appeared in front of him. But the demon was not afraid of the girl. He snapped his fingers and said that the kids thought too much of themselves. At that very moment, a huge projection of a hand fell from the sky onto the students. Energy seeped through Hannah. The girl could not defend herself because she spent too much spiritual power in the battle. Hannah did not believe that she would die in this place. Meanwhile, Mary activated the blood sacrifice system. Even if the Sword Clan manages to get out, there is nothing they can do. Uther, watching the formation, told his comrades that everything was almost ready. They will only have one chance. If it doesn't work, all the disciples of the Sword Clan will turn into blood soul pearls. Reynold turned to his subordinates and asked, "Gentlemen, are you all ready?" The elders unanimously responded in agreement. "Then it's time for a counterattack. This is our only and last chance to defeat the Demon Clan." At this time, Allan was lying on the ground and pretending to be unconscious. Divine beasts, a clan of demons, traitors, invaders. The hero did not understand why all this was necessary at all. He works from 9 to 5 and doesn't want to get involved in all this. At that moment, his appearance changed completely and a red mask appeared in his hand. A huge flash of light appeared in the place where Allan was. Roger was horrified to see her, and Allan grinned and put on his mask, saying that it would take a little effort to sort everything out. Now let's take a look at how Hannah usually spends her day. The girl wakes up at 5 o'clock in the morning and starts doing her hair. The beauty does this very carefully, holding a hair elastic in her mouth, and I will hold this moment longer so that you can enjoy her beauty. She then dresses in her usual clothes with white stockings, and now she has begun a new day of wonderful practices and assignments. The first thing the girl does is run to the Sword Clan's training ground. Here she lunges with her sword 5,000 times to warm up. This is the time for morning exercises, where she carves energy inscriptions on stone. Sometime later, the girl finishes her warm-up and moves on to completing today's tasks. As she descends the stairs of the training ground, she is usually greeted by enthusiastic students. One guy was even shocked to see how beautifully the head student wrote. Of course, she can do everything. It's not for nothing that she's #1 in the table of the best students. At dawn, Hannah comes to her mentor Uther for a task. She arrived as soon as it was light. What a hard worker, Uther thought, as he gave her another assignment. In the forest before lunch, Hannah dealt with a demonic boar that had brought a lot of trouble to their clan. Closer to midday, she reached the market, which is located under the mountain. Her next task was from the leader, and it seemed a little strange to deliver 2 packages of spiritual tea seeds. Suddenly, a street vendor selling sweets passes by the girl. He sold candied berries, which Hannah loves. She would very much like to try them, but work also needs to be done, so she ends up denying herself, because people who cultivate must cleanse their hearts of impure thoughts. So you have to be patient. Suddenly, a woman runs past the student and shouts, "Stop the thief!" When Hannah hears that someone is in trouble, she can't stay away. After dinner, Hannah returns the money to the woman, punishing the thief and forcing him to apologize to her. The woman warmly thanks the girl, but she has nothing to repay her kindness with. So the aunt asks if the girl is single. If so, she can introduce her to her son. Hearing such a proposal, Hannah immediately tries to run away as quickly as possible, saying that she is not interested in such a thing. Having obtained the seeds, the girl is happy that she has once again successfully completed the task. After dinner, Hannah returns to Uther and says that she brought a card from the mission. But Uther didn't expect her to return so early, and it seems he's hiding something. It was another magazine with very beautiful girls that Uther held with trembling hands. He watched the running student and was glad that the girl did not reveal his secret. After lunch, the girl flies past students who want her to pay attention to them. She heads to the tea leaf field to give the seeds to the leader. At this time, Allan is standing in the field, saying that if the tea leaves are not picked in time, they will scatter in the wind the next day. "That's it, Allan. I didn't think you understood this kind of thing," said the head of the Reynolds clan. Allan proudly said that it was all nonsense. He had done similar things before. You can find much worse on the internet. "What internet?" Allan looked away and said it didn't matter. "Allan, you have made great progress in the art of tea over the past year," Reynolds said. "But your ranking among the students has dropped to 30th. Hannah is coming here soon. Why don't you practice with her?" Hearing the name of the main hard worker of the Allan clan, he immediately tried to run away, saying that she was in 30th place, and there were 50 of them in total. He still had a long way to go. The guy was going about his business and saying out loud that he had recently developed a new type of tea, booble tea, and the boss should definitely try it. Hannah, like Allan, walked and spoke out loud as she gave the tea leaves to the leader. 2 students, the best student and the main beauty of the clan and the worst student, who shows no promise, pass by each other. Hannah recognizes Allan's brother and thinks maybe she should say hello to him. She turns around looking after him, wondering what other word the guy said. Booble tea. As dusk approaches, Hannah hones her skills standing on the cliff of the Sword Clan, a late working day between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. While crushing the stones, the girl thought about that word. She wondered what this tea tasted like. But suddenly she realizes that she is thinking about it too much and starts shouting at herself that she shouldn't think about all sorts of nonsense during training. Meanwhile, Allan, who was nearby on a tree, notices a pillar of energy and crumbling rocks. The guy sincerely doesn't understand what Hannah is doing here, because it's already the end of the working day. Suddenly, the girl notices the cat, and now it is from 5 to 7 p.m. time to play with the cat. Hannah picks up the cat and says that there is nothing more important than this right now. At night, Hannah has time to rest. She usually lies down and looks through a book that describes the potentials of the sword. Sometime later, the girl takes a bath in a hot spring with her new cat friend. At midnight, the girl meditates, but usually during meditation she begins to fall asleep by this time. And already closer to late night, Hannah falls asleep hugging the cat. We are transported to the battlefield. The projection of the demon elder flies at Hannah. The girl will not be able to defend herself from it. But suddenly, a scarlet flash of energy appears behind the demon clan elder. Before he could turn around, Roger was hit with a powerful sword technique and flew a fair distance away, spraying blood. At great speed, he crashes into the ground, shocking everyone. Hannah can't even guess who it could be. The energy of the blow was colossal. Bill recognized the technique of their clan. He assumed that it was one of the elders. Roger asked the stranger who he was to interfere in the affairs of the demon clan. It was an unknown man with long black hair, dressed in a black and red cloak, hidden behind a scarlet mask. "Don't worry, it will all be over soon," said the stranger. Hannah remembered that brother Allan had said so. This stranger for some reason looked very much like him. Roger stood up and wiped the blood. He was wondering what kind of powerful technique this was. Apparently, the unknown person is at the Purple Palace stage. It's amazing. The hero concentrated his energy and replied that this attack was too weak and was not capable of defeating Roger. The demon elder rushed towards his opponent, summoning a projection of a tiger and directing it towards the unknown person. However, this projection was instantly destroyed by the hero's power. The blue aura pierced through the tiger and slammed the demon elder into the ground. Roger felt a hellish pain. He couldn't believe that with the Purple Palace it was even possible to cause such damage. In the face of absolute power, minor differences don't matter all that much, the hero said. These words angered Roger, and he decided to show his enemy his true strength. This time the demon decided to go all out. Scarlet whirlwinds swirled before the hero. A furious force awakened and burst forth. Hannah was scared and asked the elder to be careful, but the hero had already begun to use his technique by concentrating chakra. The guy used his main skill, destruction, and in an instant, a huge beam of energy shot out of his fingers. Sam couldn't believe what he was seeing. The elder used basic techniques but was able to defeat a man with the 9th level of the Purple Palace. The guy began to guess who it was. This stranger looked very much like Emperor Qing. Suddenly, there was a clap of thunder and Allan looked at his seal and realized that he had almost broken through. Every time he fights an opponent, he unconsciously cultivates himself. When Allan first came here, he almost developed to the highest level. It's good that he was able to pull himself together. As soon as he destroys his kingdom, thunder will strike and many people will die. If I demonstrate my strength, Allan thought, then my workload will skyrocket. And the end will probably be like in my previous life, death from overexertion. Phoenix felt that aura again. He felt Emperor Qing again. The tiger did not believe that this was possible, because the emperor had long ago left the mortal world. But the phoenix said that if it was not him, then where did such amazing energy and power come from? The moon tiger realized that it could not be otherwise. But if this was truly the emperor, then the world would change radically. The divine beasts arrived to Allan and greeted the master. Bill said that judging by the techniques, the stranger was from the Sword Clan. The demons invaded them. The clan was waiting impatiently for help, and now they finally got it. But suddenly, for all 3 students, the stranger answered that this was not so. The hero told them to listen, because someone had come. Meanwhile, Reynolds led his men into battle. It was time to defeat the clan of demons. They aimed all their attacks straight at the enemy's purple seal formation. However, the attack not only did not pass, but it was reflected and began to attack them themselves. A powerful rain of aura fell on the heads of the Sword Clan elders. Clan leader Reynolds was wounded along with his fellow clan members. "No matter my powers, I am nothing more than a simple employee," Allan said. "A small screw cannot save a huge machine from destruction." Mary was happy about the victory. As soon as they got the pearls of the bloody soul, they would immediately summon the demon lord. But suddenly something began to change. A golden aura began to gather around the formation and seep through it. "High in the sky, the leader must do everything himself," Allan said. The demons didn't understand what was happening. Their barrier and formation were destroyed. They were being attacked from the outside. Through the holes in the barrier, one could see many figures appear in the sky. Reynolds was delighted to see familiar faces. These were the heads and elders of all the clans who came to the aid of their brothers. The Wen clan came as soon as they received the news. "We are ready to fight the demon clan," Henry shouted. A fierce battle began. The clan leaders quickly destroyed the demons. Using their powerful techniques, they could easily deal with the enemy's minions. Eventually, the ranks of the demon clan were greatly diminished. One of the leaders shouted at the demons that since they had decided to attack their allies, they should reap the fruits of their decisions. "And they really did come," Mary said, looking at the formation which was quickly disappearing. "What do we do next?" "The formation is destroyed," said Kane. Dustin immediately answered him that they would fight to the end. But all the powerful clan leaders turned against them. They concentrated their energy and fired one powerful shot. But the fight was not over yet. Mary folded her hands into a seal and shouted that the Union would not be able to interfere with their plans. The other two demon clan leaders also formed seals, Mary inviting the Alliance to experience the full power of their master. At that very second, a huge projection of a demon appeared on the battlefield, in the center of which were three figures of villains. The monster opened its mouth and shot a powerful stream at the clan leaders. His power was colossal. The leaders did not understand what was happening and where such terrifying power came from. Cody, barely opening his eyes, assumed that this was the hidden power of demons. "You forced me to resort to his power," Mary shouted. "Since you yourself took the initiative, then you will be the first to be sacrificed." "This day will be your last," said Mary, laughing loudly. But suddenly she fell silent when she saw the rose petals. The girl felt an aura that was approaching. A blue energy appeared in the sky from which petals fell, and then someone began to come out of it. Mary couldn't believe what she was feeling. She knew this energy. But how was it possible? Allan, together with the divine beasts, told Mary that she had not yet seen what the Sword Clan was capable of. Reynolds was delighted to see the Starbird and the Moon Tiger. But who was next to them? The head of the clan assumed that this was some kind of ancestor of theirs, but for some reason his appearance seemed very familiar to him. "Of course he seems familiar to you," said Reynolds' subordinate, who had previously searched for a spy in the clan. "He is directly related to the Sword Clan. The powerful blade aura emanating from the entire body could only belong to a member of our clan, and only one person could act so calmly in front of a serious enemy. The divine beasts further prove his nobility. I only have one option. It is the ancestor of the Sword Clan, Emperor Qing." The demons shuddered when they heard this name, but they did not understand how this was even possible, since he had died a long time ago. Mary ordered the other leaders to quickly find out whether this was true or not. The demon projection moved and struck at the divine beasts. Emperor Qing ordered his beasts to attack as well. At the same moment, the Phoenix and the Moon Tiger released a volley of energy at the Demon Lord's projection. Three powerful forces clashed with each other, the power of the two divine beasts and the Demon Lord. After a couple of seconds, the demon's energy dissipated, and Mary was horrified because these were truly divine beasts. She was filled with anger. She looked at the stranger in the mask and she was tormented by only one question: who is this guy really? The Emperor began to concentrate his energy and the air around him began to sparkle. The sparks turned into a sword and Allan said to Mary, "Do I really need to explain who I am? Could this really be Emperor Qing?" the girl thought, and her body trembled slightly. The guy raised his sword into the sky and the whole air sparkled. He was ready to strike and shouted that the demons would be punished for what they had done. "For the Sword Clan, kill all enemies," Qing shouted, increasing the power of his attack. Mary realized that the Emperor was not their enemy and ordered her subordinates to leave immediately. The portal disappeared, and the surviving students rejoiced at the victory and the fact that their ancestor had protected them. The battle between the Sword Clan and the Demon Clan ended here. Allan dispersed the energy and the sword disappeared. He exhaled because it was really dangerous. Fortunately, the very name of Emperor Qing scared them off. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have had a chance to win," the guy thought. Meanwhile, deep in the cave, a purple clot of energy appeared. Cain was simply furious. Emperor Qing had ascended and left the human world long ago. How could he return? Suddenly, an unknown figure behind him said that there was only one explanation for this. The guy in the hood said that the thing is that this emperor is an imposter. The Great Assembly was not just a child's play, Uther told his student, so he must pay close attention. These words horrified Allan. Would he really have to go on a business trip? "Yes, you are going on a business trip with everyone else," Uther said. "And besides, you are first on the list." "But why are you sending me? Is it because I have the 8th level of the kingdom?" "But why not pick a candidate who is much better than me?" said Allan, making a face of the most righteousness. Uther frowned and looked at his student and asked if he knew why he was being sent on a business trip. To tell the truth, Allan didn't know. "In that case, you will understand everything now," Uther replied. "During the clan's dire straits, who tried the most?" "That's right, Hannah, and you didn't do anything except run away and sleep. So this is your chance to atone for your sins," Uther shouted, and these words struck Allan straight in the heart and killed him. The guy asked himself only one question. What did he do that made them treat him so cruelly? 3 days passed and Brother Allan was still lying on the ground and did not get up. The villagers began to whisper. Sister Hannah and the other brothers were training hard, and only Allan was fooling around. They said that while Hannah was shedding blood, Allan was sleeping peacefully. "Don't look at this mediocrity," said one of the residents. "Let's focus on the statue of the ancestor. How good it is that he came to our aid." The clan even specially restored the statue, Allan thought. I hope the ancestor knows how grateful we are to him. Suddenly, the hero felt a familiar aura around him. It was Hannah, hovering over her brother and greeting him. The girl extended her hand to him and asked if he was ready to go to the meeting, since they were leaving soon. Allan took her hand, stood up and told her to go first, which surprised Hannah. The guy turned around and explained that he still had something to do. Meanwhile, we are transported to the tea fields. Reynolds looked in horror at his beautiful tea leaves, charred after the last battle. Suddenly, Allan landed behind him and greeted the leader. Chief, you haven't forgotten, have you? Allan asked. If you're talking about that case, then no, I haven't forgotten, Reynolds answered. Yes, I need to take a week off, Allan shouted, holding up a gold plaque. Don't even think about it, Reynolds shouted. You didn't work overtime, so no vacation for you. But my spirit beast was overworked, Allan said, and showed the carefree, sweet spirit to Reynolds. Okay, I'll give your spiritual beast the right to take a break, and while you're going to the meeting, you can take a vacation after it. And even if you think to bribe me with tea, I still won't change my decision no matter how much you ask. Allan's fist clenched in rage, thinking that the boss was underestimating him for no reason. At that very moment, Allan fell at Reynolds' feet and began to tearfully beg him. Allan, even though I'll look selfish, I'll still send you, Reynolds said, because among all the true disciples, you have the highest cultivation base, and yet sometimes it seems like you are suppressing your strength. Allan was scared but didn't show it. Could it be that the leader had guessed his true strength? Reynolds added that he thought for a long time about who to send, and in the end chose Allan. In this tournament, the winner will be given the key to the Emperor's tomb. There are many different treasures there. Among them, there is something that will help a person even survive a disaster and remain safe and sound. The words about the disaster he had experienced interested Allan, and he remembered the lightning that appeared when he woke up. The clan of demons is becoming more active each time. It is possible that Allan will have to act again soon. If he is not careful, there will be trouble. In general, the invasion of the demon clan has seriously undermined us, Reynolds said. We need a short break. If you can take first place, you will greatly help the clan and of course you will be generously rewarded. You are one of the strongest students of our clan. All hope is on you. Allan smiled slightly and told the chief that he understood. But still, the guy wants the boss not to forget about his week-long vacation. Reynolds flared up a little, saying that everyone had already left, and Allan was just chilling here. The hero heard the words of the head and set off on his way. Meanwhile, everyone had already gathered at the clan square. Bill asked if Allan had arrived yet, and Hannah answered that he had not. Suddenly, the hero of the occasion appeared on stage. Allan smiled sweetly and greeted everyone, and apologized for the wait. Uther began the briefing by saying that this was a great gathering, and everyone had to remain safe and sound. The escort was only watching and could not interfere with the game, and during the competition, everyone had to worry only about their own safety. Hannah nodded and said she understood. Suddenly, Uther took Allan and told him that he wanted to show him something before he left, so that the hero would not enter the battle empty-handed. The mentor quietly took out a book and handed it to the student. It was one of those books that had a hot girl on the cover. The book was called Hot Sister Teacher, and it was a limited edition. Allan was amazed. The guy decided that he was wrong to think badly of his mentor. It turns out he is a genius. That sounds rather odd, Uther replied. I'll get you the next issue after you return if all goes well. After all the preparations, the boys set off with Frank on their way to the great meeting. Reynolds watched the students leave. The leader knew that this time the entire clan relied only on them.